is a real dog. Chapter 1464, Brave Bear, Charge. Charge. Although Fangshi felt gloating in his heart, he showed great concern. Master, I didn't know this would happen. How are you now? Are you feeling better? Commander Lu snorted coldly. They've turned into skeletons, how can they be any better? Fangshi consoled him. Master, whether it's a body or a skeleton, it's just a shell. You are so open-minded that you shouldn't care about it. Besides, you are the product of obsession, so can you also feel pain? Commander Lu actually also felt a little strange. He was just obsessed, so why did the feeling of being cut into pieces just now seem so real? It was like really cutting his flesh. As he was thinking about it, he heard his beloved disciple say, Master, please don't be offended by what I am saying. You can feel pain, which is a good thing in a sense. This means that you are no longer obsessed and you have your life back. You are a fake corpse. Commander Lu. What a beautiful language. But the words are rough but the logic is sound. He has been trapped here in a daze for so many years, and it is really not a bad thing to be able to feel the pain again. After Fangshi's consolation, Commander Lu finally calmed down. Fangshi asked, Master, can you help me see what this little plaque is? Commander Lu. After all this time, you still don't know what this thing is. There was a moment of silence. It's pitch black all around, and I don't know what this thing is. Fangshi. Silence is the common language between us as master and disciple. She comforted herself that Commander Lu had just become a weapon spirit and his cultivation was still shallow. He was temporarily unable to control the Sect Master's order, so he could not know too much information. No matter what, Commander Lu will not disappear for the time being, and he can still communicate with her, which is a good thing. Oh my, now she not only has young chicks who are familiar with the current situation of Tiank League, but also old Liatu who knows the past of Tiank League. It is just a matter of time before she overthrows Tiank League. Fangshi happily took Junwen and Jiting outside, and asked Senior Wuming to move Wuming City back and cover the soul projection channel underneath again. There are hidden formations inside, an unknown city outside, and ice-type monsters like Haodar. Even if the Tiank Alliance sends people down again, it won't cause any trouble. However, Fangshi still had a doubt. According to Commander Lu, there was a compression of the power of time here half a year ago. It should be caused by the projection of Enwu's soul that caused the turbulence of the power of time. Generally speaking, even if this happens, it wouldn't cause such a big commotion. The problem should lie in the polar ice sheet itself. The power of time here is very strong. After all, only here can the Kanglan Snail and Tiank League be used to communicate. So the question is, why is the power of time so strong here? Could there be a mine of divine stone underneath? However, even if there really is a spiritual mine underneath, it would be difficult to mine because the ice layer is too thick. Before, she asked the monsters to help her dig ice, but after digging for such a long time, she didn't see any running water, which shows how deep it is underneath. Fortunately, since Haodar and the others made a contract with Fangshi, the discomfort in their spiritual consciousness has completely disappeared, so there is no need to worry too much. The worst that can happen is that they can just stay away from Wuming City. Seeing that there were no emissions, Fangshi prepared to return. She is now the Lord of the 9 Netherworlds. Although she does not have to do everything herself, there are still many things to deal with and she cannot stay here for too long. The Icefield Earthshaker bear cried and insisted on following Fangshi. Although Fangshi disliked it, she didn't want to be the kind of person who would abandon it, so she had to take it along. The other monsters, including the Wolf King and others, decided to stay in the polar ice field. On the one hand, this is their home, and on the other hand, they have all seen the miserable plight of the demon goblins. Oh my god. Her spirit pets are all starving and abnormal. Although they may occasionally go hungry for a few days on the ice field, they are still better than them. Besides, who would give up a good life of freedom to be someone else's lackey? Only that bear was so stupid as to go up there. The Icefield Earthshaker bear has its own ideas. Although Monkey Dar and the others have been contracted, there is no guarantee that they will turn against the bear after Fangshi leaves. How could a poor little bear like him be a match for them? Besides, if I stay in the polar ice field, my life will be like this. It is better to follow the female devil and go out to see the world. Besides that, it has a little trick. It has taken a fancy to the little T-Fox. As a single bear, it finally experienced what it felt like to be moved. Although it also knows that there is a huge gap between the two sides, they are both ice-type monsters after all, so they must have a common language. Maybe after a long time, the little T-Fox will be attracted. Even if they are not destined to be together in the end, at least they have tried the best and have no regrets. Brave bear, go go go. The little T-Fox didn't know that it had a new suitor, and it felt very regretful. I thought I would be able to show off my skills in the polar ice field, but in the end I was just used as bait. Forget it, I'd better practice hard, sooner or later it will be useful. But this time, Fangshi on the flying boat also felt a little regretful. Because of time constraints, she didn't have time to fish for the ice soul this time, so she can only come back again when she has the chance. Commander Lu is not in a good mood now. Because since he became a spirit of the weapon, he can not only communicate with Fangshi, but also with other spirit pets, including Zhu Shihuan. Zhu Shihuan was also quite mean, and said to him, Xiao Lu, you have to be mentally prepared. Xiaoxi is a good kid in every way, except that she likes to make friends with relatives everywhere. Take Master for example, you are probably ranked outside the top 30. Commander Lu. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could one person have so many masters? The next moment, Zhu Shihuan began to list them for him. The first one is Xiao Beidao from the Transhan Sect in the Northern Territory. He's an okay guy, but he's too stingy and too talkative. Then there are the 24 solar terms of Lang Yinyuan. Do you know why it is called the 24 solar terms? Because she accepted 24 masters at once, in order to make it easier to remember, she used the 24 solar terms to represent them. Later, she took the second generation ancestor as her master in the Changsheng sect. That ancestor did have some real skills, but unfortunately he was just a wisp of soul and spent most of his time sleeping. There is also Ian Mutu, who is stupid and nothing. And the 3 gifted masters from the Northern Territory were just lucky, otherwise they would not be worthy of being Shashi's masters. By the way, she has more than a dozen masters in the Wangu Xianzong. If that's the case, I was being conservative just now, you have to be almost 50 in line. Commander Lu is in a terrible state. I thought I was the only one, but it turned out that I was just a small loach in the huge fish pond. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1465. It turns out that I come from a famous family. Fang Shi was speechless about Zhu Xuan's actions. It seems that she was too optimistic before. After all her singing, reciting, acting and fighting, it only lasted for a few days. Fang Shi was too lazy to care. Anyway, Lao Lu had already boarded the pirate ship and there was no point in regretting. She released the Insect King. Sing. Insect King. If you ask me to sing, I will sing. Don't I have any dignity? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Ugh. Life is not easy. Chong Chong has to perform. Commander Lu, who was counting his rank by counting his finger bones, was surprised when he saw this scene. Where did you get the phantom bug? Fang Shi was stunned. Phantom bug. Do you know this bug? I haven't seen it either, but I've heard people mention it. It is rumored that there is a kind of insect in the fantasy sea, which looks like a katydid in the mortal world, makes a voice like a cow, but can make a chirping sound that has the effect of soothing the spirit. In addition, the phantom bug has another magical power, which is to hide its body. That's why it's so hard to capture. Fang Shi compared what Commander Lu said with what the Insect Emperor said and found that there was almost no discrepancy. Commander Lu had never seen the Insect King before, so it was impossible for him to make up these things. It seemed that the Insect King was really a phantom insect. So the question is, according to Commander Lu, the phantom bugs only live in the Illusion Sea, so why do they appear in the 9 Nether continent? At this time, the Insect King felt a little elated. Oh my god, I always thought I was just a special bug, but it turns out I'm so important. Fantasy Sea. It sounds like an amazing place. No wonder I can command thousands of insects, it turns out I come from a noble family. It was just beautiful when Commander Lu said, Shaoxi, I heard that if you refine the phantom bugs into pills and take them, you can become invisible. You might as well try it if you have a chance. Insect King, # and asterisk #. No wonder you were cut into a skeleton. People like you deserve to be burned to ashes. In fact, Commander Lu was not targeting the Insect King when he said this, he was just stating the facts. As a person in a high position and having been a ghost for so many years, he naturally does not consider the feelings of others, insects, when speaking. Fang Shi would certainly not refine the Insect King into a pill. It doesn't matter whether it is invisible or not. It would be great to keep it for singing little songs. She was more concerned about why this thing appeared in the Juyu continent. But considering that Chisuo Peak could appear in Juyu continent, it didn't seem surprising that a bug ran out of it. By the way, when she was in the Blood Family secret realm before, she saw a magical plant called Rouge. It was not only very difficult to deal with, but also able to revive. It was obviously something from the Tiank continent. Maybe these things are related to the Tiank League. Of course, it may also be related to the third-party forces she suspected. Fang Shi felt that taking Lao Liatu as his master was a great value for money. This is a know-it-all. Zhu Shihuan suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Now in Juyu continent, he still has the upper hand, but if he were to go to Tiank continent, wouldn't his limelight be snatched away by Lu Kulu? It seems that he has to practice hard, and keep practicing as long as he doesn't die. Not only did he feel a sense of crisis, Jiting also felt a sense of crisis. Originally, he was the only person from Tiank continent around the female devil, and his position was irreplaceable. Now, Commander Lu shows up. If he doesn't behave himself, he will become a dead chicken sooner or later. Not only did they roll, Zhang Wen also followed suit. Because he felt that his junior sister would be able to go to Tiank continent soon, and if he didn't work hard, his junior sister might not take him with her. He secretly cursed himself for not living up to his expectations. Although he had comprehended the sword intent, his cultivation had remained at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage and he had yet to achieve spiritual enlightenment. What's the difference? He had no choice but to ask Jiting for advice. After listening to this, Jiting said with some difficulty. It's very easy to become a god in Tiank continent. There's almost no difficulty, so even though I want to help you, I can't. Zhang Wen. He had no choice but to ask Fang Shi for help. Zhu Xuan's answer was, I remember that I became a god after just one sleep. As for my experience, well, just eat well and sleep well. Zhang Wen. I just asked you unnecessary questions. As for Fang Shi, there was no need for him to ask. He was struck by lightning and turned into a god. Forget it, I'll just figure it out myself. Finally, it was Lin Xiangchuan who took the initiative to give instructions. The so-called transformation of spirit is to transform your nascent soul into your own spiritual consciousness. To achieve this, you must unite your spirit and soul and explore the origin of heaven and earth, which is the Tao. Zhang Wen was immediately inspired and decided to go into seclusion to achieve the state of spiritual transformation after returning to the Changsheng sect. A few days later, Fang Shi and his friends arrived at Yunsha sect. Although Fang Hufa and his men are weak-willed, they do have real skills. In just a few days, the Yunsha sect had already taken shape. After Fang Shi inspected the area, he assigned a task to the Yunsha sect, which was to build a monument to heroic spirits near the border between the two domains. On that day, she was in the illusion of the ancient battlefield and promised Wan Qingshu and others that she would build a monument to the heroic spirits for them. Now, as the Lord of Juyu, she naturally has to keep her promise. After hearing Feng Zai's order, Protector Feng felt a little complicated. He felt that Feng Shi's entrusting this task to their Yunsha sect was more or less a warning. After all, they had once defected to the Tiank League. Well, let's consider it as atonement. Commander Lu's mood became even more complicated. As cultivators who also participated in the war, the Jiyu continent erected a monument for the dead Shenyang army, but the Tiank League put the blame on them. How can we not feel chilled when comparing the two? Not sure if she guessed his thoughts, Fang Shi said quietly. Master, the Shenyang army is here to defend our country, they deserve it. Commander Lu. So. We bully the weak, so we deserve it. Shaoxi, we are also doing this for the sake of Tiank continent, and we have no choice. Fang Shi's tone turned cold. Is it a last resort? The deadly aura of your Tiank continent was released by people from our Jiyu continent. Are you going to drag the people of the Nine Nether continent to be buried with you when you are unlucky? What crime have we committed? As soon as Fang Shi finished speaking, Commander Lu let out a scream. Fang Shi was shocked and wanted to check what happened, but Commander Lu's situation was a little special. Although the two could communicate, Fang Shi could not see him. After a long while, Commander Lu said half dead. I've already turned into a skeleton, why should I suffer the pain of being cut into pieces again? Fang Shi was also surprised. However, I have to say it's a bit relief. Commander Lu accepted her as his disciple not because he realized how shameful the previous act of aggression was, but because he was backstabbed by the Tiank Alliance and had no choice. On this point, Jiting is smarter. No matter what he thinks in his heart, his attitude of admitting guilt is very good on the surface, which makes people feel more comfortable. Unlike Commander Lu, who has become a strict weapon, he still says that he had no choice and deserves to be cut into pieces. She gloated in her heart and said, Master, I think it should be fine after a while. Commander Lu said weakly. Are you saying that I won't be tortured like this again for a while? Fang Shi, what I mean is that after a while, you get used to it. Commander Lu. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1466. She felt that the other party needed to be quiet at this time. Commander Lu was so angry that he kept humming. Of course, it could also be because of the pain. Okay, you evil disciple. I can see that you did it on purpose. I was so blind to accept you as my apprentice. If I had known this would happen, I would have accepted the little chicken instead. Jiting. First of all, I haven't offended you. Secondly, I haven't offended you either. Why are you hanging on me? Fang Shi's voice also turned cold. Master, believe it or not, you being cut into pieces has nothing to do with me, and I don't know why it happened. But I admit one thing, I feel relieved when you were cut into pieces. Commander Lu. Don't you even pretend. Fang Shi continued. I have witnessed the deeds of your Tiank League in the illusion of the Shenyang army. You have committed all kinds of evil, including burning, killing, looting and so on. You are worse than beasts. As the head coach, you have an unshakable responsibility regardless of whether you gave the order or not. Logically speaking, I should let you disappear completely to comfort the souls of the soldiers of the Shenyang army. But for the sake of the greater good, and for the innocent lives of Jiyu continent and Tiank continent, I can only put aside my past grudges and take you as my master. I thought you would recognize your crimes and find ways to make up for them, but what was the result? You don't think you're wrong at all. You accepted me as your disciple just to take revenge on the Tiank League. Perhaps the leader's order of Wangu Xianzong still retains the will of its former master, which is why you will be cut into pieces. If you persist in your wrongdoings, you will probably be punished like this again in the future, so take care of yourself. After Fang Shi finished speaking, he directly cut off the spiritual connection with Commander Lu. Because she felt that the other person needed quiet time. She is such a filial and good disciple. Commander Lu was filled with impotent rage within the token, but unfortunately Fang Shi had already cut off the connection with his spiritual consciousness, so his anger was in vain. Besides being angry, he also felt wronged. Although he is the commander-in-chief of the Tiank Alliance, not all power is concentrated in his hands. Everyone below him acts independently, and there are some things he can't do anything about. Of course, in the final analysis, they didn't take it seriously. If they did, at least those people in the Tiank League wouldn't blatantly do things that are worse than those of beasts. Fang Shi angrily scolded Commander Lu, and finally she felt relieved from the anger she had been holding in her heart. To be honest, if Commander Lu wasn't useful, she really wanted to kill him. Jiting was trying his best to reduce his presence at this time. He was extremely scared. Fortunately, Fang Shi did not vent his anger on him. Although Jiting had a criminal plan, he had not yet implemented it, so he had no blood debt of the Jiyu continent on his hands. At this time, Zhu Shihuan said to Fang Shi, I think it's useless for you to scold him. That old bastard has never felt that he was wrong for hundreds of thousands of years. How can he suddenly realize his mistake after you scold him? You might as well keep coaxing him, at least let him tell you everything he knows. Now, you have offended him, and there is a rift between you and him, so he will definitely have some hidden agenda. Fang Shi smiled. Grandpa, it doesn't matter whether he wakes up or not, what's important is that he recognizes his situation. What a superior is best at is weighing the pros and cons, and he can quickly figure out what is best for him. At least, he certainly didn't want to be cut into pieces every now and then. As for estrangement, it doesn't matter. Most of my masters have estrangement towards me, but it does not hinder the deep affection between us. The only ones who are sincere to me are you and my master. Zhu Xuan was successfully amused by Fang Shi's last sentence. He grinned and said, I know you have an idea in your mind, do whatever you want. If he's obedient, keep him. If he's not, kill him. Anyway, he's a strud now, so it's easy to kill him. After saying that, he continued to practice in a hurry. He also has to protect his precious granddaughter, so he must work hard. Protector Fang was very capable and gave Fang Shi the detailed plan for the monument to heroes the next morning. Fang Shui, can you take a look at this and see if there is anything that needs improvement? Fang Shi was very satisfied after seeing it and praised it. Fang Hufa was quite flattered, and after being modest for a while, he said, General Fang, the monument to the heroic spirits has far-reaching significance, so we would like to invite you to preside over the groundbreaking ceremony. Do you think it's okay? Fang Shi felt that what he said made sense, and it wouldn't take a few days to go back to Changxing Sect, so he nodded in agreement. 2 days later, it was the day for laying the foundation stone of the monument to the heroes. Fang Shi was not wearing a red robe, with a plain white dress. The same is true for the people of Yunchao Sect. Fang Shi specially wrote a letter to comfort the heroic spirits, read it in public, and then burned it. Then he took the new shovel handed to him by Fang Hufa, dug a shovel of soil and covered the foundation stone with it. Normally, the groundbreaking ceremony would have ended here, but unexpectedly something unexpected happened. Blood actually oozed out of the foundation stone, dyeing the surrounding soil red. It can be said that the Wind Guardian reacted very quickly, and said sadly, "General Fang, the soldiers of the Shenyang army must have been infected by your sincerity, so they're like this." Fang Shi. Although what you said sounds very nice, I think it is nonsense. Even if the Shenyang army saw this scene in the sky, it is impossible for them to make such a big fuss. There must be something else going on. As she was thinking, there was a loud bang and the foundation stone turned into powder in an instant. Although the incident happened suddenly, Fang Hufa and his companions had enough cultivation and were not injured. Their first intention was to protect Fang Shi, but they only saw her afterimage, as Fang Shi had already jumped dozens of feet away. Fang Guardians. No wonder he can be the Lord of the Nine Netherworld. His reaction speed is much faster than theirs. At this moment, the ground suddenly cracked open, and an angry roar came from below. Then, a huge monster appeared in front of everyone. It looks a bit like a tiger, but its face is a bit like a human, with a pair of huge fangs growing around its mouth. Tao Wu's excited voice rang out from Fang Shi's consciousness. "It's me. It's me now. Quick, kill it. I'm the one and only me." Fang Shi. Others would at most sacrifice their relatives for the sake of justice, but you, on the other hand, would sacrifice yourself for the sake of justice. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1467. Her vocabulary is extremely rich. Fang Shi complained inwardly while looking at Tao Wing in front of him. She was a little puzzled. This thing looked as if it was very angry. They didn't seem to provoke it. What is it angry about? Tao Wing looked down at everyone, and finally his eyes fell on Fang Shi. "Ant, are you the mastermind behind digging up my palace?" Fang Shi. Why do these ferocious beasts like to call others ants? I guess he has very limited knowledge and only knows this one word. She is different. Her vocabulary is so rich. Big fool, are you talking to me? Tao Wing. It never dreamed that someone would dare to call it that, and it was immediately furious. Just when it was about to get angry, Fang Shi gave it a very bright smile. Then, Tao Wu was released. Solve your own problems by yourselves. Tao Wu. What did you promise me? You scumbag. Tao Wing was completely confused. How come another me appeared? Is it dreaming, or is it in a fantasy? Tao Wu was too lazy to beat around the bush and said, "I am you in the past, and you are me in the present. If I die, you will die too. But if you die, I will still live. So, kill yourself." Tao Wing. Why? Why should I commit suicide? I haven't done anything wrong. It was about to fight with Tao Wu, and the worst that could happen was that they would die together. So, the two Tao Wu started fighting each other. Tao Wu was clearly at a disadvantage. There was no way. After it was contracted by Fang Shi, its cultivation was restricted. Chaos gloated over the misfortune. Tao Wu always says I'm stupid, but now it wants to kill itself. How stupid? If it were me, I would just let the master make the contract. It goes out with odd numbers and it goes out with even numbers. Anyway, they don't go out at the same time, right? Fang Shi. Who said chaos? Isn't this quite clever? Why didn't I think of this idea? She immediately shouted, "Stop. Both of you stop." Both Tao Wu stared at her with the big eyes. Fang Shi said with a smile, "I think you don't have to fight to the death, can't you just live a good life?" "I have a way." After Fang Shi told Han Dun's idea, Tao Wu immediately said angrily, "Do you think I am this worthless person? How could I, Tao Wu, a fierce beast, become a running dog of a human like you? I would rather die than surrender." Fang Shi did not say anything, but released all his spirit pets, and then took out a pot of divine medicine and several beast cores. "Agree to the contract, and these pills and beast cores will be yours. If you don't agree to the contract, I will let my men and pets rush over, and you will be defeated no matter how capable you are. It's your choice." The way Tao Wing looked at the elixir and the beast core was dull. "I want to eat it. But where to put the face?" At this time, Chaos said in a muffled voice, "You are also Tao Wu, and it is also Tao Wu. You suffer hardships outside, while it enjoys delicious food and drinks here with Uncle Shi. You are at a great disadvantage. Listen to me, smart guy, and agree to the contract right away. We are all under contract anyway, so there is nothing to be ashamed of." Fang Shi wondered in his heart, why did Chaos seem to be getting smarter? Could it be that I got it after following her? Is her personal charm so strong? Tao Wing was really moved by Han Dun. Yes, why should it enjoy the benefits while I suffer? A contract is a contract. I just heard that this damn girl is the Lord of the Nine Netherworlds. It's not shameful to be its spiritual pet. So, he said in a gracious manner, since you want to make a contract with me so much, I will agree. Fang Shi didn't seem to mind its arrogant attitude at all and immediately signed a contract with it. In a moment, the agreement was reached. When Tao Wing was about to set some rules for other spirit pets, Chaos was the first to rush up and clawed at it. Chaos was very excited. Dirty work again. It loves doing this kind of thing the most. It would be great if Uncle Shi collected spiritual pets every day. The other spirit pets also maintain formation. No one can escape the suffering we have endured. Tao Wu was gloating at first, but the next moment, it was stunned. It actually felt pain. Just as it was wondering, a huge suction force came, and then it knew nothing. Chaos was having a great time fighting, and then he found that Tao Wing's soul had disappeared. This really scared it. He quickly said, I only hit it a little over 100 times. Whether it dies or not has nothing to do with me. Fang Shi didn't have time to deal with it now. She found that the spiritual connection with the two Tao had now merged into one. There was only one Tao left in the strip beast bag. How is this going? Which Tao disappeared? Just when she was feeling uneasy, Tao woke up. Its eyes were dull, and after a while it said sadly, now I am not me, and it is not it. We are both dead now. Are you satisfied? Fang Shi. It seems that the souls of the two Tao have merged together. You little bitch, I'm telling you, Tao, will never surrender. The next moment, it stretched out its claws and slapped itself in the face. Master, don't listen to its nonsense. I am loyal to you. You are you, and I am me. Just because you are loyal to her doesn't mean I have to be loyal to her. You've already been contracted, why are you still being stubborn? It doesn't matter whether you live or die, just don't let me be misunderstood by my master. Ellipsis. Fang Shi. It's over. The beast is split. Zhu Xuan said, they have just merged together, so their memories are still relatively independent. After a long time, they will probably merge into one. Fang Shi felt that what he said made sense, but in order to appease Tao Wing, he gave it the divine elixir and beast call that he had promised it before. Tao Wing grinned with his mouth wide open. It's actually quite good this way. We can still talk to ourselves and we'll never be lonely. Tao, I don't want to talk to fools. After Fang Shi gave the sweet dates, he asked Tao Wing. You just said we dug up your palace. Tao Wing snorted coldly. Yes, the big stone you laid is the threshold of my palace. What is the difference between tearing down my threshold and tearing down my palace? Fang Shi turned around and asked Fang Hufa, where did you get the foundation stone? Protector Fang quickly said, we found it on a rocky hill 30 miles away. When Tao Wing heard his words, he suddenly felt embarrassed. Nonsense, it was obviously stolen from my house. Fang Shi, you mean, that rocky hill is your palace? Tao Wing raised the volume. What is this pile of rocks? Do you know how much effort I put into collecting those rocks? Especially the threshold, it took me decades to bring it back. Fang Shi asked curiously, where did you find it? Why did it take so long? Tao Wing avoided the gaze and said nothing. Qiongqi gloated over the misfortune and said, is there any need to ask? He must have lost his way. Xiaoshishi, you don't know that the reason for our ultimate failure when we surrounded the Dragon Clan was not because of Chaos Backstab, but because Tao, who was obsessed with directions, got lost. Do you know why it lives in the rocky hill? It must be because the rocky hill is high, so it can be seen even if it walks far away, otherwise it would not be able to find its way home. Tao Wing decided to give control of his body to Tao. In this case, what is embarrassing is the past, and it has nothing to do with the present. It's such a clever little boy. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1468. This heart is clear and can be learned from the sun and the moon. Fang Shi did not laugh at Tao Wing's lack of direction, but asked, why is the boulder oozing blood? Tao Wing immediately felt that he could do it again. It boasted. You don't understand this, do you? Do you know why I chose this stone? It's because it is so unique. This red juice will flow out every once in a while, which looks very festive. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't bother to argue with you. I'd just steal it. After all, I'm here and I don't know when I can go back. Fang Shi. Is 30 miles so far for you? But it's also true that for someone with poor sense of direction, everything beyond 10 steps is a foreign country. She walked closer to the boulder and looked closely at the red liquid. I indeed didn't smell any blood. It was just because of the atmosphere that I subconsciously thought the red color was blood. But why does the stone ooze out red juice? She thought of a possibility, took out a wooden sword, scraped some powder off the stone, and put it into the teacup. After a while, the originally transparent water turned red. She was speechless, thinking it was some supernatural event, but it turned out to be just discoloration. It turned out that in the morning, in order to appear solemn, the Wind Protector ordered people to wash the boulder with water. Although the surface was wiped clean, a lot of water had seeped into the stone and happened to seep out at this time. After solving the mystery, Fang Shi felt that it would be safer to replace the cornerstone. The red juice was nothing, but she was afraid that the stone would shrink over time and affect the stability of the monument to heroes. Upon hearing this, Protector Fang felt a little embarrassed, because there was no way to find such neatly arranged boulders in a short time. When he was in a dilemma, Fang Shi said, don't bother, I have it here. As he said that, he took out a dozen huge stones from his storage ring. Pick one. Fang Protector. Fang Shui is still too comprehensive. There is actually a big stone in the storage ring. How could he know that there was an iceberg in someone's storage ring? After choosing the cornerstone, Fang Shi put the remaining stones, including the stone oozing red juice, into the storage ring. She thought this stone was good and very suitable for playing tricks. Maybe she could use it in the future. Tao Wing rolled his eyes and said, you took my threshold, shouldn't you give me? Before it could finish its words, its mouth was blocked by its own paws. Tao thought to himself, you idiot. You actually want to get benefits from Pixiu. You were just daydreaming. Fang Shi ignored them and dug another shovel of soil to cover the foundation stone. After the groundbreaking ceremony, Fang Shi gave some instructions to Protector Fang and the others, then took Junwen, Jiting and the Foolish and Wu to the southern region. Jiting is very well behaved now. With the Foolish and Wu in front and Commander Lu who was cut into pieces behind, the value of this little chicken has been rising. He really wants to make a contribution now. But he didn't know what he could do, so he could only ask to look after Anwu. After passing through the passages between the north and south domains, Fang Shi felt that the time was right, so he restored his spiritual contact with Commander Lu. Master, I know you are in a bad mood, so I didn't bother you these days. You don't blame me, right? Commander Lu. He considers himself a cultured person. So, all the words came down to 2 words, evil disciple. Fang Shi said with a smile. Master, those who achieve great things do not pay attention to trivial matters. Please forgive me for any mistakes I made. Let's be good master and disciple. When I become the master of the 2 worlds in the future, you will be proud, right? Commander Lu snorted coldly. I'm afraid I won't live to see that day. Fang Shi burst into laughter. Master, look at what you said. Even if I have some complaints about you, since I have accepted you as my master, I will naturally respect you well. Although I have many masters, I am sincere to every one of them. This heart is clear, and the sun and the moon can bear witness to it. Commander Lu snorted coldly and did not comment. Now that you're already on this pirate ship, you can only grit your teeth and accept your fate. At this time, Fang Shi asked. Master, I have always been curious about a question. The people from your Tiank League have used their souls to project themselves to the Juyu continent. How will they return in the future? Ji Ting told me that as long as all 7 soul channels are opened, I can use special means to return to Tiank continent. Is this true? It's not that I don't trust him, it's mainly because he's quite honest and I'm afraid he's been deceived. Ji Ting, honest. I guess you want to say that I'm stupid. It doesn't matter whether I'm stupid or not. Anyway, among the 3 people from Tiank League, I'm the best doing. Commander Lu snorted coldly. He is right. Although the 7 soul projection channels in Juyu continent are scattered, there is one formation in Tiank continent, called Dukui Chankan formation. This formation is a mother-child formation. The one on Tiank continent is the mother formation, and the 7 soul projection channels on Juyu continent can form a sub-formation. After it is operated, the person whose soul is projected can be brought back to Juyu continent. It's just that it's very difficult to set up and activate the sub-array. We originally planned to start this matter after completely occupying the Juyu continent. Unfortunately, alas. Fang's eyes rolled. Master, let me make an irresponsible guess. Could the so-called sub-array be just a trick to fool you? Maybe you bought a one-way ticket, with no return. Commander Lu subconsciously retorted. Impossible. Fang Shi pouted. Why is this impossible? You can just abandon such a close confidant like him, right? I now suspect that the leader of your bird alliance might be a member of a third-party force, playing you around in his hands. Commander Lu was speechless. This is getting more and more ridiculous. How could the leader of the alliance be a member of a third party? Fang Shi didn't argue with him. After all, she was just talking nonsense and had no evidence. By the way, Master, speaking of this, is the leader of your bird alliance elected or hereditary? Or did he just pop out of a crack in a rock? Commander Lu, usually, a certain number of candidates are selected and trained, and some are eliminated through regular assessments, and the remaining people are then selected for the final selection. Fang Shi curled her lips. It's really troublesome, it's faster to just rebel. Commander Lu. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1469 Everyone has their own light. Commander Lu missed the days when he was in solitary confinement. Why is this evil disciple's word so infuriating? It's all crazy. The Juyu continent can no longer accommodate her. That's right, it probably won't be long before she runs to Tiank continent. But, you said you want to go to Tiank continent in the future. How are you going to get there? Fang Shi said confidently, of course you will help me find a solution. Commander Lu, I can't help it. Then think about it, think slowly, think carefully. Commander Lu. Commander Lu didn't want to talk anymore. Did he accept a disciple? He accepted her ancestor. That day, Fang Shi and his companions arrived at Changsheng Sect safely. As soon as the flying boat landed, Sect Master Sima came running to greet it. Congratulations, General Fang, you've worked hard. Although Fang Shi hid his whereabouts when he left, now that the affairs of the Yunshao sect have been made known to the world, there is naturally no need to hide it. Fang Shi exchanged a few words with sect leader Sima, then said hello to everyone else, then went to the meeting hall surrounded by everyone. Fang Shi briefly explained what had happened, and since they were all family, he didn't hide anything. Everyone had a look of shock on their faces. If it weren't for Feng Shui, the Juyu continent would have been plunged into dire straits long ago. No wonder everyone now says that Feng Shui is the light of the 9 netherworlds. In fact, it is not an exaggeration to call her the god of the 9 netherworlds. Fang Shi handed Anmo over to Elder Bai for custody. On the one hand, Elder Bai's cultivation level is there, and on the other hand, Elder Bai is meticulous, so she feels more at ease. Elder Yin felt a little sad. Although he is the master, the disciple obviously values the one named Bai more. Now that he has accepted Commander Lu as his master, his status is even lower. The only consolation is that among Shaoxi's many masters, only he and Xiao Beidao are the masters of the 6 brothers and sisters. Thinking of this, he frowned and said to Zhang Wen. A few days ago, your 4 brothers all advanced to the spiritualization stage, and you are the only one who is still in the nascent soul stage. Come back this time to concentrate and practice well. Zhang Wen suddenly felt like the sky was falling. WTF. Those 4 heads have all become gods. It's okay for the eldest senior brother, after all, he has reached the nascent soul stage a long time ago. The 4th brother Jing is also okay, so why have the 2nd brother Pei and the 3rd brother Rong also reached the divine transformation stage? How could he know that sect leader Sima was very capable of doing things? He knew that Fang Shi valued Xiao Beidao and his 5 senior brothers the most, so since Fang Shi left, he began to give special treatment to Jiangji and the other 3. Jiangji and his friends all had a solid foundation and very good aptitudes. It was only because of a lack of resources that their cultivation was relatively poor before. Now that there are enough resources and famous teachers to guide, and the spiritual energy in the south region is richer than that in the north region, it is natural to get twice the result with half the effort, and your cultivation will soar. Pei Zhou waved his fan and said, Old 5, Master is right. You really need to work harder. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep up with us. Rong Zheng said with emotion. Old 5, I used to spend all my time studying the Sect rules. Since I started practicing, my cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. It's time for you to focus on your practice. Jiang Wen was so angry. One or two of them make me concentrate. I didn't waste my time on eating, drinking and having fun. Aren't I doing serious things? Don't think I don't know, you are just jealous that my junior sister and I are inseparable. Isn't it just the transformation of spirit? What's so great about it? Of course, these were all his inner thoughts, and they did not show at all on his face. He said with some shame. Master, second brother, third brother, you were right. I will practice hard in the future and strive to become a god as soon as possible. Pei Zhou raised his eyebrows. He thought Lao Wu would get angry. I didn't expect that I have made such progress. Fang Xi, who was watching the show on the side, was also very satisfied with Jiang Wen's performance. If it were in the past, fifth senior brother would definitely be furious and would even say that he had already comprehended the sword intent or something, but now he has become more and more calm. Everyone talked for a while, and Fang Xi returned to his own yard. The old skeleton was catching fish in the fish pond. When he saw Fang Xi coming back, he felt a little guilty and ran into the house in dejected manner. Fang Xi glanced at the red carp in the fish pond, each one was slimmer than the other. It can be seen that he has been tortured by the old skeleton a lot during this period. She took out some pills from her storage ring and threw them to the red carps before going into the house. Fang Xi glanced at the obviously guilty old skeleton, told him about the sect leader's order, and asked him if he knew the reason. The old skeleton mumbled for a while before saying, retribution. He must have gotten his comeuppance. Commander Lu. For the next period of time, Fang Xi didn't see Jiang Wen because he was in seclusion to achieve his spiritual attainment. On this day, when Fang Xi was practicing the chaos technique, he vaguely sensed something strange. She left the house and was surprised to find that spiritual energy from all directions was rushing towards Jiang Wen's house. Is fifth brother going to become a god? It made quite a big noise. She was afraid that Jiang Wen might be in danger, so she immediately went to Jiang Wen's yard. When he pushed the door open, he found that Jiang Wen, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, had been surrounded by a ball of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the room was so rich that it seemed tangible. Zhu Shihuan said with a click of the tongue, not only can this idiot comprehend the sword intent, but now that he has reached the state of spiritual transformation, he has created such a big scene. It's not simple. It's a pity that you, Shaoxi, are so brilliant that he is destined to be your foil. Fang Xi frowned slightly. Grandpa, everyone has his own light. Fifth brother is fifth brother, and I am me. No matter how good I am, I can never overshadow the brilliance of fifth brother. Zhu Xuan curled his lips. Even though this damn girl always mentions Xiao Beidao and him, she is actually the best to Jiang Wen, the silly boy. But it's true, the two of them have been through life and death together, there is no difference between them and real siblings. The key is that they are all shameless, so naturally they like birds of a feather. Jiang Wen knew nothing about this and he was very confused now. His cultivation had long reached the realm of transformation into a god, but he had never found his own way. He has been thinking about this problem these days. What is Tao? What path is he pursuing? Heaven. Shit. Even if he doesn't become a god, he won't pursue the so-called heavenly way. Just because he killed his junior sister, he is not a good person. He felt that his path was junior sister. The junior sister drew a path for him and he followed it. But is there anyone in this world who calls someone junior sister? When he was confused, he saw a shining road floating in from outside. His soul subconsciously stepped onto the road, where there were no thorns, no obstacles, only blooming flowers. He was delighted and walked more and more easily, faster and faster. Then, with a splash, he fell into the river. Help. Junior sister, help me. Fang Xi was still arguing with Zhu Xuan about the matter of shining with confidence, when she suddenly felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what it was. Finally, she discovered the problem. In the small puddle hidden somewhere on her body, besides the 49 Sanskrit characters, there was one more person. Fang Xi took a closer look. Isn't this the fifth senior brother who has shrunk countless times? Fifth brother was trying to reach the spiritual transformation stage, how could he possibly end up in a puddle? Although she was extremely puzzled, when she saw Jiang Wen struggling in the water, she still fished him out. The next moment, Jiang Wen disappeared. At the same time, the spiritual energy on Jiang Wen's body rushed into his body frantically. The flowers, plants and trees in the yard grew wildly, and even the red carp in the fish pond next door became fatter. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1470 Fang Xi gestured 6 to Jiang Wen. The strange phenomenon attracted the attention of many people, and many people rushed over here. Fang Xi sent a message to Sect Master Sima, strictly forbidding anyone to enter the courtyard so as not to disturb Jiang Wen's transformation into a god. Her mind is full of question marks now. Why did fifth brother run into her little puddle? Of course, she also knew that it was definitely not Jiang Wen's real body. Could it be his soul? Even if it was a soul, it would be impossible for it to run into her little puddle without making any noise. I don't understand, I really don't understand. However, what is more important now is that Jiang Wen successfully achieves divine transformation. It won't be too late to ask him in detail after he achieves divine transformation. After half an hour, Jiang Wen opened his eyes. The whole person is like a sword drawn from its sheath, sharp and unparalleled. However, the moment he saw Fang Xi, he grinned. Junior sister, I have achieved divine transformation. Ha ha ha, I have finally achieved divine transformation. And I have directly reached the third level of divine transformation. Am I awesome? I admire myself. My sword is known all over the world, and if it doesn't make a sound, it will be amazing. Ellipsis. Fang Xi. When fifth brother doesn't speak, he is a gentleman, but when he speaks, he is a fool. Jiang Wen has just achieved spiritual enlightenment and his realm is still unstable, so it is inevitable that he is a little arrogant. He is just talking nonsense. Junior sister, I think there is no difference between early and late transformation of the spirit. You see, we are both at the third level of the spirit now. But it is also true that I am someone who has comprehended the sword's meaning, so I am naturally extraordinary. Fang Shi couldn't stand it anymore and kicked him. Zhang Wen was kicked in the ass. He thought to himself, the junior sister must be feeling jealous right now, so just kick her. Who made me such a genius? Just as he was in the process of becoming self-inflated, Fang Shi suddenly said, protect me. Zhang Wen was confused. Am I not a deity? Why do you want me to protect you? Although he was confused, he subconsciously stood up and stood guard at the door. He looked at Fang Shi, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, and thought, could it be that after being stimulated by him, the junior sister is going to advance to a higher level? He is worthy of being the senior brother that the little junior sister loves most. Just 2 words from him can have such a great effect. To be honest, Fang Shi is also confused now. She only knew that she was going to advance, but she didn't know why this was happening. She had absorbed a lot of chaotic energy in the 10,000-meter demon abyss before. She thought that when her spiritual power was restored, her cultivation would soar, but nothing happened. Now it seems that the reaction time may be too long, so I am only now exerting my strength. After a moment, Fang Zai's cultivation level went from the 3rd level of the spirit transformation realm to the 4th level of the spirit transformation realm. She thought that was the end, but, in a flash, she jumped from the 4th level of the spirit transformation to the 5th level. Just as she was about to open her eyes, she suddenly jumped from the 5th level of the spirit transformation to the 6th level. She waited for a while, and seeing that there was no change, she opened her eyes. Then, he tilted his little head and gestured, 6, to Zhang Wen. 5th brother, I'm sorry, I'm now at the 6th level of the spiritual transformation realm, but I'm still only a little bit stronger than you. Zhang Wen. His face hurts, and his heart hurts even more. I thought I had caught up with my junior sister, but it turned out that she had sped up and I was left with a mouthful of shame. However, he quickly put this disappointment aside. Junior sister, before, Pei and Rong San played tricks on us brothers and sisters who only knew how to hang out outside. Now we can finally give them a slap in the face. Let's go out together and let them see the elegance of our brothers and sisters. Fang Shi was speechless. As the Lord of the 9 Netherworlds, she would never do such a childish thing. 5th brother, it would be so ungentlemanly for us to go out, let them come in. Zhang Wen immediately gave a thumbs up. Junior sister, you were really thoughtful. So Fang Shi said loudly, everyone, come in. After Sect Master Sima and others came in, they saw Fang Shi and Zhang Wen standing with their hands behind their backs, looking indifferent. Sometimes not pretending is the best way to pretend. Making a lot of noise will only put you in a low position. As expected, they didn't need to say anything. Sect leader Sima and the others were all extremely shocked. Zhang Wen, this kid has reached the 3rd level of spiritual transformation right after he reached spiritual transformation. Fang Shui is even more outrageous. He was at the 3rd level of the spirit transformation yesterday, but today he has become the 6th level. You should know that it becomes more difficult to upgrade to higher levels as time goes by, let alone upgrading to 3 levels at once. Are these two still human? Zhang Wen saw everyone's shocked expressions, especially Pei Zhou and Rong Zheng, whose eyes almost popped out of their heads. They were so happy that they were about to burst into bubbles. Right, that is it. This is the effect he wanted to achieve. It turned out that what the junior sister said was right. The highest level of pretending is not pretending. Elder Yin was impatient and asked, what's going on? Can you two tell me what's going on? Zhang Wen said calmly, Master, I have been striving to achieve the state of transformation recently. Today, I made some progress and finally found my own path. Then I succeeded in the state of transformation. As for why I soared to the 3rd level of the spiritual transformation, I'm not really sure. It may have something to do with my previous understanding of the sword intent. Elder Yin asked doubtfully, sword intention? Zhang Wen nodded, yes, sword intent, this is different from the sword momentum we are familiar with. Zhang Wen's tone and expression were very calm, but in fact his tail was lifted up to the sky. When he just came back, he wanted to talk about the sword intent, but when he saw that Rong Zheng and the others had all become gods, if he said it, people would think he was trying to save face. It doesn't matter now. He has already reached the 3rd level of divine transformation, so telling him about it is just icing on the cake. He was just feeling happy when he heard Elder Yin say, show me the sword intent now. Zhang Wen. Too much pretense. I forgot that the sword intent is sometimes effective and sometimes not. Fortunately, at this time, Fang Shi said, Master, Senior Brother 5 has just advanced to the spiritual transformation stage. If we forcibly release the sword power at this time, it may cause problems. Let's wait a few days until his realm is stable. Elder Yin naturally obeyed his beloved disciple's words and turned to ask Fang Shi, Xiao Shi, what's the matter with your cultivation? Fang Shi sighed, during this time outside, I encountered some opportunities. I was worried that if I advanced too quickly, my foundation would not be solid, so I have been suppressing my cultivation. Just now when I was protecting 5th brother, maybe the spiritual energy was too strong and I advanced without realizing it. Oh, I was so careless. Everyone. People say no. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1471 Water, all water. Although everyone was speechless, they still congratulated each other and then went their separate ways. Zhang Wen saw that everyone else had left and said mysteriously, Junior sister, I just lied because there were so many people talking. In fact, I haven't found my own way at all. Fang Shi raised an eyebrow, tell me in detail. Zhang Wen said noisily, I have been thinking about what my Tao is these past few days. After thinking about it, I think my Tao is you, my junior sister. You draw the path, and I'll just follow it. Then, a shining road appeared in front of me. The place was covered with flowers and was very flat, but I fell into the river while walking. I struggled so hard that I thought I was going to drown, but I suddenly became a spirit. Fang Zai's heart moved, you said you fell into the river. Is the water deep? Zhang Wen was terrified, It's deep, very deep. It must be more than 10 feet deep. Fang Shi looked at the small puddle that was only half a foot deep at most. Fifth brother, what's in that river? Water, all water. Fang Shi, I see your head is full of water. She held back, besides water. Zhang Wen shook his head. It was just water, nothing else I saw. Fang Shi was even more confused now. Didn't you see that huge Sanskrit word? And there are a total of 49 of them. The only thing she was sure of now was that Zhang Wen's ability to transform into a spirit was related to her little puddle, but she had no idea what exactly happened. Grandpa, do you know what's going on? Zhu Shihuan cleared his throat and said, you should be able to think independently and don't ask me everything. Fang Shi, I understand, you don't know either. Zhang Wen saw Fang Shi didn't speak for a while, so he asked, Junior sister, why don't you say anything? Is there something wrong with my cultivation? Fang Shi did not hide anything and told him everything. Zhang Wen immediately smiled happily. Junior sister, do you even need to ask this? We have a good relationship as brothers and sisters, so we are practicing the same path. Your way is my way, and my way is your way. So my cultivation has grown, and your cultivation has grown with it. Junior sister, we are going to make a fortune this time. Think about it, other people cultivate their Tao alone, but if we cultivate our Tao with two people, it will definitely be much faster than theirs. Others say that believing in Fang Shi will give you eternal life, but they're just talk. I am the only one who takes it to heart. Junior sister, you are my Tao. Fang Shi. What is all this mess? Just as she was speechless, Han Dun cried out, Master Shi, this is bad. Something big is going to happen. Fang Shi also felt something and immediately went into the yard and looked up at the sky. The rolling black clouds, mixed with the power of thunder and lightning, are sweeping towards this side. Fang Shi frowned, seeing that the situation was even more serious than last time. It was probably not going to end well. She turned to Zhang Wen and said, Fifth senior brother, you stay here to consolidate your realm. I'll go play with Wu and Jue. Although Zhang Wen was very worried, he also knew that he would be a burden even if he went with them, so he had to tell Fang Shi to be careful. Fang Shi agreed and hurried towards the mountain gate. Zhang Wen stood there and watched her go away, then slapped himself. Float, I told you to float. What qualifications do you have to float? When junior sister is in danger, aren't you still a waste? To become a god, you need the help of my junior sister. Without my junior sister, you are nothing. If you don't practice well, are you worthy of junior sister? Ellipsis. Zhang Wen scolded himself and went back to his room to practice. Keep practicing until you die. Fang Shi ran towards the mountain gate while sending a message to Sect Master Sima. On the one hand, he told him that he had led the dark clouds away, and on the other hand, he asked him to appease the Sect's disciples to avoid unrest. Because a similar incident had happened before, Sect leader Sima remained calm. After Fang Shi left the mountain gate, he tied himself to a wooden sword and flew dozens of miles in one breath. Just as she was about to make the wooden sword fly faster, she heard a loud thunder. Fang Shi thought, Wu Yunjue seems to be stupid. It is so far away from me, it will be useless even if you chop him. But when I turned around, I was dumbfounded. Wu Yunjue did not catch up, it was now attacking the Changsheng sect. Could it be that Wu Yunjue didn't see her? I thought she was still in the Changsheng sect. Fang Shi had no choice but to let the wooden sword fly back, and while flying he shouted to Wu Yunjue. Jue, you hit the wrong one. Jue, I'm here. Jue, are you blind? Ellipsis. She shouted for a long time, but Wu Yunjue was still attacking the Changsheng sect's protective formation. Fang Shi was both angry and anxious. Although the Changsheng sect's protective formation was powerful, it could not withstand Wu Yunjue's attack. Those people in the sect are not as resistant to lightning as her. A bolt of lightning might kill several of them. In a hurry, she thought of Bai Kai Lei. Come out and let it over here. Bai Kai Lei flew out reluctantly. Fengu, oh Fengu, are you stupid? Isn't it a good thing that Wu Yunjue is coming for you? Why bring disaster upon yourself? No matter how reluctant it was, it still tried its best to attract Wu Yunjue's hatred. Unfortunately, Wu Yunjue remained unmoved and continued to attack the Changsheng sect's protective formation. Fang Shi was very puzzled. Why did Wu Yunjue do this? What was its goal? Haoshan mirror. No, the Haoshan mirror is in her hand. Could it be those old ghosts from the Forbidden Guard realm? Or are they here for Jiting, this little chicken? No matter what, let's lure Wu Yunjue away first. Soon, Fang Shi arrived outside the mountain gate of Changsheng sect. She pointed at Wu Yunjue and said, Are you blind? Can't you see I'm here? Come and chop me. Wu Yunjue didn't react at all. Fang Shi said to Bai Kai Lei, Go and grab its grey wings. Bai Kai Lei. Do you really want me to die? Last time, Wu Yunjue was at the end of his strength. Now that he has sufficient lightning power, what difference would it make if I went up to him and was courting death? Under Fang Shi's repeated urging, Bai Kai Lei had to float into the air. Poor thing, it's not even 1% as powerful as Wu Yunjue. However, Wu Yunjue finally diverted his attention and struck Bai Kai Lei with a barrage of lightning. Bai Kai Lei couldn't hold on any longer after a while and returned to the Qiangyun hairpin in shame. At this time, Fang Shi shouted to Wu Yunjue. Jue, since you're not here to kill me, how about we make a deal? You have also seen that our Changsheng sect has a large protective formation. Even if you have sufficient thunder and lightning power, it will take a while to break it. It is such a waste of time. How about this, I'll call out the person you want to chop out and you can do whatever you want to him, as long as you let the Changsheng sect go. If you agree, hit me once, if you don't agree, hit me twice. After a moment, the dark cloud dove struck Fang Shi. Fang Shi smiled and said, I knew you were a smart cloud who knew how to weigh the pros and cons. Unlike my Bai Kai Lei, who is stupid and knows nothing. Bai Kai Lei. Fengu, can you say this with a clear conscience? That's right, she doesn't have that thing at all. Fang Shi actually wanted to delay time to make it easier for the Changsheng Sect's formation masters to repair the sect's protective formation. It was probably rare for Wu Yunjue to hear good words from Fang Shi, so she didn't interrupt her and let her talk on. Zhu Xuan said to Lin Xiangchuan with emotion. These days, not only do people want to hear nice words, but even dark clouds are no exception. Fortunately, I, the ancestor, never care about these things, so I won't be swayed by other people's words. Quote. Lin Xiangchuan. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1472. Who do you want to chop? Lin Xiangchuan said against his conscience. Old ancestor Zhu, you are indifferent to fame and fortune, so naturally you don't care about these things. Others don't have such a high level as you. Zhu Xuan felt that there was nothing wrong with what Lin Xiangchuan said and it was completely correct. Ogawa is indeed the person who knows him best. At this time, Fang Shi was still chatting with Wu Yunjue, from romance to poetry, from eating, drinking and having fun to life ideals. During the chat, always remember to provide Wu Yunjue with full emotional value. Wu Yunjue wanted to interrupt Fang Shi several times, but felt that it would be okay to let her speak a few more words. After all, it was rare to hear human words from her mouth. An hour passed while we were chatting. The Changsheng Sect's formation masters used this time to reinforce the protective formation. Finally, Wu Yunjue reluctantly struck Fang Shi with a bolt of lightning. It was not that it was reluctant to split Fang Shi, but that it was reluctant to end this pleasant one-sided dialogue. After Fang Shi avoided the thunderbolt from the dark clouds, he said, Xiao Jue, tell me, who do you want to strike? Wu Yunjue, if I could speak, I would have cursed your ancestors for 8 generations. Fang Shi slapped his forehead. That's right, you can't talk. Let me tell you the name, and if it's not the person you want to chop, you chop me. If I guess right, you can chop me twice, how about that? Seeing that Wu Yunjue didn't react, Fang Shi took it as its consent. So, he took out the roster of the Changsheng sect and started reading from the servants. Wu Yunjue didn't react at first, but after chopping Fang Shi dozens of times, he finally reacted. The little girl is stalling for time. What's even more infuriating is that although it had struck dozens of heavenly thunders before, Fang Shi dodged almost all of them because it just wanted to express its meaning, so it didn't take it too seriously. In other words, it not only wasted a lot of time, but also wasted a lot of lightning power. So insidious. It's so hard to guard against. Wu Yunjue was so angry that she attacked Fang Shi fiercely. What it didn't know was that this was also part of Fang Shi's plan. Anyway, all she did was to delay time and consume its lightning power. She had just soared to the 6th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm, and it was a good opportunity for her to use the power of thunder and lightning to consolidate her cultivation. If Wu Yunjue knew what she was thinking, she would be so angry that she would die. You just used me to become a Spirit some time ago, and now you want to use me to strengthen your cultivation. What do you take me for? Is this a tool to help you advance? Wu Yunjue got so angry that she beat Fang Shi, only to find that not only was she fine, but she became even more lively. Wu Yunjue advised herself not to fight with something that was not a human being. There was no need to do so. It's more important to do the right thing. So, it ignored Fang Shi and continued to chop the Changsheng sect's protective formation. Fang Shi stretched her neck and shouted, I won't tease you anymore, this time I'm serious, do you want to chop off the Sima sect leader? Sect Master Sima inside the mountain gate. Let's just say I didn't do anything that would anger the gods and people, why would the lightning strike me? Wu Yunjue ignored Fang Shi. Fang Shi continued to guess, Elder Bai. Elder Yin. All the past sect leaders and guardian elders. Ellipsis. Fang Shi guessed 13 times, and even the old skeleton said it, but Wen didn't react at all. Fang Shi thought, could it be a little chicken? She immediately said Jiting's alias, are you here to chop down Shi Yu? Jiting's heart was in his throat, but Wen Jue didn't react at all. Fang Shi was even more confused now. At this time, blood-devouring Huan said, could it be that he is here to chop down the Jun Wen kid? The noise he made when he transformed into a god was so huge that it was normal for him to attract a heavenly calamity, but this was too big a scene. I guess he's just relying on you, after all, he's your number 1 lackey. Fang Shi. She was too lazy to complain about Zhu Xuan's words, and her heart sank. Could it be that he is really coming for 5th brother? She didn't ask Wu Yunjue. Because once she asked the answer, she would be in a difficult situation. If Jun Wen wasn't told, the people of Changsheng Sect would think she had selfish motives. Jun Wen could tell that 5th senior brother's small body wouldn't be able to withstand a few bolts of lightning. Zhu Xuan said sourly, you were very clear when you talked about the others just now. You really have a special attitude towards Jun Wen. Fang Shi was somewhat speechless. Grandpa, how about I try your name? Maybe Wu Yunjue will be more interested in you. Zhu Shihuan, you're an unfilial thing. Instead of spending your time arguing with me, you might as well think about how to break the impasse. I think this Wu Yunjue is determined to kill Jun Wen, and it won't be fooled no matter how eloquent you are. Fang Shi was very worried. She never dreamed that one day she would worry about being struck by lightning. Ugh. It's all because her personal charm is too strong now, even Wu Yunjue is reluctant to chop her. Blood-devouring world. When Fang Shi was at a loss, Mu Jian, who had just regained his freedom a few days ago, said rudely, Master, I think we should let Tao out. Although there is only one body left, there are still 2 cores, which may be able to attract Wu Yunjue's attention. It's good to kill one of them, so they don't keep quarreling with each other. Tao Wu. Taoing. A bastard like you should be locked in a coffin forever. Fang Shi felt that what Mu Jian said made sense. After all, it was just to attract Wu Yunjue's attention. Besides, with her by his side, Tao would not be in danger. So, Tao was released. You know what, Wu Yunjue actually stopped, probably out of curiosity. However, he soon moved on to attack the Changsheng sect. Fang Shi had no choice but to put Tao back into the storage ring. Mu Jian continued to give Fang Shi bad advice. Master, didn't Commander Lu say that the Insect King is a specialty of the Illusion Sea? Why don't you release it? Maybe it can attract Huan Juice's attention. Insect King, percent and asterisk at hash percent. Fang Shi was now desperate and tried every possible means to help, so he released the Insect King immediately. The result was even worse than Tao. Wu Yunjue was not interested in him at all. After the Insect King was taken back into the Spirit Beast bag, he began to sing to the wooden sword. The lyrics are a bit dirty. Mu Jian didn't care at all and racked his brains to help Fang Shi come up with a solution. Finally, it came up with a great idea. Master, why don't you try to contract Wu Yunjue? Fang Shi. You really think highly of me? I guess I'll be chopped into ashes before I even get close to Wu Yunjue. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1473. It's really fun to follow Fang Go. Although Fang Shi thought that Mu Jian's idea was a bad one, after thinking about it, he felt that it could be used to his advantage. Thinking of this, she shouted to Wu Yunjue. Jue, it seems that easy talk is no longer enough. You have to force me to use my trump card. Wu Yunjue thought, a trump card? You can do nothing but talk nonsense. However, thinking of the loss it had suffered at the hands of Fang Shi, it became more vigilant. The next moment, Fang Shi said, you forced me to do this. I want to contract you. Wu Yunjue shuddered. It wasn't that it was afraid of Fang Shi contracting it, but it was too shocked. Crazy. The little girl must be crazy. Otherwise, why would he say such crazy things? Contract me. Just you. Are you dreaming? Fang Shi with arms akimbo. What, you think I'm bragging? Humph, let me ask you, is Bai Kai Lei your kind? Since I can contract it, I can naturally contract you. If you have the ability, don't run away. I will contract you right now. Fang Shi released the cabbage bomb as he spoke, then jumped up. On. Bai Kai Lei. Fang Go, if you want to die, don't hold me back. It's all Mu Jian's fault for his bad idea. I'll find a chance to chop it a few times to vent my anger. Although Bai Kai Lei was reluctant, he dared not disobey and had to fly towards Wu Yunjue. Wu Yunjue was a little confused, as it had never encountered such a thing before. By the time it reacted, Fang Shi was only a few feet away from it. Fang Shi bit her finger and looked like she really wanted to contract it. Wu Yunjue suddenly became angry and the lightning as thick as a millstone struck Fang Shi. Cabbage thunder flew away into the distance. It swore that it had never flown so fast in its life. It had just been struck by lightning. If it was struck by this lightning, it would probably be half dead. Fang Shi comforted him, don't worry, it's okay. After saying that, she quickly covered herself with a Faraday cage. Bai Kai Lei. Phoenix dog. You and I are at stake. Fortunately, the next moment, Fang Shi hid in the cage and threw a black iron wire towards the chasing lightning. As the black iron wire fell, some of the lightning power was also drawn down. Fang Shi's eyes suddenly lit up, and he started throwing the black iron wire at the lightning as a dart. While throwing, he added voice effects, view tilde 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 tilde, view, view, view. In a short while, the lightning as thick as a millstone was consumed. Fang Shi put her hands on her hips and said, Xiao Jue, just tell me if I'm accurate in dart shooting. What's that? Hitting the target from 100 paces away, what's that? They're all my little brothers to me. Wu Yunjue was almost angry to death. Insult. What an insult. Are you accurate in shooting darts? I'll strike you with dozens of lightning bolts at once, and let's see how accurate you are. Thinking of this, he chopped Fang Shi with a bang. Bai Kai Lei was almost scared to death. Phoenix dog. You bastard, you are trying to kill me. Just as it was thinking, Fang Shi said to it with his spiritual sense, Xiao Pao Kai, do you want to get a few more grey wings? Bai Kai Lei. It was already too much for you to call me Bai Kai Lei, and now you are calling me Xiao Kai. Do you really think I dare not do anything to you? If you want, you can cut off one of its grey wings right now, so that it will mistakenly think that you are trying to save yourself by cutting off your tail. Then we can strike back and snatch 8 or 10 of its grey wings back. Bai Kai Lei. Are you sure it's a counterattack and not a last gasp? Although Bai Kai Lei felt that Fang Shi was courting death, he still did it subconsciously. The main reason is that it really wants to grab a few more grey wings. It's had enough of this weak life. As the great god of thunder, he shouldn't live such a miserable life. It has to work hard. It's going to get stronger. Bai Kai Lei reluctantly cut off a grey wing, then pretended to run away in a panic. Wu Yunjue was surprised and happy. I didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain this time. He immediately flew towards Grey Wing impatiently. As for Changsheng Sect and Fang Shi, how could they be as important as Haoyi? Take back this Grey Wing first, and then continue to chop it. It won't take much time anyway. Because Bai Kai Lei abandoned Huiyi in a relatively low position, Wu Yunjue could only lower his altitude. Just as it approached Grey Wing and was about to merge, Cabbage Thunder rushed towards it at an extremely fast speed and drilled into the cloud core. At the same time, Fang Shi threw out a black iron coil to wrap around the Grey Wing, and pulled it down hard. Are you kidding? How can you take back something that is in my hands? Go dream. Because the accident happened so quickly, Wu Yunjue didn't have time to react. By the time it came to its senses, Bai Kai Lei had already cut off its connection with the Grey Wings with a crackling sound, then drilled out of the cloud core and ran away while grabbing the Grey Wings. After it lowered its altitude, Fang Shi grabbed the Grey Wing it had abandoned and jumped onto it. Go. Bai Kai Lei kicked up his heels and ran away. Stimulate. It's so exciting. It's really fun to follow Fengu. Wu Yunjue, who had recovered from his shock, was almost going crazy. What Changsheng Sect? It just wants to kill Fang Shi now. Either she dies today or it dies. Only one can survive anyway. Bai Kai Lei's speed increased a lot because he had merged with a few Grey Wings. Coupled with his desire to escape, he flew so fast. As a result, Wu Yunjue had to chase for dozens of miles before he caught up. Bai Kai Lei quickly slipped back into the Xiangyin hairpin. It's not that it's deserting the battlefield, but it's been weak for a while since it merged with Grey Wing, so it has all but not the strength. Fenggu, you're on your own. Fang Shi had no choice but to take out the Faraday cage and cover himself inside. But this trick is not very useful now. Wu Yunjue has learned how to crack it. It hacked at the ground around the cage, and it almost fell into the crack. Fang Shi quickly got out of the cage and ran away. Jue, you are so unreasonable. You didn't come here to chop me down this time. Why are you chasing me to chop me down? Go back and chop the Shangsheng sect. Wu Yunjue. Why did I chop you? Don't you know? You brought this upon yourself. Although Fang Shi runs quite fast, he is not as fast as lightning. Soon, he was hit dozens of times. She couldn't bear it anymore. But this time, Qiongqi said, Master is in trouble. As a spiritual pet I must step forward. Master, I will share your burden. It felt that it would have to go out sooner or later, so it might as well take the initiative and make up for its last mistake. Fang Shi really had no other choice but to release Qiongqi. The golden pigs also volunteered, so Fang Shi simply released them all at once. This way, she can have some breathing space. The veteran spirit pets are fine. After all, they have experienced such things before. Newbies like Chongwang, Taowing, and Chaos are both afraid and regretful. If they had known that they would be struck by lightning if they followed their unscrupulous master, they would never have followed her. But it's too late to say anything now. We are all in the same boat and can only bear it. As for Commander Lu, he was almost frightened to death. No wonder this damn girl dared to curse the way of heaven and said that she was the master of the two worlds. She even dared to steal Wu Yun's things. This courage is bigger than a millstone when bride. Commander Lu had some ulterior motives before, but now he has straightened out all his values. He is guilty. He feels sorry for the people of Juyu continent. He wants to atone. He wants to mend his ways and start a new life. This is not cowardice, this is the inspiration of morality, this is the call of love. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1474 Xiaojue, you cry so beautifully. Commander Lu's love for his disciple is overflowing at this moment, and his thoughts are clearer than ever. He said to Fang Shi, I have seen lightning strike several times in the polar ice fields. I found that the power of lightning cannot penetrate under the ice. Don't you have a lot of ice? Hide yourself in it. Fang Shi. Is this okay? But ice does not seem to be a conductor. The prerequisite is pure ice. But at this time, there is no time to study whether it is pure or not. She took out all the ice from the polar ice sheet. Wow, what a huge iceberg. She collected her spirit pets, crawled in through the gap, and then blocked the gap with ice. Wu Yunjue, who was so angry that BNZ flew away, said, No, how come a huge iceberg appeared here in just a short while? Could it be that that damn girl knew how to move thousands of miles? Although it was very puzzled, it still struck towards the iceberg. It cannot be said that it has no effect at all. After all, there are some impurities inside the iceberg, and the connection is not that tight, so there are still some loopholes. However, only a few thunder and lightning powers can reach Fang Shi. Fang Shi's little tail suddenly stood up. Xiaojue, hit me. Why don't you try your best to chop me? I'll dodge, I'm not the lord of the 9 netherworlds. Xiaojue, your lightning power is too weak, it's like tickling me. Xiaojue, why don't you learn your lesson? Xiao Pakai snatched several grey wings from you last time, and this time you contributed several more. You were such a helpful and kind-hearted person. Ellipsis. Wu Yunjue was so angry that he was shaking. It was obviously very careful, so how come it still got tricked by that little girl? What went wrong? After a while, it calmed down. Since I can't kill that little girl, I'll go back and continue to kill the Changsheng sect. So it flew back. I had just flown a short distance when I heard Fang Shi shouting from behind. Jue, I don't think hiding is heroic, I decided to fight you head on. Come, chop me, if I hide, I'm a dog. Wu Yunjue was delighted and flew back quickly, condensing almost all the remaining lightning power into a bolt of lightning that struck Fang Shi. As a result, Fang Shi slipped back into the iceberg, and the golden pig who stayed outside quickly blocked the entrance with ice. Almost as soon as it blocked the hole, lightning struck. The golden pig was instantly chopped apart. It feels that it is so great. It is responsible for all the dirty work. That Chaos keeps saying he wants to do dirty work, but what the hell does he do? Because this lightning carried too much lightning power, even though most of it was blocked outside the iceberg, Fang Shi was still struck very painfully. If it weren't for the 5 dog spirit roots in her danshan forming a star array, cracks would surely appear in her danshan again. The little black ball quickly released the chaotic energy, and Fang Shi took the opportunity to practice the chaos art. Unfortunately he did not suffer any serious injuries. She thought to herself, what a close call, what a close call. She had just repaired her damaged meridians when she discovered a river of water flowing outside. The iceberg melted. It's not that hot, why is it melting so quickly? When I looked closely, I found that it was Wu Yunjue who was crying. I cried so hard that it was pouring down like rain. How can it be such a bad word? Fang Shi curled her lips. You are a dark cloud, but your mental quality is so poor. Isn't it shameful? Besides, I didn't do anything excessive to you, did I? Didn't I just control you for a few hours and steal a few of your grey wings? Not worth mentioning at all. She emerged from the iceberg and said with a smile. Xiaojue, you cry so beautifully. Wu Yunjue could no longer bear this kind of humiliation and flew away trembling. Phoenix dog. Just wait for me. I will come back again. The reason why it also called Fang Shi Fenggu was because Fang Shi said just now that if she avoided her, she would be a dog. I have to say that Wu Yun's thought processes are all similar. When Fang Shi saw Wu Yunjue flying away, he slowly put the iceberg into his storage ring. Is this an iceberg? This is a life-saving weapon. Sure enough, the biggest secret to success is to have a pair of eyes that are good at finding wool. Zhu Xuan said with a click of his tongue. Old Liu Tu finally did something humane, but he did it to protect himself. Don't be so stupid as to open your heart to him. Fang Shi felt that the degree of compatibility between herself and the word, silly, should be negative. As she thought about it, she said to Commander Lu. Master, this time I am grateful to you for coming up with a plan to deal with the situation, otherwise I might be in trouble. From now on, I will be filial to you, and you can just wait and enjoy the happiness. Commander Lu thought to himself, enjoy life. Is it a blessing to be cut into pieces just because nothing happened? He would have said this in the past, but now, he is a mature master and naturally would not say such spoiling words. Shaoxi, as a teacher, this is what I should do. Are you okay? Fang Shi. Is it raining red? Why did Lao Liatu's painting style suddenly change? Blood-devouring Huan curled his lips. Is there any need to ask? You must have been frightened by the scene just now. He is the commander-in-chief of an army, but he is so easily frightened. He is far worse than me in this respect. I have never known what fear is in my life. The worst that can happen is death. What is there to be afraid of? Fang Shi thought, there is really nothing to be afraid of. After all, you are just a soul now. Fang Shi originally wanted to ride the Cabbage Thunder back to show off, but it turned out that the Cabbage Thunder was dormant. It is probably because there are too many grafted grey wings and some of them cannot bear it. Qiongqi's chicken wings have not recovered, so it cannot be used as a mount. Mu Jian suggested that Fang Shi ride the Insect King back. Fang Shi. I, the dignified lord of the 9 netherworlds, am riding a grasshopper. I don't want to be an idol anymore. Finally, Fang Shi released Ajin and let it carry him. The golden-winged eagle in the late stage of the spiritual transformation stage looks pretty good. Fang Shi sat on Da Jin's back and sighed. Da Jin, are you missing your wife and children in the Haoshan mirror? I see you are getting thinner day by day. Da Jin. Why am I so thin? Don't you know? Aren't you hungry yet? However, it is true that I miss my wife and children. Although he is happy to be a father, a stepfather is still a father, and no one can stop his overflowing fatherly love. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1475. Even the dogs passing by have to shout wang 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 to me. Fang Shi saw from a distance that Sect Master Sima and others were waiting eagerly outside the mountain gate. She said to Bloodthirster. Grandpa, do you think my prestige has reached a new height? I guess even the dogs passing by will shout, wang wang wang, to me. Blood-devouring world. If a dog doesn't bark, does it meow? This girl is good in every way except that she is too boastful. She is not like him at all. He has always been very humble and low-key. But this time, Sect Master Sima choked up and said. General Feng, you have single-handedly resisted the might of the heavenly thunder and saved our Changsheng sect from danger. Please accept our respect. After saying that, he was the first to kneel down. Seeing this, others quickly followed suit. Lin Xiangchuan couldn't help feeling a little sour in his heart. His 4 stupid disciples would never be able to have such foresight in their entire lives. He had previously planned to accept Elder Huai as his disciple, and now he is even more determined. He decided to talk about this with Feng Shi in a few days. Feng Shi said to Sima Zhongshu and others. I am the 3rd-generation ancestor of the Changsheng sect. I should devote myself to the sect. You don't have to do this. Get up. Sect leader Sima flattered himself for a while before he stood up. Because Elder Yin was Feng Shi's master, he did not kneel with the others. He felt relieved when he saw that Feng Shi did not seem to be seriously injured. Shaoxi, who is the thunder coming to strike? Hearing his words, everyone looked at Feng Shi. Feng Shi. Among all her masters, in terms of stupidity, Elder Yin could definitely be ranked first based on his strength. It's really hard to pick up any pot. Even if you ask me in secret using telepathy, that's fine. When Feng Shi was thinking about what to say, Elder Bai said. I guess they're coming for the Enlightenment platform. I remember that once upon a time, the Wadao platform was struck by lightning, and it was quite serious. Tiandao failed to completely destroy the Wadao platform last time, so it made a comeback this time. This is no wonder. The Enlightenment platform is the place where the founder of our Changsheng sect ascended to heaven. It may contain the secret of ascension. The heavenly Tao will naturally not allow the secret to be leaked, so it has repeatedly sent down thunder from the sky. Feng Shui, am I right? Feng Shi looked at Elder Bai approvingly. Li Chen, you are right. After my probing, I found that Wu Yunjue is indeed heading for the Enlightenment platform. However, don't worry too much. I have already told it that I have figured out the secret of the ascension of the Enlightenment platform. Even if it comes again, it will only kill me and not you. Elder Bai. You are really good at climbing up the pole. While thinking this in his heart, he said, General Feng is righteous. Everyone followed suit and gave a wave of flattery. Of course, a smart person like Sect Master Sima naturally did not believe this statement, and even guessed that the thunder from the sky might have been caused by Zheng Wen. But no one would be so stupid as to say it out loud. Besides, Wu Yunjue has run away, so this matter should be over. There is no need to offend Feng Shui. All I can say is that under absolute strength, everyone is so understanding. Elder Yin sighed sincerely. Shaoxi, you are too competitive. You want to handle everything by yourself. Zhu Shihuan said to Feng Shi. Tell me what you were thinking at that time. Why did you accept a fool as your master? Feng Shi thought, I don't want to either, but who can resist an old senior who is so enthusiastic about helping the enemy? Zhu Xuan said again, why didn't I see that silly boy Zheng Wen? He used to be the most cheerful one, why didn't he even show up today? Feng Shi then realized that Jiang Ji and the others were all there, only Zheng Wen was not there. She suddenly felt a little uneasy, because with Junwen's personality, no matter how big the matter was, it was not as important as her safety. He would definitely come over as soon as possible to confirm whether she was safe. There can only be one reason why he didn't come now, and that is that he can't come. Thinking of this, Fang Shi hurriedly said something to everyone, took out the wooden sword, and rushed towards Junwen's yard. Because she was in such a hurry, she didn't even bother to fasten her seatbelt. Fortunately, the wooden sword was more reliable this time. Although it flew crookedly, at least Fang Shi was not allowed to fall. Soon, Fang Shi arrived at Junwen's yard. As soon as I opened the door, I saw an old skeleton with a solemn face. Of course, it's mainly because Fang Shi has more dealings with skeletons, otherwise it would be hard to tell whether it's solemn or not. Then, Fang Shi saw Junwen, who was meditating and regulating his breathing. Junwen's face was extremely pale, with blood stains at the corners of his mouth and on his clothes. Fang's eyes heart tightened, and he whispered to the old skeleton. Senior, what happened? What happened to my fifth brother? According to the old skeleton, he saw that the red smoke carp in the fish pond had grown fat, so he kindly wanted to let them move more and quickly restore their slim shape. So began catching fish for fun. He was having a great time catching them when he heard Junwen scream. When he rushed over, Junwen had already vomited blood and fainted. After he gave Junwen the pill, Junwen woke up and began to meditate and regulate his breathing. The old skeleton said to Fang Shi, "This kid probably advanced too quickly, his state of mind couldn't keep up, and he went astray during his training." Fang Shi felt that this reason was not very reliable, because Junwen followed her everywhere, and with his current state of mind, there would be no problem reaching the third level of the spiritual transformation, let alone the late stage of the spiritual transformation. I can only wait until Junwen finishes his breathing exercises to find out what exactly happened. After a while, Jiang Ji and others also hurried over. Fang Shi was afraid that it would affect Junwen's breathing, so he asked Old Skeleton to send everyone away and only kept Elder Bai and Ji Ting. Since these two are well informed, maybe they can help. Elder Yin feels so sad. But it was difficult to say anything at this time, and I felt very suffocated. So, he looked at Sect Leader Sima with displeasure. Sect Leader Sima was suddenly startled and quickly found an excuse to run away. Just kidding, if he didn't run, this person would probably call him, Sima Kid, in public. He has to save face too, okay. On Fang Shi's side, after waiting for a long time, Junwen finally finished regulating his breathing and opened his eyes. Although his face was still a little pale, he seemed to be in good spirits. Junior sister, you're back. I knew Wen Jue couldn't do anything to you. I hate that I didn't go outside the mountain gate to help you record your triumphant appearance. Fang Shi felt warm in her heart. Even at this time, fifth senior brother also wanted to take a picture of her. What a touching brother-sister relationship. Zhu Shihuan, is this so touching? You were too easily moved. Fang Shi pretended she heard nothing because she knew her cheap grandfather must be being jealous again. Fifth brother, it doesn't matter whether you take a picture or not, what are you doing? Junwen scratched his head and said in confusion. I do not know either. After you left, I wanted to work hard, so I started practicing as soon as I entered the room. I don't know what happened, but after practicing for a while, my sea of consciousness began to tremble, and I vomited blood, and then I didn't know anything. After listening to Junwen's words, Elder Bai and Ji Ting both agreed with Old Skull and felt that Junwen had gone astray. Fang Shi felt that this was not the case, but he couldn't figure it out. At this time, Commander Lu said, I do have a guess, but I don't know if it's right, and I don't know whether I should say it. Fang Shi, Master, if you have something to say, just say it. Compared to your current hesitancy, I still prefer your previous rebelliousness. Real Dog, Chapter 1476 My Way, My Way. Commander Lu didn't want to waste time on this, but he had just been strongly stimulated. It's not that he's afraid of death. Just not willing to give in. On the one hand, he didn't want to die with the blame, on the other hand, he really wanted to know whether there was a third party and why the other party did this. So, he decided to strategically avoid it. As the saying goes, there is a long time to come, so there is no need to fight for a short-term win or loss. He thought about his words and then said, You brothers and sisters are practicing the same path, so there will be a chain reaction. You were struck half to death by Wu Yunjue, so Junwen vomited blood. By the way, your cultivation level soared by 3 levels before, probably because of Junwen's help. Fang Shi said doubtfully. According to you, the path that everyone in this world practices is unique. Why do I hear that this thing is like the sword? Although there are many ways, there are also many ways of collision. Commander Lu, is it okay to crash into the road? However, what Fang Shi said is indeed correct. Although there are many kinds of Tao, in fact many people practice the same Tao. For example, the way of indifference, the way of selflessness, the way of life and death, the way of alchemy, the way of talismans, etc. Each path has many people who have gained insights and practiced it. I have never heard of anyone becoming grasshoppers on the same road just because they practice the same path. He thought for a moment and said, Although there are many people who cultivate the same path, they all have their own insights. Junwen was lazy and directly copied your path, so it is different from others. Fang Shi asked, Master, why did Wu Yunjue want to kill my 5th senior brother? Commander Lu, maybe he took a shortcut to achieve his spiritual transformation, so he was not tolerated by the heavenly Tao. Fang Shi felt that what Commander Lu said made some sense, but it didn't seem to make that much sense. But one thing is certain, she and Junwen did establish some kind of connection. When one is prosperous, both are prosperous, when one is lost, both are harmed. When Fang Shi told Junwen about Commander Lu's guess, Junwen was so happy that he couldn't find his way around. Junior sister, does this mean that we are tied together? Even if you want to abandon me, you can't. I never dreamed that there would be such a good thing. Fang Shi, fifth brother, shouldn't you worry about being struck by lightning in the future? Zhang Wen didn't care. Just chop me down, what do I have to be afraid of with my little junior sister here? However, junior sister, you must take me with you wherever you go in the future. We can't give Wenjur a chance to take advantage of us. Fang Shi, okay. After a while, Zhang Wen said proudly. Junior sister, I said before that if the two of us build a path together, it would definitely be much faster than if we build it alone. Now it seems that my guess was correct. I can't even imagine how high our cultivation would be if we both worked harder. Maybe in 3 or 2 months I can reach the 9th level of the Spirit Transformation Realm. By then, you will be the best fighter in the 9 Nether Continent, and I will be the second best fighter in the 9 Nether Continent. As he said this, he stretched out his right hand, and Fang Shi also stretched out his right hand. The two of them hit each other 3 times in a row. Brothers and sisters work together, and their power can break through metal. Commander Lu saw their heartless appearance and couldn't help but said, "You two are only thinking about the benefits, and not the disadvantages." Fang Shi raised an eyebrow. The downside. Isn't it just being struck by lightning? What else is there to be bad about? Commander Lu sighed. A path that is not recognized by heaven is doomed to not last long. If it were in the Juyu continent, it would be fine, but if it were in the Tiank continent, the upper limit of your cultivation would definitely be very low. Fang Shi laughed after listening to it. What does it matter whether that bastard Tiandao admits it or not? I wish it wouldn't admit it. I am the master of my own way. Commander Lu. You are so crazy. You decide what's your way. What's wrong? Do you still want to kick down the heavenly Dao and replace it? Do you think that just by cheating Wuyunjua, you can be equal to the heavenly Dao? It's simply wishful thinking. Of course, I just thought about it in my mind and didn't dare say it out loud. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Fang Shi didn't continue the topic. After she confirmed again that Zhang Wen was fine, she reported to Jiang Ji and the others that he was safe, and then returned to her own yard to meditate and regulate her breathing. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed, and Fang Shi's cultivation had become stable. She called together Sect Master Sima and others for a meeting. She asked Sect Master Sima to simultaneously transmit the content of the meeting to the leaders of the 4 major sects in the Northern Territory, the Fang Protector of the Yunsha sect, as well as the Demon Emperor, the Yan Emperor and others. Sect leader Sima was so busy doing splits while holding a communication talisman. However, he also knew that this was Fang Shi's respect for him. After all, it was easy for mistakes to occur in the communication process. He clearly said the city gate tower, but it turned out to be the hip axis. Fang Shi first asked about the current progress of the various camps of the Shenyan army, and then said, "The only variable now is whether there is a third-party force, and whether this third-party force will tell the Tiank League about the current situation of the Juyu continent. However, based on my experience dealing with the Tiank Alliance, even if a third-party force tells them the truth, they will think it is an exaggeration and the Juyu continent will still be vulnerable. Because they look down on us, the 9 Nether continent, in their bones. They have a foolish sense of superiority. Jiting and Commander Lu. However, they also thought that Fang Shi was right. Even if the forces behind Shen Jilin reported it, the Tiank League would not take it seriously. Just like when Jiting first came down, he was arrogant enough to report his real name, which shows how arrogant the people of Tiank League are. But this time, Fang Shi continued. In addition, I think the third party will most likely not reveal the matter to the Tiank Alliance, because they would rather see our 2 continents suffer losses. Based on this speculation, I think we can take the initiative. My idea is to choose a soul projection channel, open it, lure the people from Tiank League in, and then close the door and beat the dog. In order to paralyze the enemy, they would pretend to be defeated in the first few battles, and then annihilate them in one fell swoop after their main force entered the Juyu continent. Although it was only the projection of their soul that died, their real body's consciousness would also be damaged, and they would not dare to attack again for at least several years. We can use the time we have gained to continue to strengthen ourselves. Even if they come back again, they will only bring about their own destruction. Do you think this plan will work? After a heated discussion, most people felt that Fang Shi's plan was feasible, but there were 7 channels for soul projection, so which one should they choose to open? Fang Shi curled her lips. Of course it's the polar ice field. Everyone. Didn't you just come back from there? You set up 3 lines of defense, so why did you choose that place as the first battlefield? Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1478. He would rather be a little chicken than a broken brick. The leader of the Tiank Alliance appointed the right protector Gongsun Qian as the commander-in-chief to lead 1,000,000 cultivators to attack the Juyu continent, and he was bound to occupy the Juyu continent in the shortest time possible. Although the right protector Gongsun Qian did not take the Juyu continent seriously, he was still cautious compared to other people in the Tiank League. He did not rashly send everyone to the Juyu continent, but instead sent his trusted Lieutenant General Lu to lead the vanguard battalion to enter the Juyu continent to investigate the situation. After the investigation is clear, make follow-up arrangements. Deputy General Lu was actually a little nervous. Although in his inherent cognition, the Juyu continent was a place where he could get whatever he wanted, after all, seeing is believing, and he still couldn't be careless. Old dog. Chapter 1477. The war is coming. Fang Shi didn't initially think of the polar ice field as his first choice, but after some consideration, he still felt that the polar ice field was the most suitable. First of all, the fact that the leader of the Bird Alliance sent Wu down showed that he didn't expect Ji Ting to succeed at all, and opening the entrance to the polar ice field was more credible. Secondly, since the goal is to lure the enemy deep into our territory and the polar ice field is sparsely populated, it is normal even if no one discovers the whereabouts of the Tiank Alliance. Finally, if you want to close the door and beat the dog, you naturally need someone to close the door, and Wuming City is just the right place to ambush people. As for the issue of hiding the Nameless City, it was left to Commander Lu to handle. Since he could hide the formation that suppressed the aura of death, hiding the Nameless City would naturally not be a big problem. After Fang Shi expressed his idea, everyone suddenly realized it and began to discuss the details. The first thing is to dispatch personnel. The polar ice sheet is geographically remote, and it will take some time just to dispatch personnel. Secondly, there are many ice-type monsters living in the polar ice sheets, and we have to find a way to accommodate them in advance. In Fang Shi's opinion, even if they're rat cubs from the Jiu continent, they're still his own family and must not die at the hands of the Bird Alliance. Finally, the question is how to lure the enemy deep into our territory without causing casualties. This is a big problem. Finally, Fang Shi came up with a dirty trick, faking his death. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting. Of course, if you want to make the other party believe, in addition to creating an illusion, you also have to infiltrate the enemy and spread public opinion. In addition to the little chicken's shining return, the key character Anma will also appear. When everyone was wondering who would play the role of Anmu, Fang Shi pointed at himself and said, "I'll do it." She had searched Anmu's soul and knew everything about him, so she was not afraid of being questioned. As for gender and appearance, that was not a problem. The disguise method she learned from Zhu Xiao of the Wango Immortal Sect was very useful. Although everyone didn't want Fang Shi to put herself in danger, she was indeed the most suitable candidate. However, she, the Lord of the Nine Netherworlds, has gone undercover in the enemy's place. Who will command the Hidden God Army? Because the battlefield was set in the Northern Territory, Fang Shi proposed that Hunyuan Sect's leader Bailey Muchen be the chief commander, Elder Bai, Yunsha Sect's guardian deity, and Old Man Chai from the demon clans Lang Yinyuan be deputy commanders, and the others serve as military advisors. Bailey Muchen, who was receiving the news simultaneously, never dreamed that Fang Shi would let him be the head coach. He quickly refused on the grounds that he was not capable enough. Even though he has been practicing very hard recently, and has received Fang Zai's gift package as a disciple, he has only just advanced to the 5th level of the spiritualization realm. How can he be qualified to be a commander? Fang Shi smiled and said, "Master Bailey, as the leader of Hunyuan Sect, your ability is unquestionable. Furthermore, you are very familiar with the situation in the Northern Territory, which is very helpful for troop deployment. Master Bailey, I know you are upset about Shen Jilin's matter, and you need a hearty victory to vent. Jiu continent also needs you to stand up, so don't shirk it." When Bailey Muchen heard Fang Shi's words, he burst into tears. He thought that it was great that Fang Shi could put aside the past grudges and acknowledge him as her master. He didn't even expect Fang Shi to care about him much. After all, he had let her down. As a result, not only did she not have any grudges, but she also strongly recommended him to be the commander-in-chief of the Shenyan army. How could he not be moved? He choked up and said, "Shashi, since you've said that, as the saying goes, a man will die for his friend. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I won't let you down." Fang Shi immediately said a few polite words to appease him. In addition to the reasons just mentioned, there is another reason why she chose Bailey Muchen to be the commander-in-chief, that is, people like Sima Sect Master, Demon Emperor, and Yan Emperor have to stay at home. Although according to the existing intelligence, the Tiank Alliance has no other channels to enter the Jiu continent, but what if? Each major force must have someone stay behind so that they can deal with any unexpected events. In addition, troops must be stationed at the other 6 soul projection channels, and these all require manpower. After searching around, Bailey Muchen is indeed the most suitable person. He is not only capable, but also thoughtful enough. The key is that he is not as kind as Xiao Beidao. If you want to achieve great things, you have to be ruthless and able to make decisions quickly. After determining the general tone, Fang Shi just took matters into his own hands. She couldn't just hold on forever. After all, she still had to go to Tiank continent, so it was time for others to take on the responsibility. They all have this ability, but they have previously focused their energy on infighting. All major forces heard the news and began preparations. Fang Shi took Jiting and Jun Wen to the polar ice field. You feel happy when you hear this. If he and junior sister didn't share the same fate, junior sister would definitely abandon him this time. What he chose was not only the path of cultivation, but also a road to heaven. Hao Da and the others never dreamed that Fang Shi would come back and attack them. They were still wondering in their hearts, did the female devil change her mind? Did she want their lives? Fang Shi briefly explained the situation and then asked them. I'll give you 2 choices. One is to separate a part of your soul, and then use your real body to attack the people of Tiank League. Sacrifice your small self for the greater self. The other option is to hide in my spirit beast bag, and I will find an excuse to fool him. Without exception, all of them chose the latter. What a joke. Even if they really have the spirit of sacrifice, it won't get to that point. Those humans and demons are alive and well, why should they be made to sacrifice? Fang Shi didn't expect them to make sacrifices, he just wanted to prevent them from complaining after being kept in captivity. After settling Hao Da and the others, Fang Shi entered Wuming City and told Senior Wuming about what happened. Although Senior Wuming cannot speak, judging from his emotional feedback, he is very willing to cooperate. However, he had just transformed into a spirit and the nameless city was badly damaged, so he moved very slowly. Fang Shi was not in a hurry. After all, she still had to go back and bring in the ambush men. These people are mainly the old ghosts in the Forbidden Realm, as well as the direct disciples of Changsheng Sect, Northern Territory, and Demon Clan Lang Yinyuan. The old ghosts are mainly responsible for the formation. They are required to complete both opening and closing the soul projection channel. All the disciples of Fang Shi's direct descendants, obedient and energetic, and they're most suitable for closing the door and beating the dog. These disciples were so excited that they dreamed of fighting alongside Fang Shi. Fang Shi first asked everyone to set up a hidden formation according to Commander Lu's instructions to hide the nameless city. After several verifications by everyone and confirmation that there was no problem, Fang Shi ordered people to open the soul projection channel. Although normally, in order to open the soul projection channel, one needs to kill many people or monsters, but Fang Shi thought of an alternative method. She used the leaves of the origin breathing vine as a substitute for the living sacrifice, and then violently destroyed the formation that suppressed the deadly aura, and the deadly aura began to escape. Although Nameless City is also within the range of the deathly aura, Feng Shi had people set up a formation with magic stones in advance and let the old skeleton be in charge, so there will be no problems in the short term. Feng Shi also left Zhang Wen in Wuming City. Zhang Wen said that the eldest brother was not happy. What about the agreement that we would never be separated? However, after Feng Shi communicated with him in secret, he happily stayed. Because Feng Shi told him that Wuming City was of vital importance and she had to keep someone she could rely on. She didn't trust anyone else except him. After pacifying Zhang Wen, Feng Shi took Ji Ting to the soul projection channel to wait for the opportunity. According to Ji Ting, although the projection of the soul is also afraid of the aura of death, it is much better than the main body. As long as the concentration is not too high and the time is not too long, there will be no problem. Although a lot of dead air escaped from the soul projection channel, the polar ice field is so large after all, the concentration is not very high. At this time, the Tiank Alliance also received the good news that the soul projection channel was opened. Those who were chosen to enter the Jiyu continent were very excited. In their eyes, the cultivators of the Nine Nether continent were just a bunch of ants. Killing them was as easy as killing a chicken. In at least half a year and at most 3 years, they will be able to completely occupy the Jiyu continent. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1476 My Way, My Way. Real dog. Chapter 1478 He would rather be a little chicken than a broken brick. The leader of the Tiank Alliance appointed the Right Protector Gongsun Qian as the commander-in-chief to lead 1,000,000 cultivators to attack the Jiyu continent, and he was bound to occupy the Jiyu continent in the shortest time possible. Although the Right Protector Gongsun Qian did not take the Jiyu continent seriously, he was still cautious compared to other people in the Tiank League. He did not rashly send everyone to the Jiyu continent, but instead sent his trusted Lieutenant General Lu to lead the vanguard battalion to enter the Jiyu continent to investigate the situation. After the investigation is clear, make follow-up arrangements. Deputy General Lu was actually a little nervous. Although in his inherent cognition, the Jiyu continent was a place where he could get whatever he wanted, after all, seeing is believing, and he still couldn't be careless. However, the moment I saw, and Wu, and Ji Ting after the teleportation, this worry instantly disappeared. Lu Jun, greet the Master Secret Envoy. Feng Shi thought, it seems that An Wu's status is quite high. Indeed, the Shadow Guard Battalion is the confidant of the leader of the Bird Alliance, and An Wu is rank high, so he is naturally the object of flattery. Especially since he has opened the soul projection channel, his ranking might be improved from Dark 5 to Dark 1. As she thought about it, she said coldly, no need to be polite. Deputy General Lu nodded perfunctorily to Ji Ting, Elder Ji. Ji Ting. You obviously don't take me seriously. Sure enough, what the female devil said was right. I was just a broken brick that started a discussion. Moreover, I failed to successfully open the soul projection channel, so my status became even more worrying. Once again, he felt how wise it was to abandon darkness and turn to light. He would rather be a chicken than a broken brick. At this time, Feng Shi asked Deputy General Lu, briefly tell me how the leader arranged it. Deputy General Lu immediately told him everything he knew, and it can be said that he told him everything he knew. After all, in his opinion, An Wu is the leader's confidant, so naturally there is nothing to hide. Feng Shi listened, nodded, and then looked at Ji Ting. Protector Ji, please tell Deputy General Lu about our situation. Ji Ting immediately said according to the lines Feng Shi had designed in advance. The Nine Nether continent is now completely different from before. Not only do they know about the existence of our Tiank League, but they also chose a yellow-haired girl named Feng Shi as their leader. The other 6 soul projection channels were strictly guarded by them, and I almost fell into her trap. Fortunately, the leader of the alliance had the foresight to send Lord An Wu over. We killed a large number of ice monsters and used their vitality to open the soul projection channel here. Deputy General Lu was very surprised. You said that the people of Jiyu continent not only know us, but also formed an alliance with us. Ji Ting nodded. Yes, I don't know how they found out, but now we have formed an alliance. Deputy General Lu, don't blame me for being nagging. You have to be vigilant and don't take it lightly. The polar ice field has an extremely cold climate, and there used to be many ice-type monsters there, so the ants from the Jiyu continent rarely set foot here. But if we leave the polar ice sheet, we must be extremely careful. After all, they have the advantage of geographical location. Even if we have the ability to resurrect, we will fall into their trap if we are not careful. If you are careless, don't blame me for speaking harshly, your vanguard camp will be completely destroyed. I think it would be better if you send someone to spy on the situation first, and make further plans after the army arrives. Don't be too eager for success and attack rashly. Deputy General Lu felt that Ji Ting's words were very harsh and snorted coldly. Master Ji, you are encouraging others and destroying our own prestige. Even if the ants of the Nine Nether continent know of our existence, what does it matter? They don't know how to crack our resurrection method, and their cultivation and knowledge cannot compare to ours. I'm not bragging, our 10,000 people are enough to match their 1 million. If you don't believe me, I'll put my words here. Within a month, I will lead the vanguard camp to capture most of the northern region. Ji Ting looked a little embarrassed and a little resentful, but he didn't say anything. Deputy General Lu obviously didn't care whether he was happy or not, and turned to Feng Shi and said, Master Secret Envoy, I plan to capture the area near the polar ice field first after all the vanguard camps are teleported here, and then attack the beast-taming gate closest to the polar ice field. What do you think? Ji Ting was full of admiration for Feng Shi, because Lieutenant General Lu's reaction was completely within Feng Xi's expectations, even beyond his expectations. At this time, Feng Shi said, Deputy General Lu, the Nine Nether continent has already taken precautions against us. We estimate that as soon as we show up, someone will probably stop us. It won't be too late to test the enemy's strength first before making further plans. Although Lieutenant General Lu nodded in agreement, he did not agree in his heart. Even if someone tries to stop them, they will be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot and will be vulnerable. After all the people in the Vanguard camp were teleported here, Lieutenant General Lu only left 500 people to guard the soul projection channel, and set off with the rest of the people and full of arrogance. He didn't even send anyone to patrol the surroundings, let alone discover the existence of the nameless city. When Jiting looked at the other person, it was as if he saw his past self. How can it be described with just one word: stupid? He reviewed the process of being caught many times and felt that he deserved it. If he had been more low-key and cautious, he would not have been caught so easily. It all comes down to information asymmetry. In the perception of everyone in Tiank continent, the people of Juyu continent are just like ants. Just think about it, who would think about this or that when facing an ant? Can't it just be crushed to death with a finger? It is because of this sense of superiority that they are so arrogant. Although the climate in the polar ice field was harsh, because all the ice-type monsters had been sacrificed alive, Deputy General Lu and his companions moved very quickly. As soon as we got out of the ice field, we met a patrol team of the Hidden God Army. However, the patrolling people saw them from afar and fled in a panic. I didn't even have the courage to take another look. Jiting frowned and said, Lieutenant General Lu, we can't let them tip off, send someone to kill them right away. Otherwise, once the other party is prepared, we will be passive. Lieutenant General Lu had originally planned to send people to intercept and kill them, but after hearing what Jiting said, he gave up the idea. We are just a bunch of ants. It doesn't matter if someone tips us off or not. It would be good to let them know, maybe they will surrender voluntarily. Jiting showed disapproval, but didn't say anything. In the next 2 days, Deputy General Lu and his men did not encounter anyone from the Juyu continent. To be precise, some of the small and medium-sized sects they encountered were already deserted. It was obvious that they fled in a hurry and didn't even have time to take some valuables with them. Lieutenant General Lu and his men immediately began to loot and wanted to set fire when they left, but were stopped by Fengshi. Don't create trouble, so as not to delay the important work. Deputy General Lu then gave up this idea and said, it's because those ants ran fast, otherwise no one, young or old, male or female, would survive. It is said that the women in Juyu continent are very good. I will have a chance to taste them carefully. Fengshi lowered his eyes to hide the murderous intent in them. When I go to Tiank continent in the future, I will definitely kill this man. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1479. The people of the Bird Alliance are not as powerful as the legend says. Jiting wished he could kill Lieutenant General Lu right now. Although he has surrendered now, it cannot erase the fact that he was once an elder of the Tiank League. It's possible that the evil woman thought he was as shameless as Lieutenant General Lu and took her anger out on him. I swear to God, even though he had treated the people of the 9 nether continent as ants before, he had never thought of taking pleasure in humiliating women. He thinks it has nothing to do with which continent one is from. Some people have become immortals, so it is still morally corrupt. Just like this Deputy General Lu, he is definitely not a good guy in Tiank continent. I don't know what the right protector was thinking. He actually sent such a person to be the leader of the Vanguard camp. If it were the left protector, he would definitely not do this. Commander Lu also felt ashamed. Although some of his subordinates felt the same way at that time, his state of mind was different after all. He wanted to explain, but felt that no matter how he said it, it would be pale, so in the end he said nothing. Just when Lieutenant General Lu thought he could advance straight ahead, their way was blocked. The team, with flags flying, looked quite majestic. Lieutenant General Lu looked at the commander on the opposite side with disdain. The 5th level of transformation. Are you qualified to be the commander of an army? He snorted coldly. Who is coming? I am Huankui, the commander of the Tianquan battalion of the Shenyang army. Are you from the Tiank League? Jiting whispered to Deputy General Lu, this Huankui is the head of the beast-taming sect. Although his cultivation is not high, he is good at taming beasts and should not be underestimated. Lieutenant General Lu felt upset when he heard Jiting talk, so he wanted to do the opposite of what he said. There is naturally a reason behind this. The 2 protectors of the Tiank League have always been at odds with each other. Jiting is the direct descendant of the left protector, while Lieutenant General Lu is the confidant of the right protector. Naturally, he dislikes Jiting. So, he just snorted coldly and ignored Jiting. He looked at Huankui and said with a fierce smile. You came just in time. I was planning to capture your beast-taming sect. Now it's much easier. Huankui was immediately furious. You were looking for death. He immediately summoned the magic sword, and the sword light enveloped Deputy General Lu. Lieutenant General Lu sneered and resolved the move with almost no effort. Then he swung his sword in his backhand, and the sword light leaped towards Huankui like a poisonous snake. Although Huankui avoided it, he was in a very embarrassing situation. After only 10 moves, Huankui was already in danger, with a hint of panic on his face. He gritted his teeth, and 2 golden-backed tigers appeared out of thin air. Both of them had reached the 1st level of Stride transformation. Lieutenant General Lu almost laughed out loud. I thought the leader of the beast-taming sect had some abilities, but he's just this good. After a few rounds, the 2 golden-backed tigers retreated with their tails between their legs, obviously losing their will to fight. Huankui showed a look of determination on his face, and Jiting cried out. Lieutenant General Lu, he's going to use his ultimate move, be careful. It would have been better if he didn't remind him, but this reminder distracted Lieutenant General Lu. Following Huankui's roar, a tiger transformed by spiritual power pounced towards Lieutenant General Lu. The wrath of the Beast King. Firstly, Lieutenant General Lu had never seen the power of the ultimate move. Secondly, he was distracted by Jiting's shout. Thirdly, the 2 golden-backed tigers that had been tucked the tails between their legs suddenly changed the previous timid appearance and pounced on him at the same time. Lieutenant General Lu was caught off guard and was stabbed in the heart by the sword. Huankui. Oops. I tried too hard. I messed up the performance. The people in the Bird Alliance are not as powerful as the legend says. This can't be stopped. Don't even mention me. Even the two tigers were holding back in their attacks. How could they die so quickly? What should we do? How should we act next? Just as he was worrying, Lieutenant General Lu reappeared not far away and said with a ferocious look, "You old bastard, you were looking for death." Hu Wankui was delighted, but immediately showed a look of shock. You can actually be resurrected." Deputy General Lu sneered. "Are you scared now? It's too late." As he said that, he pounced on him. He was careless just now, otherwise he wouldn't have died so easily. He lost face in front of everyone, so naturally he wanted to get it back, so his attack was very fierce from the beginning. Hu Wankui doesn't need to pretend this time, he really can't win. Seeing this, Fangxi was afraid that he would not be able to escape, so she secretly recited the Sanskrit Sutra. When Deputy General Lu was feeling proud, he felt a sharp pain in his consciousness. At that moment, Hu Wankui shouted behind him, "Withdraw." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the army behind him ran away. One runs faster than the other. He even dropped the flag on the ground, fearing that he would lose his life if he ran too slowly. Hu Wankui even threw talismans while running, throwing handfuls of them. Lieutenant General Lu and his men chased after them relentlessly, but the terrain here was very rugged and there were many forks in the road, so they eventually lost them. Lieutenant General Lu gritted his teeth and said, "Old man, I will kill you sooner or later." At this moment, Jiting wondered, "I thought they would fight with us, but they just ran away like this. Is there any conspiracy?" Deputy General Lu sneered, "Conspiracy? What conspiracy can they have? An incompetent general can tire out the entire army. That Hu Wankui is no match for me, so naturally the others will lose their fighting spirit." Jiting wanted to argue, but Fangxi said, "Deputy General Lu is right. Although these ants in the 9 Nether Continent have some understanding of our Tiank League, they have never seen the method of resurrection." Just now, he saw Deputy General Lu come back to life. He must have been so scared that he had no courage to fight us. Besides, Lieutenant General Lu was just careless just now, otherwise, not to mention one Hu Wankui, even 10 of them wouldn't be able to hurt him. When Deputy General Lu heard Fangxi say this, he felt relieved and glanced at Jiting. "Master Anshi is right, I was indeed careless just now, I will definitely change next time. Master Secret Envoy, why don't we take advantage of the victory and attack directly to the beast-taming gate? What do you think?" Fangxi pondered for a moment and said, "Although the other side is a mob, they have much more people than us, and after this battle, Hu Wankui will definitely look for help. I think it would be better if you report the situation here to the Right Protector and have him lead the army here so that we can take over the northern territory in one fell swoop." Although Lieutenant General Lu was somewhat unwilling, he dared not disobey and killed several of his men immediately. And sent a message. There is no other way. Only this kind of humanoid communication symbol can send the message back. The Right Protector will receive the news in at least 3 days. Fangxi thought to himself, they're worthy of being the Bird Alliance, they like to do some inhuman things. Fangxi suggested returning to the polar ice field and waiting, to avoid an ambush when the Right Protector and the others projected their spirits. Although Lieutenant General Lu felt that this was unnecessary, he had no choice but to obey. 3 days later, the Right Protector received the news. He was somewhat skeptical. Although the ants of the 9 Nether Continent had low cultivation, they were said to be very tough. How could they be so cowardly? They ran away after just one encounter. But no matter what, the polar ice sheet is definitely safe. It won't be too late to teleport there first and then make plans for the next step. Because there are too many people, the soul projection can only be carried out in batches. After everyone's spirits were projected, several days had passed. Finally, the Right Protector performed the soul projection. When he came out of the soul projection channel, Lieutenant General Lu and others were already waiting in line. Fangxi and Jiting were also among them. Fangxi is in a good mood. After so much planning, the big fish finally took the bait. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1480. Fangxi becomes the most popular person in the eyes of the Right Guardian. The Right Guardian saw Anwu at first sight and nodded approvingly. "Anwu, you did a good job this time." Fang's eyes expression did not fluctuate too much, and he said respectfully, "You are too kind, Right Protector. This is what I should do." The Right Protector was very satisfied. I originally thought that this Anwu would be very arrogant after achieving unprecedented achievements, and even have no idea of his own limitations. It seems that he was worrying too much. Yes, everyone in the Shadow Guard battalion has undergone rigorous training, so they are naturally incomparable to ordinary people. At this time, others also hurried to salute. The Right Protector's gaze lingered on Jiting for a moment, a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes, and then he asked everyone to excuse themselves. Lieutenant General Lu hurried forward and reported what had happened before. "Right Protector, based on the information I have gathered, although the major forces in the 9 Nether Continent have formed an alliance, they're still a motley crowd. This can be seen from the fight between my subordinates and Hu Wankui, the leader of the beast-taming sect, a few days ago. They're timid and cowardly, and have no backbone at all. I believe that under your leadership, we will be able to conquer the 9 Nether Continent in one fell swoop." The Right Protector frowned slightly. "Deputy General Lu, don't get carried away just because you've won a few battles. I don't think things are that simple. Dark 5, what do you think?" Fangxi thought for a moment and said. Although what Lieutenant General Lu said was a bit exaggerated, judging from the performance of the Tianquan camp, they really had no fighting spirit. Especially after seeing Lieutenant General Lu come back to life, the fear and despair in their eyes did not seem fake. After so many years of division in our Tiank League, they have put all their energy into infighting. Even though Fangxi has brought these people together, they all have their own ulterior motives. The reason why Hu Wankui didn't fight us head-on was probably because of his selfish motives, not wanting to weaken the strength of the beast-taming sect. Right Protector, if we can take advantage of their inconsistency, perhaps we can disintegrate them without using force, and even use them for our own benefit. Of course, as for how to do it specifically, my subordinates have limited abilities and have not figured it out yet, so it is up to you, the Right Guardian, to take the helm. The Right Protector kept nodding his head. No wonder the leader chose this Dark Five over several Shadow Guards with higher rankings. He really had a lot in mind, and he was also very tactful in what he said and did. Unlike Lieutenant General Liu, who was too reckless and frivolous. It was precisely because of this that he let Lieutenant General Liu be the leader of the vanguard camp. On the one hand, those who are blinded by greed are easier to control. On the other hand, the fact that Lieutenant General Liu can get away with something as reckless as he is makes it even more certain that the polar ice sheet is very safe. The Right Guardian looked at Jiting and said, "Elder Ji, you can also say something." Jiting felt that his tone was just like teasing a stray dog on the roadside with a bone. For the 100th time, he felt that his decision to be a little chicken was absolutely the right one. He lowered his head and said, "What the Dark Envoy said makes sense. The only thing worth discussing is the Nine Netherlord Feng Shi. Although her cultivation is not high, she is very resourceful. Previously in the 10,000 feet Demon Abyss, I was almost caught by her. Because Feng Shi didn't know whether the third-party force had revealed the truth to the Tiank League, so to be on the safe side, some things had to be said proactively. For example, the Juyu continent has already formed an alliance, and the matter of the Yunsha sect. A few lies mixed with a piece of truth makes it more credible." After hearing Jiting's words, before the Right Protector could speak, Deputy General Liu sneered and said, "I don't think Feng Shi has any ability, it's just that you are too useless." The Right Protector glanced at Deputy General Liu with displeasure and said to Jiting, "People make mistakes and horses stumble. Elder Ji, you don't have to belittle yourself because of a failure. You are a person carefully selected by the Left Protector, so you must have your own strengths." Jiting's face flushed and he nodded in agreement. The Right Protector then asked other generals to express their opinions. Among these people, some have similar ideas to Deputy General Liu, thinking that the Juyu continent is vulnerable and there is no need to bother with it, just attack directly. Some people agreed with Anwu's opinion that the best way to use troops is to attack their hearts, and finding ways to divide the Shenyang army would save more effort than attacking directly. There are also some people who hold a neutral attitude, that is, they're fence-sitters. After weighing the pros and cons, the Right Protector decided to adopt the opinion of Anwu, first giving the other party a warning, and then trying to divide and win them over. However, before that, a base camp must be built first so that there will be a retreat if an accident occurs. Feng Shi took the initiative to undertake this task. The Right Protector agreed. He did it with some intention of investigation, because he wanted to find a capable helper. The reason why he values Anwu so much is very simple. Anwu is the leader's man. Some things that are inconvenient for him to do can be done by Anwu. Feng Shi did not disappoint the Right Protector and made arrangements in an orderly manner. In just a few days, the base camp had taken shape. Many people gave a thumbs up to Anwu, because this secret envoy not only did things in an organized manner, but also did everything personally and verified all the formations in the base camp personally. When the base camp was completed, Feng Shi became the most popular person in the eyes of the Right Protector. Jiting didn't know what to say except that it was outrageous. He understood a fact: a capable person can thrive even in the enemy camp. Of course, the reason why Feng Shi is valued by the Right Protector is not only because she is capable, but also because her identity as Anwu is very useful and convenient for her to be used as a gun. While the base camp was being built in full swing, the Right Protector also sent out a number of spies. Obviously, he was a very suspicious person and did not completely believe what Lieutenant General Liu, Feng Shi and Jiting said. Feng Shi saw that the spies he sent out all hid their soul rings, and thought that this Right Protector was quite something. Not only was she not worried at all, she was actually a little excited. The one-sided bloodbath was not challenging at all, just like catching chicks. It was a waste of the more than 100 plans she had made by staying up late. A few days later, news from the spies came in one after another. The Right Protector found that it was basically the same as what Anwu and Jiting said. The only thing that surprised him was that the people in the Northern Territory seemed to admire Feng Shi very much. The spies had never heard anyone say a bad word about her. The Right Protector felt that this was not very realistic. After all, even the leader of their Tiank alliance did not have such high prestige. I guess it's because Feng Shi is so vicious that people don't dare to say bad things about her. If this is the case, it would be easier to divide those forces. He gathered all the generals together and expressed his views. Jiting. Vicious means. Don't dare to say bad things about her. But then again, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe that someone could create a perfect character with no blind spots in every angle. No, to be precise, her shortcomings are all considered advantages. For example, greed for money, everyone will automatically beautify it as thriftiness, and vanity, everyone will automatically beautify it as ambition. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1481. You are really talented. After the Right Protector expressed his views, someone said, I heard that the leader of Hunyuan Sect, Bailey Muchen, has a feud with Feng Shi. Why don't we try to win over Hunyuan Sect? Many people immediately expressed their agreement. Jiting. Are you trying to win over the current commander of the Hidden God Army? You guys are so talented. Some people also suggested winning over the Beast Tamers. After all, Huangkui had selfish motives, and such people were the easiest to win over. Feng Shi was very disappointed because no one suggested winning over Xuanshan Sect. Is their Xuanshan Sects unattractive? Zhu Xuan was speechless. You never thought that even if the people of Tiank League were stupid, it was impossible for them to win over your sect, the Lord of Juyu. The Right Protector did not comment on the proposals made by the crowd, and looked at Feng Shi, and Wu, what do you think? Feng Shi thought. This Right Protector asked her what she thought for no reason. How could she think? Of course she should look with her eyes open, but how could she look with her eyes closed? She said while complaining in her heart. I think Yunshao Sect is more suitable. Although the Yunshao Sect betrayed our Tiank alliance, they also betrayed the Juyu continent. They are the ones who take the lead, and they will lean towards whichever side the wind blows harder. As long as we let them realize that the strength of our Tiank League is far superior to that of the Jiu continent, they will surrender if we give them a little benefit. In addition, there is another very important point. The strength of Yunshao sect is far above the 4 major sects in the Northern Territory. It is definitely a good sword. The Right Protector laughed loudly. Your idea coincides with mine, and I also think that Yunshao sect is the most suitable. In this case, let's first give them a heads up and then send someone to lobby the Yunshao sect. After the discussion was complete, the army set out. The Right Protector left 10,000 men to garrison the base camp just in case. Ji Ting was somewhat worried. There were less than 1,000 people in Wuming City at most. If a war broke out in the future, the strength gap between the two sides would be huge. However, he changed his mind and thought that the evil woman would never fight a battle without confidence. She probably knew what she was doing, so he shouldn't worry about it. As they were walking, the Right Guardian asked in confusion, why didn't we see any high-level ice monsters? Deputy General Liu explained hurriedly, those high-level ice monsters were sacrificed alive by the Dark Envoy. That is why the soul projection channel was opened so quickly. The monkey in the strip beast bag said to them. Yes, we were sacrificed alive. It's time to offer sacrifice to your internal organs. Very hungry. Now they finally understand why the demon goblins were so crazy, and they're about to go crazy too. Not only did the Right Protector not have any doubts, he also praised Feng Shi, saying that he was indeed a shadow guard with great skills. Although Feng Shi is at the 6th level of the spread transformation realm, she disguised herself as being at the 9th level. Especially the soul ring behind her, it was so bright that it could blind anyone's eyes. Anyone who sees this will have to praise it, this is a master, this is a master. The set of soul ring equipment that Feng Shi is wearing now is no longer the one that was originally sewn by Taylor Gang. That set worked fine in the illusion, but if you look closely in reality, you can still find flaws. After continuous improvements by everyone, and with Ji Ting's suggestions, the upgraded version is completely indistinguishable from the real thing. Of course, this is only Feng Shi. If others wear it, they might arouse suspicion because of their lack of confidence. This does not exist in Feng Shi. She now thinks of herself as the Secret Five of the Bird Alliance. At this time, news came that the Chenyan army's Tianquan camp, Tianji camp and Yunshao sect had jointly sent troops and were approaching the polar ice field. People like Deputy General Liu started to talk nonsense. They came at the perfect time. I was just wondering how to find them one by one. Now they come to me on their own initiative. It's just the right time to kill them all. That's right. I think this camp and that camp are just a collection of chicken feathers to make a duster. There's nothing to be afraid of. Don't be fooled by the fact that our numbers are similar, but our cultivation is much higher than theirs. Besides, we have the ability to revive, so we are more than capable of dealing with them. Ellipsis. The Right Guardian asked Feng Shi, and Wu, what do you think? Feng Shi. Can't you change the words? Right Protector, I believe that the Northern Territory's human race is the weakest among the 3 forces in the 9 Netherworld continent. We should try to take them down at the lowest cost, and then focus on dealing with the Southern Territory's human race and demon race. In the first battle we just need to let them know our strength, there is no need to try our best. Then, send people to lobby the Yunshao sect. Once the Yunshao sect submits to us, we will let them attack the 4 major sects in the Northern Territory. We will use their strength to our advantage and let them fight each other. When they have almost finished fighting, we will come out to clean up the mess. In this way, the Yunshao sect will have no way out and will have no choice but to work for us wholeheartedly, and we can also reduce unnecessary losses. After Feng Shi finished speaking, not only the Right Protector, but even Deputy General Liu and the others felt that it was brilliant. It was really brilliant. No wonder he is ranked 5th among the Shadow Guards, his brain is really useful. Ji Ting was thinking, if she was really a member of the Tiank Alliance, there would be no way to survive in the Jiu continent, right? It's a pity that there is no if. The people of Jiu continent are so blessed. The Right Guardian's face was full of praise. Good, not bad, this is a great plan. As expected of the person chosen by the leader, he is courageous, knowledgeable, and strategic, and his future is limitless. Even though he was praised like this, Feng Shi remained calm and said in a deep voice, you are too kind. The Right Protector was even more satisfied. The leader is really good at guiding and teaching people. If the 5th ranked Shadow Guard is so outstanding, the top 4 must be very good as well. However, there are not many opportunities to interact with each other on weekdays, especially with a Yi. I have only heard of such a person but have never seen him. The Right Protector decided to adopt Feng Shi's suggestion and the first battle with the Shenyan army should focus on showing strength, and there was no need to use all his strength. It doesn't matter how many people die on the other side, as long as they know how powerful the Tiank Alliance is. Soon, the Right Protector received news that the hidden army was stationed in Yangtuping, 100 miles away from the polar ice field. After checking the map, the Right Protector sneered. It seems that the Shenyan army has already prepared for defeat. Behind Yangtuping is Yangchanggu, which has many forks in the road and the mountain road is rugged, which is very conducive to their escape. But that's okay, we didn't intend to take them down in one fell swoop this time, we just want to let them know how powerful we are. The two sides met the next morning. When the two armies faced off, the difference between them became immediately apparent. The Shenyan army was filled with panic, and many of them were trembling. The Tiank army is full of confidence, even to the point of being arrogant. The Right Protector thought that it seemed that this hidden army was just a name. Looking at the panicked appearance, it was obvious that they were cowards who were greedy for life and afraid of death. The Shenyan army was indeed panicking. Oh my god, we have never acted before. I heard that Master Hu almost messed up his performance a few days ago. Can we do it? When you run away later, shouldn't you scream more miserably? Is it cruel enough, like killing a pig? The blood bag is filled with dog blood, I don't know if it can be mistaken for the real thing. Ellipsis. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1482 A good start. The Right Protector set his sights on the 3 opposing coaches. On the left is Hu Wankui, the leader of the beast-taming sect, in the middle is Feng, protector of the Yunxia sect, and on the right is Liu Zhengquan, the leader of the Wanjian sect. The right Dharma protector changed his mind and asked the Feng Dharma protector of Yunxia sect to stand in the middle. Was he planning to let the Yunxia sect charge into the battle? In addition, Xiao Beidao from Xuanshan sect and Bailey Muchen from Hunyuan sect did not come, which must have a story behind it. Needless to say, Xiao Beidao would not put himself in danger since he has Fengshi behind him. As for Bailey Muchen, he was probably pretending to obey Fengshi but actually disobeying her and not putting in any effort. This would make it easier to sow discord between them later. At this time, the Wind Guardian shouted. Are you from the Tiank League? You invaded my Juyu continent without any reason. How shameless and despicable. If you retreat quickly, you can be spared from death, otherwise you will never return. The right protector sighed. Protector Feng, others don't know the good intentions of our Tiank League, but as the protector of the Yunxia sect, you should know. After all, your Yunxia sect has been able to survive until now, and our Tiank League has provided you with a lot of help. Feng protector. Are you trying to put pressure on me in front of everyone? He straightened his back and said sternly, everyone knows that we, the Yunxia sect, pretended to join you that day in order to investigate your background. General Feng once commented on our Yunxia sect, saying that we put ourselves in the game, endured hardships and made extraordinary achievements, and can be regarded as a model of Juyu. You can't stir up trouble with just a few words. I advise you to stop wasting your breath and leave our Juyu continent as soon as possible, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. The right protector sneered in his heart, don't think that what you say is high-sounding now, once they see the strength of our Tiank alliance, they will naturally side with us. At this time, Deputy General Liu stepped forward to challenge, right protector, please stop wasting your breath on this old man. I will go up and kill him. The right guardian also wanted to test the Wind Guardian's strength, so he nodded and said. Okay, then go meet Protector Feng. Deputy General Liu pointed at the Feng protector and said, old man, do you dare to fight me? He suffered a loss at the hands of Hu Wankui last time, and wanted to get back at him. He also wanted to show off in front of the right protector, so he took the initiative to ask for a fight. Before Feng Hufa could say anything, someone said, why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Feng Hufa, I will fight you. Feng Shi looked carefully and saw that the person who spoke was Feng Wuji. Although they are both protectors of the Yunxia sect, Protector Feng holds a higher position in the Shenyan army. The Wind Guardian nodded, okay, be careful. Feng Wuji felt as if there was a fire burning in his heart. If it weren't for the Tiank League's obstruction, the Yunxia sect wouldn't have to live in such a cesspool, and he wouldn't have become a criminal slave. Even if it was just an act, he had to kill this Deputy General Liu at least once to relieve the hatred in his heart. He was not a reckless person. He had already informed Feng Hufa and the others in advance. It would be more realistic if he tried his best to defeat them. Feng Wuji didn't even tell anyone his name, he just started fighting. In other words, a life-threatening style of play. It was almost all offense, not much defense. Lieutenant General Liu obviously did not expect this young man to be so brave, and he was actually at a disadvantage for a while. The soldiers of the Shenyan army were infected by Feng Wuji's bravery and fearlessness. They forgot about acting for a moment and their shouts of cheers resounded through the sky. The right protector was originally a little suspicious, thinking that the Shenyan army was too cowardly. Was there something fishy going on? Now it seems that he was a little panicked because he had never experienced any big events. Now he seems much more normal. Hearing the shouts of the Shenyan army, Feng Wuji became more and more courageous, while Lieutenant General Liu became more and more impatient. Logically speaking, although his cultivation was suppressed, it was still much higher than Feng Wuji's. But Feng Wuji was not willing to die. In addition, Feng Wuji has been mining divine stones in the mines for many years. Not only does he have a strong spiritual awareness, but he is also very resilient. He is far from being comparable to Lieutenant General Liu, who has been doing well. Lieutenant General Liu revealed the flaw in his impatience, and Feng Wuji seized the opportunity and pierced Lieutenant General Liu's throat with a sword. Deputy General Liu died again. The right protector was almost angry to death. You trash. Although one battle cannot decide anything, who doesn't want a good start? The Shenyan army was filled with joy and excitement. None of them trembled anymore and their faces turned red and their necks became thick with excitement. Ji Ting was a little worried that they would forget their identities as actors. Poor thing, he, a brat from the Tiank League, has to worry about the acting skills of the Shenyan army. After a while, Lieutenant General Liu came back to life. However, he was unlucky and was resurrected into the Shenyan army. It would have been fine if he was among ordinary soldiers. After all, Lieutenant General Liu's cultivation was there, but unfortunately he was unlucky enough to be resurrected in the vanguard camp. The people here are all carefully selected, and most of them are Yunxia sect's divine transformation cultivators. Seeing the resurrected Lieutenant General Liu, his hands reacted much faster than his brain and he started chopping with several magic swords. Lieutenant General Liu was chopped into meat paste before he even had time to react. Deputy General Liu, it's over again. Even the right protector, who never showed his emotions, looked extremely ugly. At this time, Feng Shi said, right protector, I challenge you to fight. The right protector felt very relieved. People are really incomparable. Look at the insight of Anwu. I know that morale is low, so I asked for a fight. The right protector had no original plan to let Feng Shi go into battle, as he felt it was a waste of talent, but in the current situation, he had to send someone who could control the situation. So, I nodded in agreement. At this time, Lieutenant General Liu finally resurrected and returned to his own camp. The right protector glared at him fiercely. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, he would have probably punished him severely. At this time, Feng Shi had already walked to the front of the formation, standing with his hands behind his back, looking as if he was looking down on the world. Even though Feng Shi now had the appearance of an Wu, Protector Feng's legs went weak and he almost wanted to kneel down to salute. He thought to himself, for a person, appearance is secondary, the key is what's in his bones. Take Fang Shi for example, even if he is dressed as a beggar, he can still command the world once his aura comes out. Fang Zai's eyes fell on Fang Wuji. You are not my opponent. I don't bother to fight you. Let someone else come up. Fang Wuji sneered. Whether he is your opponent or not, we will know after we fight him. Fang Shi sneered. Well, you asked for it. She didn't even use the magic sword. She formed a seal with one hand, and the sword light transformed by countless spiritual power enveloped Fang Wuji. The right guardian nodded involuntarily, and Wu's move of inch light entering the soul was well used. The timing was just right. Ji Ting's admiration for Fang Shi is as overwhelming as a surging river. After subduing him, Fang Shi proposed to learn some techniques of the Tiank League from him in case of emergency. Later, after searching the soul of Wu, she obtained some new techniques and practiced them whenever she had nothing to do. Now, it actually comes in handy. Ji Ting admired not only Fang Zai's foresight, but also her perversion. How can a normal person learn so many techniques in just a few months? Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1483. Please watch his wonderful performance. Fang Wuji has always wanted to repay Fang Zai's kindness, but he has never had the chance. Now the opportunity has finally come. Please watch his wonderful performance. Although he was able to avoid Fang Shi's spiritual sword light, he stumbled and was immediately stabbed into a hedgehog. Except for the vital parts, there are holes everywhere. Blood is gushing out. How can such dog blood be compared to real human blood? Fang Wuji wants to use his own blood to kick off this big show. Fang Shi really didn't expect Fang Wuji to be so bold. She originally thought that the fight would last at least 2 or 3 rounds, and then Fang Wuji would pretend to be defeated. As a result, he became a hedgehog in one move. Aren't you making my acting more difficult? However, this is no big deal for her. Since the Tiank League wants to conquer the Yunsha sect, she naturally cannot take Fang Wuji's life. After all, he is the Yunsha sect's guardian. Just as she was about to say something harsh and let Fang Wuji go, Protector Fang suddenly flashed forward and protected Fang Wuji. Soon after, Huang Kui and Lu Zhenkuan arrived. The right protector was about to send someone to support Fang Shi, but Fang Shi raised his right hand to indicate that there was no need. The right protector raised his eyebrows and didn't send anyone. He also wanted to see how capable this Anma was. Fang Shi curled his lips and looked at the 3 guardians. Fang. You don't have to be so nervous. I didn't want to kill him in the first place. He's just an ant. It's not worth my second move. The 3 Fang guardians. You are so good at showing off. Fang Shi continued. Since you 3 are here, why don't you come together? Let's let you ants see the power of the heavenly palace. As she spoke, she took out the wooden sword. Of course, she had disguised the wooden sword. A coat of gold paint. It's so golden and bright that it's blinding. When Fang Shi volunteered to fight, Mu Jian tried his best to invite the little fat bird and the others to scold it. The spiritual pets are eager to have it, especially Taoying, Chonghuang and Chaos. Taoying and Chonghuang were sent out to withstand the thunder because Mu Jian instigated Fang Shi last time, while Chaos is purely a hobby. It likes to do dirty work, swear, and act recklessly. You know what? Because Chaos cursed so dirty indirectly, the wooden sword's anger value increased rapidly. Just at this moment, Fang Shi made a move. The wooden sword suddenly emitted a dazzling red light, and the spirit swords of the 3 protectors Fang all made a buzzing sound and were almost dropped from their hands. Although the 3 protectors Fang tried their best to retreat, they were still injured by the sword light, and all 3 of them vomited blood. Especially Huang Kui, his blood spurted out several feet away. Fang's eyes heart tightened. Oh no, the blow was too heavy. It's all Mu Jian's fault. We are all family members, how could he be so cruel? Mu Jian thought it was Han Dun's fault. Who made him curse so badly? However, Fang Shi soon discovered that something was fishy. Why is Huang Kui's face still red even though he vomited so much blood? It must be pretending. Your acting skills are not good. Look at Fang Hufa and Lu Zhenkuan, their faces are as pale as ghosts, unlike you who are rosy-cheeked. In fact, Huang Kui was nervous. He almost messed up the performance last time, so this time he deliberately put a blood bag inside his sleeve, hoping the blood would splatter on the spot. I don't know if it will work this time. Fang Shi was afraid that the right guardian would see the flaw, so he shouted, "Ant, don't run away." As he said this, he pretended to step forward. Huang Kui reacted quickly this time and shouted, "Retreat, retreat, retreat quickly. My throat is broken from shouting." The extras finally woke up from the dream and realized that it was time to compete in acting skills. Brother, run. If you run slower, you will die. Even the 3 coaches working together couldn't defeat his sword. It's so scary. He will be resurrected, won't he be invincible? Ellipsis. Fang Shi suddenly leaped forward and used the inch of light to penetrate the soul again. Screams were heard immediately. Many people were covered in blood and the ground was stained red. Fang Shi. Could you guys hold back a bit? Can a normal person bleed so much? Fortunately, people from the Tiank Alliance also came up, and in the melee, no one paid attention to this. Fang Shi rushed to the front, intentionally or unintentionally blocking the attacks from the people behind. When he saw that the Shenyang army was in danger, he secretly used the Sanskrit sound technique to help. Although she knew that casualties were inevitable in war, she still wanted to reduce the possibility as much as possible. Fortunately, the right protector had not originally intended to cause too many casualties. In addition, the Shenyang army retreated into Yangchangu, and the right protector was afraid of an ambush, so he did not continue to pursue. The right guardian patted Fang Shi on the shoulder. "And Wu, you did a great job. You injured 3 of their commanders with one sword, which was a big blow to their morale." Before the right protector finished his words, a hint of dark red appeared at the corner of Fang Shi's mouth. The right protector was stunned. "And Wu, you." Fang Shi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth casually with his hand and said, "Just now I saw that the morale of the Shenyang army is high. If we don't make some big moves, there is no way to turn the tide of the battle." Therefore, I used the secret method privately, so that I could deter them. Please punish me. The Right Protector was a little suspicious at first, because when Feng Shi was chasing the Shenyan army, the power of both his magic and swordsmanship was greatly reduced, and sometimes his steps were so slow that he blocked the way for others. Turns out he was injured. In addition, he was a little afraid that this Dark Five was too strong. As a result, a secret technique was used. He felt relieved now. The Right Guardian holds his hands together. You are doing this for the sake of the overall situation. I am too busy rewarding you, so why would I punish you? Is your injury okay? Feng Shi shook her head. It will be fine after a while of nursing. You don't have to worry. The Right Guardian nodded and took out a porcelain bottle from his storage ring. There are 3 Taixuan blood condensation pills in here, which will help you recover from your injuries. Feng Shi declined for a while before finally accepting it. Ji Ting. Taixuan blood coagulation pill is a top-grade elixir. Is this what you give her? 3 more. When he thought about how he had to be sent as a spy to get 10, he once again felt how good it was to be a little chicken. On the other side, the Shenyan army has retreated to a safe area. After counting the number of people, no one was missing. Although some were seriously injured, at least they're still alive. The 3 Feng protectors were very happy. Hu Wankui clasped his fists to Feng Hufa. Protector Feng, thanks to the defensive talisman you prepared for us in advance, otherwise we would have been seriously injured by Shaoxi's sword. Shaoxi was too cruel. I am her real master. Just as Feng Hu was about to say something to help Feng Shi out, Hu Wankui said. But it's not Shaoxi's fault. If I hadn't acted realistically, the Xiang League wouldn't have believed it. You are worthy of being my apprentice. This sword is so powerful. By the way, my acting today was pretty good, wasn't it? Very realistic, wasn't it? Feng Hufa, except for the fact that his face isn't white enough, everything else is fine. Hu Wankui took out his little notebook and wrote this down. It seemed that he still had a lot of room for improvement. He must ask questions humbly and study hard. A leader who can't act well is not a good master. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1484, Shaoxi is a child who can get along well with others wherever he goes. Protector Feng looked at the diligent and studious Hu Wankui, and tried hard to recall his performance just now. Both his lines and actions were remarkable. If he were in the secular world, he would definitely be the leader of the troop. Lu Zhenquan was speechless when he saw that the 2 of them were so absorbed in their acting. You too, Commander Feng asked us to wait and see what happens next. What do you think she's going to do next? Feng Shi had agreed on several secret codes with them before going to the polar ice field, and he passed on the information while they were fighting just now. Although it is more convenient to transmit secret messages through voice, Feng Shi was worried that the Right Protector would find out, so he chose the most primitive way of communication, body language. Hu Wankui grinned and said, if Shaoxi asks me to wait, then I'll just wait. This is a good opportunity for me to use this time to polish my acting skills so that I don't mess up the performance. Lu Zhenquan. You might as well start a theater troupe. However, he and Protector Feng discussed for a while but did not come to any useful conclusion. But one thing is certain, Feng Shi is doing very well in the Tiank League. Hu Wankui stroked his beard and said, this is what they call a dog that travels 1,000 miles eats shit, and a wolf that travels 1,000 miles eats meat. Shaoxi is a kid who can get by wherever he goes. When I first met her, I knew she had a promising future. If old Xiao hadn't gotten there first, I would have accepted her as my apprentice. Lu Zhenquan. Why don't I remember that being the case? Not to mention the first time you met, let's just talk about what happened later, when Feng Shi took the initiative to ask you to be his second master, but you looked down on him and refused. Later, you shamelessly wanted to take me as your apprentice, and I didn't even bother to say anything to you. At this time, Feng Shi was dragging his sick body to command the people of Tiank League to set up camp. These people from the Tiank League obviously had no experience in marching. Feng Shi didn't want to get involved at first, but later he couldn't stand it anymore, so he came out with a pale face to give orders. The Right Protector couldn't help but nod secretly. The loyalty of the people in the Shadow Guard camp to the leader was beyond words. This Dark Five is the best example. When everything was almost settled, the Right Protector called Feng Shi to his tent. He first asked about her injuries with concern, and then said, after today's fight, how likely do you think we are to convince the Yunshao sect to switch sides? Feng Shi did not answer immediately. After thinking for a while, he said, to be honest, when I heard Elder Ji talk about the Yunshao sect before, I really looked down on them and thought they were just a bunch of fence-sitters. Now it seems that I underestimated them. Feng Wuji came up with the intention of fighting, and his intention was very clear. He wanted to use his life in exchange for the other forces in Juyu continent to take a new look at Yunshao sect. I saw through his intention, so I didn't kill him. In addition, the Feng Protector's words were very precise, and he emphasized in his words that the Yunshao sect had previously joined our Tiank League in order to gather information, and he even specifically mentioned Feng Shi to increase credibility. Judging from these behaviors, they seem to be determined to cut off ties with our Tiank League. However, this also shows that the Yunshao sect is still isolated from other forces and has not been fully recognized. Otherwise, they would not want to sacrifice the life of a guardian to gain trust. In addition, I see that the Vanguard Battalion is almost entirely made up of Yunshao sect members, which clearly means they are being asked to charge into battle. I don't believe that Dharma Protector Feng has no grudges at all. Therefore, I think that although it is difficult, as long as we show enough sincerity, Yunshao sect should agree to join us. The Right Protector praised, your opinion coincides with mine. The performance of the Yunshao sect makes me look up to them. They are a sharp and good sword. In your opinion, what conditions should we offer to attract them? Feng Shi thought for a moment and said, what they want most should be to restore the former glory of Yunshao sect, so why not promise to give them the northern territory after the matter is accomplished? I heard that the Yunshao sect is good at making talismans, and they can give them some high-level talisman patterns, which must be very attractive to them. You can also give them some high-level elixirs to make them realize the huge gap between the two continents. In addition, we must not let them know about the aura of death. Otherwise, once they learn the truth, they will struggle desperately no matter what conditions we offer. These are just some of my superficial views, and there are definitely many omissions. You also know that I have been living in the Shadow Guard camp and my experience is limited, so you still have to control the general direction. The Right Protector said with a smile, there is no one else here, so don't be so modest. Don't worry, when the war is over, I will report your performance to the leader, and maybe your position will move up. Feng's eyes calm face showed a rare look of surprise. Thank you, Right Protector. The Right Protector thought, it is good to have something to ask for, so that it will be easier to control. Next, the two discussed the details, and then the Right Guardian asked Feng Shi, who do you think is more suitable to send to lobby the Yunsha sect? Feng Shi smiled rarely and said, you've stumped me. I've only dealt with Elder Ji and Deputy General Lu for a long time, and I'm just nodding acquaintances with the other generals. You should make the final decision on this matter. The Right Guardian also laughed and said, I had forgotten about this. What do you think of Ji Ting? Feng Shi thought for a moment and said, to be honest, it's not appropriate. He was almost captured by the Yunxiu sect before, so he must have some grudges against the Yunxiu sect. If I try to persuade him to surrender with such emotion in my heart, it will definitely be counterproductive. The Right Guardian smiled even more deeply. You do have a point. Ji Ting is indeed not suitable to go. I will think about the specific candidate carefully. He hadn't originally intended to send Ji Ting. Such a great credit of persuading the Yunxiu sect cannot fall on Ji Ting. The two chatted for a while, and then the Right Protector said, your injuries have not healed yet, go back and have a good rest. I will call you if there is anything else. Feng Shi nodded and returned to his tent. Zhu Shihuan asked in confusion, when the Right Protector asked for candidates, why didn't you recommend yourself? Grandpa, the Right Protector is very suspicious. If I recommend myself, it will inevitably arouse his suspicion. It would be better for him to send other people over first. When they run into a wall, the Right Protector will naturally send me over. He was the one who chose me, so naturally he wouldn't have any doubts. After listening to this, Zhu Shihuan sighed and said, it's all a lot of twists and turns. I'm exhausted for you. Fortunately, I'm strong enough and don't need all this. Feng Shi thought to himself, you really don't need it, you are so lucky, you win the whole process without any effort. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1485, 2 countries at war, no envoys were killed. After weighing the pros and cons, the Right Protector decided to send his trusted Elder Wang to persuade the Wind Protector to surrender. To be cautious, he also gave instructions to Elder Wang in person, analyzed the current situation of the Yunxiu sect in detail, and advised him where to start and how to make the other party let down the guard. Elder Wang memorized all of them, sneaked into the Yunxiu sect's camp under the cover of night, and found the central military tent where Protector Feng was. Although there were people on duty, they were all avoided by Elder Wang. However, there were several cultivators in the middle stage of the Spirit Transformation realm guarding the central military tent, so Elder Wang did not dare to show up rashly. Just as he was thinking about how to get those people away, Fang Hufa came out of the big tent and said to those people, Wu Ji was seriously injured, we can't afford to let anything go wrong. You guys go guard outside his tent. Yes. After those people left, Protector Feng said calmly, since you are here, come in and have a chat. Having said that, he turned and went into the big tent. Elder Wang was moved. This Protector Feng did have some abilities. Since he had been discovered, there was no need to hide anymore, so he quickly slipped into the tent. Dharma Protector Feng looked at Elder Wang and said coldly, who are you? Why do you come to my Yunxiu sect camp so late at night? What do you want to do? After Elder Wang gave his name, he said, to be honest with Dharma Protector Feng, I am here on the orders of the Right Dharma Protector to discuss cooperation with your clan. Let's put aside our past friendship for now. Your sect is now being ostracized everywhere, and the Vanguard camp is almost entirely made up of people from your Yunxiu sect, clearly sending you to your deaths. You have also seen the strength of our Tiank alliance today. Your Juyu continent has no chance of winning at all. Your clan should abandon darkness and join the light and cooperate with our Tiank alliance again. In order to express the sincerity of our Tiank League, the Right Protector promised to divide the Northern Territory to your sect after the success, and presented your sect with 10 Tiank continents heaven-grade talisman secret manuals and 30 heaven-grade pills. Feng Guardian, what do you think? After hearing this, Protector Feng sneered. Sincerity. When you first lied to us, where was your sincerity? Now you are being sincere to me. Go back and tell your Right Protector that we in the Yunxiu sect have made a mistake once and we can't make the same mistake a second time. If the two countries were not at war and the envoys were not killed, I would take your life today. Roll. Otherwise I won't be polite. Elder Wang never dreamed that Dharma Protector Feng would refuse so straightforwardly. He wanted to get angry, but he thought of the instructions of Dharma Protector Yu and advised. Feng Protector, don't act on impulse, or you will become a sinner of the Yunxiu sect. Think about it again. Before he could finish, Protector Feng made a move to attack, and Elder Wang had no choice but to leave with gritted teeth. As soon as he left, those cultivators in the middle stage of the spiritual transformation realm all came back. Feng Guardian, are you okay? Protector Feng waved his hand and said, it's okay. Take your men down quickly to investigate, to prevent any manipulation. Yes. Protector Feng returned to the big tent and let out a long sigh. He guessed correctly. As expected, General Feng's next step was to have their Yunxiu sect pretend to surrender, and then join forces from both inside and outside to put the Tiank alliance to death. He had guessed it during the day, but didn't say it out loud. What Elder Wang said was right about one thing. The Yunxiu sect was indeed isolated from other forces and was more or less on guard against them. In this case, it is better to pretend to be confused. Showing off your cleverness is a big taboo. Only by keeping a low profile can you go further. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1486. The most difficult one is the light of the Northern Territory. Okay. It was precisely because Protector Feng guessed it and made some arrangements that Elder Wang was able to sneak in so easily. Protector Feng was a little nervous. It was not easy to be an undercover agent. If they were not careful, all of them would be finished. But this is also a huge opportunity. Although they had previously claimed that the remnants of the Yunshao sect were undercover, there must have been many people who expressed doubts about this. If they can successfully go undercover this time, the Yunshao sect will be completely established. From now on, they will be able to stand upright between heaven and earth and live up to their ancestors. The reason why he rejected Elder Wang was that it would be more credible if he argued a few times. Being too aggressive would definitely arouse suspicion. On the other side, Elder Wang came to the Right Protector to report anxiously. The Right Protector did not blame him. After asking him about the details of what happened, he sent the man away. After thinking for a moment, he asked someone to call Fang Shi over. Anwu, what do you think about this? Fang Yuan Fang Shi thought for a moment and said, Right Dharma Protector, as far as I know, the Yunshao sect is not only good at making talismans, but also has a lot of research on battle formations. Elder Wang was able to sneak in so easily, it must be that Dharma Protector Fang deliberately opened the door for him. So even though he refused straightforwardly, he had already wavered in his heart. Oh, then why didn't he agree? I speculate that on the one hand, you may still have some concerns, and on the other hand, you may not be satisfied with the conditions we proposed and want some more benefits. We can't rush this matter. After a few discussions, they should agree. The Right Protector sighed. How could I not know this truth? However, you also know that time is running out and we cannot delay too long on the human race in the Northern Territory. After all, there are the more difficult humans and demons in the southern region. It would be best to find a way to persuade the Yunshao sect to switch sides as soon as possible, so that we can quickly occupy the human race in the Northern Territory. Fang Shi thought, the most difficult ones are the human race and the demon race in the Northern Territory. Who are you looking down on? The most difficult one is me, the Light of the North, okay. Oh, by the way, I have now upgraded to the Light of the Nine Netherworlds. Seeing her silence, the Right Protector sighed again. Anwu, your injury hasn't healed yet, so I shouldn't have asked you to come over so often to discuss matters. But, to be honest, although I have a lot of people under me, none of them can compare to you. Now that I have encountered something, I can only discuss it with you. Fang Shi said hurriedly. Right Protector, your words are too polite. Although I am a shadow guard, the leader specifically told me when I came here that I should obey your orders in everything. Besides, I only suffered some minor injuries, so it's not a big deal. At this point, she took a deep breath and said, Right Protector, if you can trust me, I am willing to go to Yunshao sect. Then they want sincerity. I injured their two guardians during the day, so I will let them do whatever they want with me. At worst, I can let them beat me until I vomit blood, even if it means I die once. The Right Guardian shook his head repeatedly. What the hell are you talking about? You have already made great contributions, how can I let you suffer this humiliation? No, absolutely not. Fang Shi said sternly. As long as I can achieve my goal of becoming the leader of the alliance, what does a little humiliation matter? Not to mention the rejection of the soul, even if it is the real body, I can give it up. Right Protector, please help me. The Right Protector sighed. Well, since you insist on doing this, I can't persuade you anymore. Don't worry, I will remember all your contributions and will not let you down in the future. After a show of acting skills, both sides got the results they wanted. Late at night the next day, Fang Shi left the Tiank League camp and strolled towards the Yunshao sect camp. She said to Commander Lu, Master, look how comfortable I am as a spy. Not only am I doing well in the enemy camp, but I can also go home to visit my family openly. Commander Lu. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1487, she can pretend to be anyone if she wants. Commander Lu wanted to be alone. To be precise, ever since Fang Shi became Anwu, he hasn't wanted to talk much. He didn't know whether to scold the Right Protector for being so stupid, or to sympathize with him for encountering a little devil. To be fair, if he was the Right Protector, he would most likely have been caught as well. On the one hand, this damn girl's acting skills are too good, on the other hand, who would have thought that someone could impersonate a shadow guard? The key is that this damn girl is capable. As a member of the Tiank League, the Right Protector has a natural sense of superiority even if he is more cautious than others. Naturally, he will not suspect that she is an ant of the Juyu continent. Commander Lu was somewhat thankful that he didn't meet this damn girl at that time, otherwise there would be only one reason for his death, that is, he was angry to death. Just wait, that Right Protector will be pissed to death sooner or later. At this time, Protector Feng was pacing inside the big tent. He felt that the Tiank Alliance would most likely send someone over again, so he still couldn't agree to surrender this time. He had to try again to be on the safe side. When he was thinking about how to deal with the other party, he received a message from his subordinates that someone had sneaked into the camp. Just like last time, Protector Feng walked outside the big tent and said the same words as before, sending away several guards. Since you're here, let's go inside and have a chat. After saying this, he entered the house first, sat in the main seat, and put on a majestic posture. Then I saw someone strolling in. Protector Feng's eyes almost popped out. Isn't this Fang Shi pretending to be Anwu? However, he did not recognize her hastily, and asked tentatively. Anwu, why are you visiting me so late at night? If you are here to persuade us to surrender, we don't welcome you here. Leave immediately. Fang Shi chuckled. Fang Protector, there's no need to test me, it's me. She thought to herself, it should be said that Protector Feng is indeed cautious, which is good. When Guardian Feng saw that it was Fang Shi, he hurriedly stood up and saluted. This subordinate greets General Feng and the sect master. Fang Shi waved his hand. No need to be polite. Dharma Protector Feng hurriedly dusted off the non-existent dust on the main seat and asked Fang Shi to sit down. Then he respectfully poured Feng Shi a cup of tea and took out 2 plates of snacks and 2 plates of spiritual fruits. Feng Shui, moisten your throat first. Feng Shi smiled and said, Feng Protector, sit down and talk. Only then did Protector Feng sit down. While Feng Shi was drinking tea and eating snacks, Protector Feng's mind was spinning non-stop. Oh my god. She, a spy, can actually come back and act as a lobbyist with such brazenness, which shows how successful she is over there. Fortunately, the Yunsha sect made the right choice at the beginning, otherwise they would not know how they died. But this is not surprising. I heard that when this Feng Shui was in the demon clan, she wore the vest of Zhu Wu and not only became the holy lady of the blood demon clan, but also became the island master of Langyuan and the adopted daughter of the demon emperor. She can disguise herself as anyone if she wants. In addition, the right protector looks like a treacherous person, and such people are prone to being too clever for their own good. Sometimes thinking too much is not a good thing. Ha! Is he thinking too much now? By the way, if she comes here in person, it is probably a done deal for them to be undercover agents in the Yunsha sect. Feng Shi drank half a cup of tea and ate 2 pieces of snacks before telling him about his plan. In fact, she drank tea and ate snacks to give Protector Feng some time to buffer his emotions and prepare himself mentally. General Feng, do you mean that we should let Yunsha sect pretend to submit to Tianq League and severely damage Tianji camp and Tianquan camp as a surrender gift to gain their trust? The other problems are not a big deal, but it is hard to explain away the blood without a corpse. Even if the right protector trusts you, he will probably become suspicious. Feng Shi nodded. This is indeed a question. Is there a formation that can directly turn a person into blood? Protector Feng nodded, yes. But because this formation is too vicious, although we know about it, we have never used it. Feng Shi thought, you talk as if your moral bottom line is so high, but you are still in the cesspool and you can't use it even if you want to. What is the name of this formation? The Great Blood Pond formation of the heavens is not only vicious, but also requires 7,749 sub-formation plates, plus 1 main formation plate, so it is very difficult to depict. Even if all of our formation masters worked non-stop, it would probably take a month. Feng's eyes flashed with cunning. If it's just to make a flower stand, how long will it take? Feng Protector, at least 3 days, at most 5 days. Feng Shi nodded, that's enough, let's do this and that. The spiritual journey of the Wind Guardian is as follows. Oh. Finally, he said with admiration. General Feng, you are truly a master of planning and winning battles thousands of miles away. It is a blessing for the human race, the Northern Territory, and the 9 Nether Continent to have you here. Feng Shi smiled brightly, although what you said is the truth, I still feel a little embarrassed. Feng Protector. There is a high probability that you will never have anything to do with the word, embarrassment, in your life. After all, Feng Shui is shy, which is a strange news in the world. After the two discussed the details, Feng Shi said. Then it's settled. By the way, the conditions proposed by the right protector were too tight. We have to double them, and we have to pay first and then do the work. Feng Hufa naturally agreed with both hands. Who can resist the joy of getting something for free? Finally, Feng Shi said, well, if I return here in one piece, I'm afraid it will be hard to report to the authorities. You should use your sword to pierce a few holes in my body. Feng Protector. I wouldn't dare to do that even if I were scared to death. Finally, after Feng Shi's repeated requests, Protector Feng mustered up the courage to stab Feng Shi in the left and right arms. Rather than saying that the sword pierced Feng Shi, it would be more accurate to say that it pierced Protector Feng's vital point. He was so scared. Even though it was the devil woman who stabbed him with the sword, can she settle the score later? He wished he could ask Feng Shi to stab him 20 times right now to prevent him from having any injuries. However, he also sincerely admires Feng Shi. As the Lord of the 9 Netherworlds, she could have just stayed behind and commanded him to charge into battle. Not only did she risk her life, but she also resorted to the tactic of self-torture. How could one not be moved? To be honest, he felt a little ashamed of himself. However, fortunately, the Yunsha sect will also wash away the shame. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but get excited. Seeing that he had said everything he needed to say, Feng Shi strolled back to the Tianq League camp to meet the right protector. Right Dharma Protector, I have fulfilled my mission and successfully persuaded the Dharma Protector of the Yunsha sect to submit to our Tianq League. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1488, Lao Lu, come and talk about spiritual stones. The right protector was overjoyed upon hearing this. Good, I knew you could do it. You are worthy of being the leader's right-hand man. The right protector said this and reached out to support Feng Shi with both hands. Feng Shi dodged and stood up on his own. When the right protector was feeling somewhat unhappy, he discovered bloodstains on Feng Shi's sleeves. Although the cleaning technique should have been used, it was still visible upon closer inspection. You are hurt. Feng Shi shook his head and smiled. No, those ants can't hurt me. The right guardian's face darkened. What's going on? Feng Shi said casually, if the Feng protector doubts our sincerity, I will just tell him how many holes I pierced in Feng Wuji yesterday and ask him to pierce them back. Perhaps out of testing, the wind protector stabbed me twice in my arms with his sword. They were only flesh wounds, nothing serious. I had already taken some hemostatic pills, but I was in a hurry to get back, so the wound might have reopened. This minor injury is not worth your concern, let's talk about Yunsha sect's affairs. The right protector sighed. Well, tell me, how did you convince the wind protector? As he spoke, he pulled the chair over and motioned for Feng Shi to sit down and talk. Although Feng Shi sat down, he only sat on the edge of the chair, without any sign of arrogance. The right protector became more and more satisfied. This Anwu was very sensible in doing things, which made people feel comfortable. It's a pity that the Shadow Guards are all the Alliance leaders' confidants, otherwise he would really like to train this Anwu to be his right-hand man. After the Wind Guardian stabbed me twice, his attitude softened. I analyzed the current situation and their predicament. If they don't submit to us, the Yunsha sect will definitely be the first to be destroyed. As the saying goes, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. So why do they have to hang themselves on a tree? Finally, after some persuasion from his subordinates, he gave up and put forward 3 conditions. First, the Yunsha sect can submit to our Tiank League, but they must be given the same treatment as the disciples of the Tiank League, and there can be no discrimination. Secondly, in addition to ceding the northern territory to them, they would also be given methods for drawing 100 kinds of heavenly grade talismans, 10 kinds of heavenly grade formation diagrams, 500 heavenly grade pills, and 50 heavenly grade spiritual weapons. Third, give them the things first and then do the work. We have to give them these things first. The Right Guardian had an ugly look on his face, and said angrily, "What a big mouth you are. You are just a bunch of fence-sitters, but you really take yourself too seriously." After saying that, he looked at Feng Shi. "Do you agree?" Feng Shi stood up quickly and said, "I also felt that their request was too much, so I bargained with Guardian Feng and finally reduced it to 50 methods of drawing heavenly grade talismans, 5 heavenly grade formation diagrams, 100 heavenly grade pills, and 5 heavenly grade spiritual tools. Although their conditions will be lowered if we pull them a few more times, time is too precious for us." At this point, Feng Shi took the initiative to plead guilty. "I was anxious to persuade him to surrender, so I took the initiative. Please punish me. Besides, I think these things will be ours sooner or later, and when they're no longer useful, it doesn't hurt to give them first." The Right Guardian's gloomy face suddenly brightened up, and he said with a smile, "Why are you doing this? I'm angry because they're too greedy, not against you. Get up. Things are secondary. The key point is the first point he raised. He wants to be on an equal footing with us. It is simply wishful thinking." Feng Shi said immediately, "Oh, I forgot about this. Regarding this point, I proposed that they should first give us a surrender gift, otherwise there is no need to talk. When their hands are stained with the blood of the Shenyan army, when we have the final say on how to treat them." The Right Protector clapped his hands and laughed. "Great, great, by then they will have no way to retreat, and will naturally let us control them. Xiaowu, you have accomplished another great feat this time. By the way, you don't mind me calling you that, right?" Feng Shi hurriedly said, "It is my honor. Don't even mention Xiaowu. I have no objection even if you call me idiot." The Right Protector now likes Feng Shi very much. The key point is that in his opinion, Feng Shi is a shadow guard and there is no question of him stealing the credit from him. And after previous tests, Enwu had no connection with the Left Protector, and the key was that he was very capable, so how could he not like him? It's a pity that he didn't dare to steal the leader's girl, otherwise he really wanted to poach her to be by his side. The Right Protector immediately rewarded Feng Shi with 3 black beast cores. Feng Shi was immediately flattered and grateful. "But what I was thinking was, you stingy bastard, I have plenty of this crap." Of course, she also knew that this was already a very precious reward for the people of Tiank Alliance. After a slightly excited thank you, Feng Shi said. The Feng Protector said that they would first discuss how to present their surrender gift to us. I guess they want us to deliver the promised things first. Why not leave them alone for a few days, and then I'll send the things over, and take a look at the quality of their surrender gifts. The Right Guardian nodded and said, "Okay, let's talk about it in 3 days. You can take advantage of this time to recover from your injuries and don't have to worry about other things." Feng Shi nodded, bowed, and walked out. After she left, the Right Protector reviewed Feng Zai's words, including her expression, and did not find anything wrong, so he was completely relieved. After Feng Shi returned to the tent, he immediately told Jiting the good news that he had obtained 3 black beast cores through spiritual consciousness. Jiting was so angry that she almost did splits. As I said, you would rather be Feng Shuai's chick than an elder of the Bird Alliance. After Feng Shi played with the chicks, she fell asleep. In order to deceive the old fox of the Right Protector, she dared not relax for a moment. She was exhausted both physically and mentally, not to mention that she had injured herself internally in order to gain his trust. Now there are 2 more holes on my shoulders. Now that things have come to a temporary end, she can finally have a good rest. Zhu Xuan looked at his granddaughter who was sleeping like a dead pig, and then saw the bloodstains on her clothes, and felt very distressed. It's all his fault as an incompetent grandfather. If he could recover his physical body, he could share some of the burden with his precious granddaughter. However, he did not dare to practice because he had to keep an eye on her to prevent any accidents from happening while Feng Shi was sleeping. Since you have nothing to do anyway, why not give old Lu some squeeze? If it weren't for the sin of the Tiank League, his precious granddaughter wouldn't have suffered this kind of hardship. He wouldn't have become an old ghost. So he said to Commander Lu, "Old Lu, come and talk about 10 straight stones." Commander Lu. He didn't want to pay any attention to Zhu Xuan because he knew that he couldn't produce ivory. However, he was afraid that he would instigate Feng Shi to punish him, so he had no choice but to ask. "Zhu Laoju, what do you want to talk about?" "Let's talk about how you died. Was it a tragic death? With your level of cultivation, you must have died more than 10 times before you were completely dead, right?" "I have only died once so far, and I am ashamed of myself in that respect." "Commander Lu, did anyone say that?" "The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1489, tailor-made for you." Commander Lu now felt that being cut into pieces would be better than chatting with Zhu Xuan. This old guy is just rubbing salt into his wounds. It's not enough to just sprinkle salt, you also have to spit twice. No wonder this old guy and the dead girl are grandfather and grandson, they're simply cut from the same mold. When he was complaining in his heart, he heard Zhu Shihuan asked, "Old Lu, why don't you speak? Are you born not to like talking? Or is it just hard for you to speak?" "Well, being killed a dozen times is really not something to brag about, especially when you are the one who has lost all conscience." "What is this called?" "That's right, those who do evil will eventually perish." Commander Lu, #% and *#%. Feng Shi slept well all night and the wounds on his body had healed to their original state. In fact, with 5 dog spread roots, he could recover quickly even without taking any elixirs. He just performed a self-torture trick in front of the Right Protector. While eating breakfast, she reviewed yesterday's plan of following the Feng Hu FA with Zhu Shihuan, Lin Xiangchuan and Commander Lu. This move by Yunshao Sect was very crucial and they had to be cautious. Commander Lu and Lin Xiangchuan both offered some suggestions, while Zhu Xuan just kept yawning. He's fine if you ask him about martial arts and swordsmanship, but he gets sleepy if you ask him about conspiracies and tricks. Fang Shi hadn't counted on him at first, but after discussing with Commander Lu and Lin Xiangchuan, he actually discovered some overlooked details and decided to tell Protector Fang about it when they met again. After making sure there were no omissions in the plan, she began to practice. 3 days passed in a flash, and that night the right Protector called Fang Shi over. He first showed concern for Fang Shi's injury, and after hearing her say that it was not serious, he said, "I guess the Yunshao Sect should have already thought of a surrender gift for us. Thank you for your trouble. If there is no big problem, let's settle the matter." Fang Shi said hurriedly, "This is what I should do. It's not hard work, it's just that the matter is of great importance. I dare not make the decision on my own. You should decide after you come back." The right guardian said with a smile, "Xiao Wu, you are good in every way except that you are a little too restrained. You are my right-hand man, just let go and do it, don't worry." Fang Shi was suddenly flattered. "Thank you for your kindness, but I have little knowledge and experience, and the Feng Protector of Yunshao Sect is a shrewd and calculating person, and I am afraid of falling into his trap. To be on the safe side, it would be safer for you to take the helm." The smile on the right Protector's face deepened a little. "Well, since you insist, then let's do it, but you have to try to make your own decisions in the future. Once the battle line is laid, you have to be independent." Fang Shi was even more flattered and expressed his loyalty in a slightly subtle way. But she was thinking in her heart, should the battle line be laid out? I have to give you this opportunity. After Fang Shi and the right Protector competed with each other in acting, they headed to the Yunshao Sect camp. An hour and a half later, Fang Shi came back. The right Protector asked hurriedly, "How? What is their surrender ceremony?" Fang the Dharma Protector said that their Yunshao Sect has a formation called the Great Blood Pond Formation of the Heavens. As long as a person is led into it, they will all turn into blood in 2 hours. They plan to set up this formation at Luoxia Slope, and then we will pretend for attack, and they, the Yunshao Sect, will find a way to lure people into the formation. After listening to this, the right guardian thought for a moment and said, "What do you think?" Fang Shi said, "After listening to you, I have 4 questions. First, can this great formation of the blood pool of the heavens trap the hidden god army? Second, how to set up the formation without anyone noticing? Third, will the Shenyang army be fooled? Fourthly, for such a powerful formation, it must be very difficult to carve the formation plate. How long will it take to complete it?" The right Protector couldn't help but nod secretly, as he was also asking the same question. "How did the Wind Guardian respond to you?" He said that the Great Blood Pond formation was handed down from the sect and its power should not be underestimated. Besides, the cultivation of those people in the hidden god army is also very limited. As long as they enter the formation, they will be trapped to death inside. Although the Shenyang army was on guard against them, their cultivation was far inferior to that of the Yunshao Sect. In addition, Luoxiapo was dozens of miles away from their base. As long as they acted carefully and secretly, they could set up the formation in advance without anyone noticing. Once we attack, the Shenyang army will definitely run away first, leaving the Yunshao Sect to follow behind. In this way, they would have jumped into the trap themselves, and the Yunshao Sect wouldn't have to do anything at all. As for the formation plate of the Great Blood Pool Formation of the Heavens, they have the main formation plate left by their ancestors, and they only need to carve the sub-formation plate. They have now completed carving half of the formation plate. If we agree to their plan, we can implement it in 5 days at most. Although I am not proficient in battle formations, I do know a thing or two. The formation plate that Protector Fang took out is indeed extraordinary. I specially recorded it for you with the recording stone. Take a look. Fang Shi said this and took out the photo stone and handed it to the right Protector. The right Protector took it and looked at it. Sure enough, the formation pattern was very complicated and the formation plate looked very ancient. He was not a formation master, so to be on the safe side, he asked a few formation masters to come over and watch. After some discussion, several formation masters gave a positive answer. Although they had never heard of the Great Blood Pool Array before, judging from the image on the image stone, the level of the array was indeed very high, and the array plate looked very old. Fang Shi thought, of course there is no problem, the formation is real, and she is also a professional at faking it. The right Protector was finally relieved and called a meeting of all the generals to discuss the Yunshao Sect's surrender. Everyone agreed that if the Yunshao Sect's plan succeeded, the Shenyang army would inevitably suffer considerable losses. If the Yunshao Sect's plan fails, their Tiank alliance will only pretend to attack and will not lose anything. So no matter what the result is, their Tiank alliance will definitely make a profit. So, at midnight the next day, Fang Shi came to see Fang Hufa again with the sincerity of Tiank League. How could Fang Hufa dare to take these things? He said hurriedly. "Master, you should keep it." Fang Shi waved his hand. "These things may have marks on them. If I take them, it will be troublesome, but you can give me a little less, and I will go back to fool the right Protector." Protector Fang didn't react at first, but after thinking for a while he understood Fang Zai's intention and nodded quickly. "It's all up to you." Fang Shi confirmed the details of the operation with him again, drank a cup of tea, ate some snacks, and happily returned to the Tiank League camp. After meeting the right Protector, Fang Shi reported what happened and said, "Protector Fang may have wanted to get closer to me, so he took 2 bottles of elixirs from the things he sent to me and gave them to me. In order to reassure him, I accepted them privately." As he spoke, he took out 2 porcelain bottles and handed them to the right Protector. The right Protector didn't answer. "Since I've given it to you, just keep it. This Fang Protector is quite tactful in his actions. You should get closer to him in the future so that it will be easier for you to find out his movements. I am looking forward to the surrender ceremony in 5 days. I hope he won't let me down." Fang Shi thought, "Don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. After all, it is a custom-made product tailor-made for you." Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1490 Yun Xiaozong is really a good sword. 5 days later. Fang Shi volunteered to lead a group of people into Yangchanggu. After clearing out the secret sentries set up by the Shenyang army, they headed straight for the Shenyang army camp. When the Shenyang army received the news, they fled in panic, leaving the Yunxiao sect behind. At this time, heavy fog appeared near Luoxiapo. The right protector was overjoyed, thinking that God was really helping him. Originally, he was a little worried that the Shenyang army might discover clues about the Jitian blood pool formation, but he didn't expect that even God was helping him. How could he know that the thick fog was man-made in order to block the sight of the Tiank League? As the fog dissipated, the battle situation became very clear. The Yunxiao sect has surrounded the Jitian blood pool array. Even if someone breaks out, they will have to surrender. What's more, the blood pool formation of the heavens is extremely dangerous, and the hidden army has no way to break it in a short period of time. However, the Tiank alliance had no idea how many Shenyang soldiers were trapped in the formation. After all, the fog was too thick just now. 2 hours later, Protector Fang ordered his men to close the formation. The battlefield was filled with blood, a horrific sight. Judging from the number of storage rings in the blood, at least tens of thousands of the hidden god army died. When Lieutenant General Liu was cleaning up the battlefield, he found a magic sword with the words, "Chasing the Wind," engraved on it. He immediately ran to the right protector and said excitedly, "Right protector, I heard that Hu Wankui's spiritual sword is called the Wind-Chasing Sword. Now that his spiritual sword is here, I guess it has turned into blood." The right protector was a little bit unconvinced. After all, Hu Wankui was the commander-in-chief of the Tianquan camp. How could he die here? He looked at the surrendered Fang protector and asked, "Is Hu Wankui trapped in the formation?" The Wind Guardian said respectfully, "Because of the thick fog, I didn't see who was trapped inside. But judging by the order in which the team marched, Hu Wankui might be trapped inside." The right protector did not comment upon hearing this and ordered his men to continue searching the storage ring inside the formation. During this search, many people showed greed. Because many storage rings are full of spiritual stones, elixirs, talismans, spiritual tools, and natural treasures. A quarter of an hour later, someone found the beast-taming sect leader's token in one of the storage rings. This storage ring not only contains the sect leader's token, but also the commander-in-chief seal of the Tianquan camp. In addition, there are nearly 1 billion spirit stones, countless high-level elixirs, talismans, and even 2 talismans. This time, the right protector finally believed that Hu Wankui died in the battle. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. He thought that the Yunxiao sect could only kill some small fish and shrimps this time, but he didn't expect that they actually killed Hu Wankui. It seems that even God is on their side. His attitude towards Protector Fang was also warmer than before. The Yunxiao sect is really a good sword. After clearing the battlefield, Protector Fang brought the seriously injured Fang Wuji to the right protector. "Right protector, he has offended your alliance before, and you can do whatever you want with him." Deputy General Liu gritted his teeth and said, "Right guardian, why don't you hand him over to me so I can kill him?" The right protector glared at him fiercely, then smiled and helped Fang Wuji up. "We were in opposition before, so what you did was understandable. I admire you very much. Young people must be energetic. Take good care of your injuries, you will have a bright future ahead of you." Fang Wuji was immediately filled with gratitude and expressed his loyalty. Although he wanted to cut the right protector into pieces, his years as a criminal slave had made his acting skills and endurance unmatched. The right protector gave some symbolic gifts to the wind protector and others, and then sent them away. Then, he sent out spies to inquire about the movements of the Shenyang army. Soon, news came in one after another. The beast-taming sect elected a new leader, and the commander of the Tianquan camp was replaced by Bailey Muchan of the Hanyuan sect. In addition, the Shenyang army has expelled the Yunxiao sect from the clan and threatened to seek revenge with blood and destroy the Yunxiao sect's lair. Dharma Protector Fang suddenly became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and knelt down in front of Dharma Protector Yu and begged bitterly. "Right Protector, although we have sent a message to the sect in advance, the only ones left in the sect are the old, weak, sick and disabled. Even if they want to escape, they can't escape the clutches of those people. The only way to rescue them now is to attack Wei and save Zhao. Please send troops to hunt down the Shenyang army and make them unable to take care of themselves, so that we can relieve the siege of Yunxiao sect." After saying this, Protector Fang kowtowed repeatedly, and his forehead was instantly stained red with blood. The right guardian was silent for a while, then sighed and said, "Protector Fang, you are being too polite. Since we have formed an alliance, how can we just stand by and watch someone die? But the Shenyang army is now like a lost dog, fleeing madly. Even if we want to hunt them down, I'm afraid we won't be able to meet them in a short time. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I'm powerless." The Wind Guardian did not get up, but begged. "Then can you send me some people to accompany me to the border between the south region and the north region to meet the disciples?" Before Fang Hufa could speak, Fang Shi said coldly, "Fang Guardian, you'd better use your brain before you speak. Although we have eliminated a part of the Shenyang army, their main force is still there. If you rashly lead people to the border between the north and south regions, wouldn't you be courting your own destruction? Since you have already joined our Tiank League, you should put the interests of Tiank League first. The remaining disciples can live if they can, and it is their fate if they cannot." The right guardian said unhappily, "Xiao Wu, you talk too much." Fang Shi hurriedly said, "I have overstepped the bounds, please punish me." The right guardian waved his hand and said to the Wind Guardian, "I understand your feelings, but this matter needs to be considered carefully. You go back first and I will think about it carefully." Protector Fang had no choice but to leave. After he left, the right protector smiled and said to Fang Shi, "You are quite clever. You know that there are some things that I cannot say. This Fang protector takes himself too seriously. How could I disrupt the overall deployment plan just for his old friend's disability?" Fang Shi echoed, "You are right. I think he has made some achievements but he doesn't know his own worth anymore. But The Right Guardian saw that he was hesitant to speak, so he said with a smile, "There are no outsiders here, just speak directly if you have something to say." Fang Shi then said, "Although Protector Fang is a little confused about his position, the Yunxia sect is indeed a good knife. If you refuse to help, they may feel resentful. I have a way that will satisfy them and achieve our goal." The Right Guardian's eyes lit up. "Tell me about it." Fang Shi immediately said, "Just now, Protector Fang proposed to attack Wei to save Zhao. In fact, in addition to attacking the Shenyang army, we can also attack the 4 major sects, which will also have the effect of attacking Wei to save Zhao. Among the 4 major sects, Xuanshan sect is the closest to us, and the so-called Lord of Juyu, Fang Shi, is the direct disciple of Xuanshan sect. If we destroy Xuanshan sect, the morale of the Shenyang army will definitely be shaken. It would be even better if we could capture Xiao Beidao alive and use him to threaten Fang Shi. Isn't she famous for her filial piety? Then I will use Xiao Beidao's life to exchange for hers. If she refused, her reputation as the Lord of the 9 Netherworlds would be ruined. She is just a young girl with an unstable foundation. After this incident, I guess we don't even need to do anything. The Shenyang army will have internal strife. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1491. Please God, distinguish between loyalty and treachery. Before Fang Shi finished speaking, the Right Protector laughed and said, "This is a brilliant plan. Xiao Wu, no wonder the leader sent you down here, you really have a sharp brain." Fang Shi hurriedly said, "You are too kind. I am just quick-witted at best. I am not as wise as you. The leader has mentioned you more than once in the Shadow Guard camp, and all of them were words of praise." The Right Protector felt very relieved. Regardless of whether this was true or false, at least Nissen Wu was very sensible. Although he couldn't say that he was completely confident in Fang Shi now, he at least trusted her 80%. He immediately summoned the generals to discuss the matter, including Protector Fang. "Everyone, Yunxia sect is our Tiank Alliance's ally. How can we just ignore them when they're in trouble? I intend to attack Xuanshan sect to relieve the siege of Yunxia sect. Do you think it is feasible?" Protector Fang immediately burst into tears and expressed his loyalty. His acting skills are so superb that even Fang Shi feels inferior to him. The Right Protector comforted the Wind Protector and then asked for everyone's opinions. Elder Weng spoke first. "Right Protector, although this method is very good, there is one thing we must take into consideration. Once we besiege Xuanshan sect, the Shenyang army will definitely come to rescue us. At that time, they will attack us from both sides, and we will be in a passive position." Deputy General Liu retorted, "We all know what kind of people the Shenyang army is. Let's not talk about whether they dare to come to rescue us. Even if they come, they're just a bunch of rookies. What is there to be afraid of?" Elder Weng thought, "It's understandable fathers to say that, but you've been killed 3 times, and you still have the nerve to talk nonsense here." He countered, "Although the humans in the Northern Territory are nothing to be feared, what if the demons and humans in the Southern Territory come to support us? If we take one of them alone, they're no match for us, but if the 3 forces come together, they cannot be underestimated." Deputy General Liu burst into laughter. "Elder Weng, the Right Protector has already sent people to investigate. Neither the humans in the southern region nor the demons in the northern region have made any moves. They haven't sent any troops to the northern region at all. They can't just drop from the sky, can they? Besides, Xuanshan sect is the weakest among the 4 major sects in the Northern Territory. We may be able to take it down in half a day. Even if they put up a desperate resistance, they can only hold out for 3 days. Even if the reinforcements wanted to come, they wouldn't be able to arrive in such a short time. What is there to worry about?" Ellipsis. After a heated discussion among the crowd, only a few people agreed with Elder Weng's opinion, while the vast majority of people felt that what Lieutenant General Liu said made sense. The reason is very simple. They never looked down on the Shenyang army at all. Now that they have won battles one after another, they have become even more arrogant. The Right Protector did not express his opinion immediately, but asked Fang Shi, "Anwu, what do you think?" Fang Shi feels that her eyesight has improved significantly since she became Anwu. Since the Right Protector is fine, let her watch. Right Dharma Protector, Xuanshan sect was established after Yunxia sect was destroyed, so it can be said that they don't have much foundation. They were extremely poor before. Although it is a little better now, their protective formation is almost like a decoration. Lieutenant General Liu is right. As long as we win the battle quickly, the reinforcements from the Shenyang army will not be able to arrive in time. To put it another way, even if reinforcements could arrive in time, there would be no need to worry. The Nine Nether Alliance is not in harmony with us, and they're just so-so towards Fang Shi, the Lord of the Nine Nether. How could they possibly go head-to-head with us for the Xuanshan sect? Even if they come, they will just pretend. The Right Guardian weighed the pros and cons and made the final decision. Pass the order down. The army will march out early tomorrow morning and rush to Xuanshan sect as quickly as possible. Seeing that the Right Protector had already made the decision, Elder Weng and others could only nod in agreement. Fang Shi returned to the tent, and Zhu Shihuan said with a click of his tongue, "Xiaoxi, you are really willing to take risks. Aren't you afraid of going too far and sacrificing the Xuanshan sect's ancestral foundation?" Fang Shi sighed, "Grandpa, I don't want this to happen either. But as the Lord of Juyu's maternal family, Xuanshan sect must make sacrifices." Zhu Xuan curled his lips. "Come on. I think you are using your power for personal gain and want to demolish the mountain gate because you always cut out to that stingy ancestor of Xuanshan sect." Fang Shi. Please God, distinguish between loyalty and treachery. She died unjustly. Although she was indeed dissatisfied with the stingy founder of Xuanshan sect, she would not do this. Her choice of Xuanshan sect was the result of repeated considerations. First, Xuanshan sect is the closest to this place. She can't suggest that the Right Protector go to a distant place instead of a nearby one, right? Second, Xuanshan sect is the native sect of her, the Lord of the Nine Netherworlds, and is the best target. Third, Bailey Muchen had hidden a part of the Demon Clan and the Snake Clan's hidden army in Xuanshan sect in advance, and the other part was hidden in Tianshui City, which was just right for internal and external cooperation. Because the troop deployment was completed before the soul projection channel was opened, the spies sent out by the Right Protector did not find any signs of troop deployment from the southern region and the Demon Clan. Fourth, after her reinforcement at all costs, the Xuanchen Sect's protective formation is several times stronger than that of the Changsheng Sect in the southern region, and is enough to hold back the Tiank League. Despite Feng Zai's repeated explanations, Zhu Xuan still felt that she had ulterior motives. Feng Shi was speechless. What selfish motives could she have? Isn't it because he wants to merge the other three major sects into Xuanchen Sect in the future, so he wants Xuanchen Sect to have a wonderful appearance? Is this selfishness? This is called the overall situation. Xuanchen Sect can't always rely on her, it has to stand on its own feet. Otherwise, even if the four factions merge together, they will not be able to control the situation. She also wanted to give her master Xiao Beidao a chance to show himself, because she knew that her master was also vain. As a disciple, of course she had to help him build a stage to showcase himself. As for these, there is no need to tell my cheap grandfather, lest he become jealous again. While she was thinking about these things, Zhu Xuan asked her a soul-searching question. Put aside your little tricks for now. Let me ask you, what will you do if you kneel down at the gate of Xuanchen Sect? Feng Shi. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1492, the gift from Xuanchen Sect's founder. Feng Shi slapped his forehead. Yes, how could I have forgotten this after all the planning? When the time comes, the millions of Tiank troops will surround the Xuanchen Sect and she will just kneel there. How will she explain it? What if I slide down again? I don't dare to think about it, I don't dare to think about it at all. A few days ago, the Right Protector was still mumbling that Feng Shi keeps kowtowing to the Grandmaster, this method of winning people's hearts is too low. When she kneels down, won't the old fox doubt her identity? How about tying an iron plate to your legs? If your legs can't bend, you won't be able to kneel, right? Zhu Shihuan, there's really no need to kneel, just lie there. Prostrate yourself. Feng Shi. This really stumped her. It's all the fault of that stingy ancestor. He made her kowtow for no reason, drew a discus for her, and gave her a broken jade box that couldn't be opened at all. Thinking of the jade box, Feng Zai's heart moved, and he took out the jade box from the corner of the storage ring. Then, I was surprised to find a crack in the box. Feng Shi. She quickly took out the dagger and inserted it into the gap, and with a slight push, the jade box opened. If someone were to interview Feng Shi at this time, she would definitely say, I was just trying it out, but I didn't expect a miracle to happen. Feng Shi's little heart is beating like a wild boar. What kind of big surprise will the stingy master give her? If the gift is too small, it would be unworthy of all the times she kowtowed. With this wonderful expectation, she saw that there was only a piece of paper in the jade box. Feng Zai's first thought was, silver notes. The world of immortal cultivation doesn't need this stuff. When I looked carefully, I found it was just an ordinary piece of paper. After turning it over, I found a sentence written on it. Everything has a cause, and everything has an effect. Feng Shi's heart felt so cold. The jade box that I have been looking forward to for such a long time, only contains these words. It's better not to open it, at least there's still a thought. Zhu Shihuan is so happy that he is about to fly away. Ha ha ha, it must be said that the founder of Xuanchen Sect is quite interesting. He has to deal with you like this. It's really like salted water and tofu, one thing conquers another. It's a pity that the founder of Xuanchen Sect has passed away a long time ago, otherwise I would really like to meet him, he is really a strange man. Feng Shi was even more upset. But after calming down, she felt that the founder of Xuanchen Sect would not play tricks on her, and this sentence might have a deeper meaning. What do you mean? At this time, Lin Xiangquan said, Feng Shui, you promised to kowtow 9,981 times. Have you ever counted how many times you have kowtowed? Feng Shi, I haven't calculated it. General Feng, this note should be a reminder for you to fulfill your original promise in order to resolve the kowtow issue. As long as you kowtow 81 times, everything should be fine. Feng Shi sighed, I have thought of this, but I can't just run to Xuanchen Sect and kowtow now, right? Marshal Feng, this jade box was given to you by the founder of Xuanchen Sect, so it should count if you kowtow to it. Of course, this is just my guess and may not be correct. Feng Shi thought that since it didn't make any sense anyway, why not give it a try? So she placed the jade box on the table, performed the cleansing technique on herself 3 times, washed her hands 3 times with clean water, and then knelt down and kowtowed respectfully. Because she herself didn't know how many times she had kowtowed before, to be on the safe side, she decided to kowtow all 88 times. If you kowtow more, it will be considered as a gift. Feng Shi kowtowed 88 times in one breath, and the skin on his forehead was broken. When I stood up and looked carefully, the words on the note had disappeared. Feng Shi thought, there is a way. However, she did not dare to take it lightly and decided to make several emergency plans to avoid being passive when the time comes. First, if he somehow managed to injure his legs on the way, it would be understandable that he would be unable to stand steadily at that time. Second, he pretended to suddenly discover that there seemed to be something fishy about the Xuanchen Sect's protective formation, and used this as an excuse to kneel down and apologize to the Right Protector, saying that he had misjudged the strength of the Xuanchen Sect. Ellipsis. Commander Lu was quite moved. No wonder she could achieve such great success at such a young age. She was indeed cautious in doing things. Others can only leave one way out for themselves at most, but she can leave a bunch of ways out for herself. The next morning, the Tiank army set out, aiming their swords at the Xuanchen Sect. Although the Right Protector did not assign any tasks to Feng Shi, she was busier than anyone else. Who doesn't like subordinates who have a keen eye for work? The Right Protector is no exception. A small incident happened on the way. Jiting and Lieutenant General Lu started fighting. It all started when Deputy General Lu and others were talking to Jiting, saying that the Left Protector had chosen a waste after careful selection. Jiting happened to hear it. Lieutenant General Lu had mocked Jiting in person many times before, but Jiting would just glare at him at most. But today, maybe he had reached the limit of his patience, but he actually attacked Lieutenant General Lu. Fang Shi happened to be nearby and rushed over to break up the fight. In the chaos, Ji Ting's sword didn't hurt Lieutenant General Lu, but it stabbed Fang Zai's right leg. The right protector was immediately furious. If Fang Shi hadn't stopped him, Lieutenant General Lu would have probably died for the 4th time. Finally, the right protector ordered his men to beat Deputy General Lu with 100 military sticks and beat Ji Ting. After all, Ji Ting is the left protector's man, and the incident was caused by Lieutenant General Lu, so it would be difficult for the right protector to punish him too severely. Besides, he thought it was a good thing. Ji Ting injured and Wu. Although Wu did not care about it on the surface, he must have some grudges in his heart. Maybe he even had a problem with the left protector. 2 days later, we arrived at Xuanshan Sect. At the command of the right protector, a million-strong Tiank army surrounded the Xuanshan Sect. Fang Shi was extremely nervous, afraid that his passive skill would be triggered to kneel. Although I have made a plan, it is better not to kneel. Ha! Nothing happened. The stingy ancestor finally became a human being. When she was happy, the gate of Xuanshan Sect opened. Xiao Beidao led the 4 peak masters and the elders out. When Fang Shi saw Xiao Beidao, she almost failed to control her expression. Because her master was just like an old peacock spreading its tail, and he had dressed up very carefully. My hair is as smooth and shiny as if it was licked by a cow's tongue. The clan leader's uniform looks brand new, without even a wrinkle. The boots are polished so bright that they can be used as mirrors. Standing with his hands behind his back, he looks like an immortal. Fang Shi even felt that he would be able to ascend to heaven in the next moment. It's really high-end. The blood is so acidic that it's about to bubble up. This is a battlefield, not a stage. Why are you still making such a fuss? Bah, what the hell? Ugh. If he had a physical body, he would be much more familiar with this process than Qian Chuanzi. Show up first, then start killing. Kill one by one with one sword, crackling. He didn't even dare to imagine how powerful he would be. It's a pity that he is just a soul now, and a useless soul that can't even control a soul puppet. At this time, Xiao Beidao spoke. You bastard Tiank, you actually dared to attack my Xuanshan Sect. You were so audacious that you were courting your own destruction. You bastard with a donkey face, do you dare to fight me? After these words were spoken, Lieutenant General Lu couldn't help but look at the right protector. Because the right protector has a very long face. The right protector was almost angry to death. He wished he could poke out Lieutenant General Lu's eyes. Deputy General Lu realized later that he had done something stupid, and hurried to make amends, shouting at Xiao Beidao. You old bastard, how dare you scold me? I will kill you. Xiao Beidao said with a sigh. There are still people who are willing to be scolded. Well, since you want to die, I will help you. But I have to remind you, if I, Xiao Beidao, use my sword, it will be bloody. Don't regret it. Fang Shi. My family members, who understands? My master is even better at pretending than I am. Sister is a real dog. Chapter 1493, Tiank Dog Thief, nothing special. Lieutenant General Lu would naturally not be frightened by Xiao Beidao's words, and he was ready to take action immediately. Xiao Beidao said in a deep voice, wait a moment. Deputy General Lu gritted his teeth and said, old man, what else do you want to say? Xiao Beidao looked solemn. Before I do anything, I have to state one thing. Both Deputy General Lu and everyone else present thought that Xiao Beidao was going to make a speech, such as denouncing the Tiank alliance for invading the Juyu continent. As a result, he said, the donkey face I was talking about just now was your right protector, not you. You looked at him as soon as I finished speaking just now, which means you also think he looks like a donkey, right? Did you call him donkey face behind his back? Lieutenant General Lu was so angry that he was about to smoke. The reason why he looked at the right protector just now was because Xiao Beidao pointed at the right protector when he spoke, so he subconsciously looked at him. Now I have a mouthful of words and I can't explain it clearly. With a ferocious look on his face, he swung his sword at Xiao Beidao and said, you old bastard, you're looking for death. Xiao Beidao calmly avoided the attack from Deputy General Lu, and then began to counterattack. He behaved very calmly, and those who didn't know him would have thought that he had a high level of cultivation. In fact, even though Fang Shi gave him a lot of good things, time was limited after all, and he risked his life to advance to the late 5th level of the Sect transformation. Although this was an achievement he had never dared to dream of before, it was still not good enough in front of the Tiank alliance. Not to mention the right protector, even Deputy General Lu had reached the early 8th level of the Sect transformation realm after being suppressed. Although Fang Shi knew that Xiao Beidao knew what was going on, her heart was still in her throat as the saying goes, care makes one confused. If it really doesn't work, she will have to use the Sanskrit sound technique to help secretly. She can't let her master get hurt no matter what. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard Xiao Beidao say. By the way, I haven't introduced myself after playing for such a long time, so I'll talk while playing. I am Xiao Beidao, the leader of Xuanshan Sect and the master of Fang Shi, the lord of Juyu, my dear master. Under my careful instruction, the stream is like a jade that has been carved, shining brightly. Zhu Shihuan sneered at Fang Shi. You two, master and disciple, really have the same bad taste. Each one is more arrogant than the other. Fang Shi, grandpa, your words are very stinky. Blood-devouring world. When Xiao Beidao was talking, Deputy General Lu sneered. Don't flatter yourself. I heard that you accepted Fang Shi for the Spirit Stones. Your so-called master-disciple relationship is just for others to see. Otherwise, why didn't Fang Shi take you to the southern region or send anyone to protect you? I think she wishes you were dead. Xiao Beidao has only one weak spot in his life, and that is the issue surrounding his original motivation for accepting a disciple. He now believes that he was a man of great insight and that he stood up when he saw injustice, and that it had nothing to do with Spirit Stones. He absolutely cannot accept such slander. With a roar, he immediately used his ultimate move. You Tiang dog thief, it doesn't matter if you scold me, but you are courting death by trying to sow discord between us, the master and the disciple. Xiao Beidao's ultimate move is called the right way to make money. Several straight stones transformed from spiritual power smashed towards Lieutenant General Lu. Xiao Beidao was so angry that he performed beyond his normal level and went straight from making money to becoming well off. Even though Lieutenant General Lu's cultivation was 2 levels higher than his, he was still forced into a panic. Xiao Beidao took the opportunity to throw out a handful of talismans. Since he had his second disciple as the one who could stamp them, he wouldn't feel bad about wasting them. Lieutenant General Lu didn't expect that Xiao Beidao would play such a dirty trick. In addition, he was trapped by his ultimate move, and the wound from the military stick had not healed yet. If he wasn't careful, he was doomed. Xiao Beidao was a little confused. Killed so easily. Is he so powerful now? As expected of the master of the 9 Netherworld, his cultivation is really improving by leaps and bounds. He really made his precious disciple proud. He held the sword in one hand, with the other hand behind his back, and raised his chin slightly. You bastard, nothing special. Zhu Xuan was so jealous that he was almost dying. Look at how worthless he is. He just won a battle by taking advantage of the situation, but look how proud he is. If you don't know him, you would think he has destroyed the Tiang League. I used to think he was just stingy and nagging, but I didn't expect he could be so pretentious. From now on, just stop calling me Xiao Beidao and call me Xiao Jiangxuan instead. Fang Shi. She glanced at the right protector out of the corner of her eye and saw that his face was as gloomy as water. His face had become longer and looked more like a donkey's face. I guess he was deeply touched by us saying at this time, I'm not afraid of smart people being lazy, but I'm afraid of stupid people being diligent. Lieutenant General Lu always strives to be the first, but he is defeated every time. After a while, the stupid but hard-working Lieutenant General Lu came back to life. He's like crazy. Xiao Beidao, I'm going to kill you. I must kill you. Xiao Beidao clicked his tongue. On the battlefield, you can't just shout slogans. You have to have real skills like me. Although he said it easily, it was actually not easy at all. The resurrected Lieutenant General Lu was like a mad dog. He even started using some offensive tactics without defending, and was determined to kill Xiao Beidao. If it was Xiao Beidao a few years ago, he would definitely grit his teeth and persevere. After all, he is the leader of a sect, how could he run away from the battlefield? But ever since he accepted the little apprentice, he understood the truth, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him, while only a fool would try to hold on. Anyway, he has shown up and got off to a good start, so it's best to quit while he's ahead. So, he showed a look of surprise. Shaoxi, you are here. Deputy General Lu was stunned. Shaoxi. Fang Shi is coming. Reinforcements are coming. Arriving so soon. While he was distracted, Xiao Beidao quickly took several steps back and ran away with everyone from Xuanshan Sect. The mountain gate was then closed. Lieutenant General Lu was so angry that he chased after him with a sword in hand, but was stopped by an invisible barrier. Xiao Beidao's voice came from inside the mountain gate. I am exhausted today. We will fight again tomorrow. You Tiang thieves can only be my guard dogs. Ha, ha, ha. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1494 I still have to save money to marry a wife. Deputy General Lu was furious at the sect's protective formation. The right protector really didn't want to see this embarrassing thing again, so he winked at Fang Shi. Fang Shi knew that this was going to make her the bad guy. So, he walked up to Deputy General Lu, took him aside, and whispered into the secret passage. Deputy General Lu, although victory and defeat are common in the military, only 4 people from my Tiang army have died so far in this expedition, and they were all you. This is not a pleasant thing to say, and it is very damaging to morale. Especially since you are a close confidant of the right protector, I'd rather see you. You should take the initiative to die to apologize for your sins, and repay the right protector for his kindness. Lieutenant General Lu certainly didn't want to die, because the death Fang Shi meant was complete. Not only will his soul be damaged, but he will also lose face. How can he gain a foothold in the Tiang League in the future? He knew that if he wanted to survive he could only ask Fang Shi for help, because she was now a favorite of the right protector. Master Secret Envoy, I have led the Vanguard Battalion without any merit, but at least I have worked hard. Please help me speak well of this to the right protector. As long as you can let me stay, I will never forget your kindness. It's not convenient now, I will definitely show my support after I take down Xuanshan Sect. Fang's eyes flickered and he sighed. Well, whether it's the staff or not is secondary. The key point is that I don't think your crime deserves death. I'll go talk to the right protector for you. Whether it can be accomplished or not depends on your luck. Lieutenant General Lu was so grateful to Fang Shi that he wanted to kowtow to him. The reason why Fang Shi wanted to plead for him was because she was afraid that after he was completely defeated, he would tell the people of Tiang League everything that happened here, and someone might find out the flaws. As the saying goes, those involved are often confused, while bystanders can see things clearly. People like the right protector are trapped in the situation and are being led by her, while people outside the situation are much more clear-headed. Fang Shi came to see the right protector. The right protector is directing the formation masters to find the weak points in the Xuanshan Sect's protective formation, and then concentrate troops to attack. Fang Shi told the right protector everything that Deputy General Lu had said to her, and then said, I have no interest in the benefits he promised, but what he said makes sense. He has no merits but has worked hard. It is disheartening to just deal with him like this. In addition, we killed a main general as soon as we arrived at Xuanshan Sect, which also hurt the morale. It is better to let him make meritorious contributions while serving his sentence, and it is better for him to die in battle than to let him commit suicide. The right protector frowned and said nothing. Fang Shi saw this and said hurriedly, I was in a hurry and overstepped my authority. Please punish me. The right protector waved his hand. You are also considering the overall situation, so let's do as you say. Fang Shi thought that being around this right protector would definitely make her understand what it meant to be like being with a tiger. He wanted his subordinates to be capable, but at the same time he was afraid that they would be too capable. Perhaps this is a common problem among those in power. Ultimately, it is because of the fear caused by lack of sufficient self-confidence, and the fear of being betrayed and replaced. She is different. She has absolute confidence, so the stronger her subordinates are, the better. Zhu Qihuan said darkly, I don't know who it is, but every now and then he gets jealous because Zhongwen, that idiot, is better than you. Fang Shi, I am just competing in a healthy way. Blood-devouring world. While Fang Shi was joking with Zhu Xuan, he told Deputy General Liu about the Right Protector's decision. Deputy General Liu thanked Fang Shi again, then ran to the Right Protector to apologize. Just at this time, the Formation Masters found the weak point of Xuanshan Sect's protective formation, so the Right Protector asked Lieutenant General Liu to lead the Vanguard Battalion to attack the formation. Not only the Vanguard Battalion, almost one-third of the troops were attacking the large formation, and the Yunsha Sect was among them. Xiao Beidao cursed Fang Hu through the mountain gate. You are an ungrateful bastard. You are a fence-sitter. Shaoxi saved you from the cesspool, but you ended up becoming a running dog for the Tiank League. Old Hu praised you to me before, saying that you not only have a high level of cultivation but also a good character. But you turned around and killed him. Poor old Hu, not even his body was left behind. Just because of your Yunsha Sect's betrayal, the Shenyang army suffered more than 100,000 casualties. You are worse than beasts. Those who died will surely turn into evil spirits and come after you to take your lives. Even if you work wholeheartedly for the Tiank League, you will be abandoned sooner or later. Fence-sitters are destined to have a bad ending, and they don't deserve a good ending. Ellipsis. Although Protector Fang knew that Xiao Beidao was acting, his face was still burning. Because they did betray the Jiyu continent before, although they were deceived, they did not cut ties with the Tiank alliance immediately after knowing the truth, so they're still somewhat in the wrong. Fortunately, the clouds will soon clear and the moon will appear. As long as they catch all those villains from the Tiank League, the Yunsha Sect will completely wash away the shame. At this time, the Right Protector was in a good mood. He found the weak point of the Xuanshan Sect's protective formation so quickly and would be able to take down the Xuanshan Sect soon. By taking down Xuanshan Sect, Tiank alliance achieved a phased victory in the northern territory. It would be even better if we could capture Xiao Beidao alive. As a result, it was dark and the so-called weak point was not breached. Now, not to mention the Formation Masters, even the layman felt that something was wrong. After some research, the Formation Masters finally came to a conclusion. They were deceived. The place they attacked was not the weakest point, but the strongest point. The Right Protector's face became even longer with anger. Waste. A bunch of trash. If he can't even see through such a simple trick, what else can he be but a loser? The Formation Masters felt aggrieved. They just didn't expect the ants of the Jiyu continent to be so insidious, so they didn't pay special attention during the survey. After all, he was too arrogant and looked down upon the Formation Masters of the Jiyu continent. They quickly found the real weak point of the Sect protection formation and launched an attack again. Although the attack this time was indeed aimed at a weak point, the effect was not very good. At most, it just made the protective magic circle vibrate more violently. The Right Protector had a very gloomy expression on his face. It seemed that he had misjudged the strength of the Xuanshan Sect's protective formation. At this rate, it would take at least 3 days to break through the formation. He also sent out a group of spies to gather information, fearing that he would be caught off guard by the Shenyang army's internal and external attacks. Soon good news came. Although the Tianquan camp and the Tianji camp had turned back, their marching speed was not fast, and it was obvious that they were deliberately wasting time. The Right Protector thought that it seemed that Enwu's previous analysis was correct. The Shenyang army was not in harmony with their hearts and would not confront their Tiank League head-on in order to rescue the Xuanshan Sect. If there's more days. At this time, inside Xuanshan Sect, a group of Formation Masters were reinforcing the formation plates. Among them are people from Xuanshan Sect, people from Nanyu Changsheng Sect, and people from Langyinyuan. Xiao Beidao's heart was bleeding as he watched the spread stones being consumed continuously. This was all the money that the young apprentice had earned through untold hardships, and he just threw it in like that. Money is really spent like water. Old Chai took a sip from the wine gourd and said to him, money is something you can't bring with you when you are born and you can't take with you when you die. Don't take it too seriously. Xiao Bai said, then what are your contribution points? Old Chetu burped, lay down on the ground and began to snore. Xiao Beidao. When Xiao Beidao turned around, old Chetu opened his eyes a little, then closed them again. Are you kidding? I still have to save money to get married. After killing all the bastards from the Tiank League, he can go see Qingyun. God knows how happy he was when he learned that Yuqi Qingyun was still alive. I used to live just for responsibility, but now I have hope. Even if Yuqi Qingyun did not accept him, as long as he knew that she was still alive and that she lived on the same land as him, he would be happy and would wake up with a smile in his dreams. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1495, the lion roars again. While old man Chai was dreaming about getting married, the masters of the 24 solar terms in Fangxi were collectively vomiting jealousy. Xiao Beidao has really shown off today. His ability is just ordinary, isn't it, because Shaoxi set up the stage for him? This biological master and the master I adopted later are so different. They're now looking forward to the fight starting soon so that the world can see that they're much stronger than Xiao Beidao. 3 days passed in a flash. The Xuanshan Sect's protective formation was shaking more and more violently, and even tiny cracks appeared in some places. The Right Protector was overjoyed. It seemed that the Xuanshan Sect's protective formation would not be able to hold out for much longer. The Xuanshan Sect was within his grasp. At this time, news also came from the spy. Last night, the Tianji camp and the Tianquan camp finally arrived near Tianshui City. They also stayed for about 2 hours on the pretext of resting the team. The Right Protector did not think much about it. After all, the Tianji camp and the Tianquan camp had been procrastinating for the past 2 days, and it was obvious that they had no intention of rescuing anyone. There was some movement in the southern region. It was said that Fang Shi learned that Xuanshan Sect was under siege, and personally led the Juyu guards to leave Changsheng Sect and head to the northern region. The Right Protector felt amused. The journey to the southern region was long, and by the time she brought her men over, the opportunity would have been lost. It seems that what that idiot Deputy General Liu said was right. The relationship between Fang Shi and Xiao Beidao's master and disciple is just that. As time went by, the cracks in the Xuanshan Sect's protective formation grew larger and larger, and Xiao Beidao's curses could be faintly heard. Didn't Fang Shi, that evil disciple, say that the Sect protection formation was indestructible? How come it failed after only 3 days? She brought people here. By the time she gets here, the grass on my grave will be 3 feet high. Liu Zhengquan and Bailey Muchen, these 2 old bastards, are my brothers on weekdays, but they didn't come to rescue me at the critical moment. Are they not good people? Ellipsis. The people from Tianq League are getting even more excited. He attacked the cracks frantically, wishing he could smash the Sect's protective formation to pieces in one go. Finally, a hole was torn in the Xuanshan Sect's protective formation, and then it was reduced to dust. The mountain gate of Xuanshan Sect was exposed to everyone in Tianq League. The Right Protector was overjoyed and was about to command the army to charge in when a deafening beast roar came from inside the mountain gate. Then the mountain gate opened wide and a giant beast rushed out majestically. It was the golden-haired Suani. It had recovered its original cultivation level due to the blessing of the ancestor, and these days, thanks to the elixirs and beast cores given by Guangshu and Fangxi, its cultivation level has soared to the 6th level of the Spirit Transformation realm. Although it is not top-notch, but because of its bloodline, its 6th level of Spirit Transformation is enough to compete with the 8th level of Spirit Transformation of other monsters. Xiao Beidao had not originally planned any scenes for it, but couldn't stand its noise. Also, the people from Tianshui City hadn't arrived yet, so he temporarily added a scene for it. After the golden-haired Suani came out, it roared angrily, and then spoke in human language. You bastards of Tianq, do you know my name, the golden-haired Suani? I am the first mount of Fangxi, the lord of the 9 netherworlds. When she was still a useless Qi refiner, I saw that she had a promising future, so I volunteered to carry her to participate in the trial of the Sky Mark Secret Realm. Zhu Xuan curled his lips. I have finally figured it out. You Xuanshan Sect are all of the same character from top to bottom. Fangxi, well, we are all very confident. Blood-devouring world. The Right Protector was eager to capture Xuanshan Sect, so he would not listen to the golden-haired Suani's nonsense and immediately ordered his men to charge forward. Then, the golden-haired Suani roared, if you dare to take a step forward, I will explode my beast core. Kill 1 and I will get my money back. Kill 2 and I will make a profit. After it said this, many people stopped in their tracks. Although it is possible to be resurrected, no one wants to experience the feeling of death. Lieutenant General Liu felt that this was a great opportunity to redeem himself, so he made up his mind and rushed towards the golden-haired Suani. A hint of joy flashed across the golden-haired Suani's big eyes. Oh, the chance to show his face has come. Don't be fooled by its usual behavior, it is very good at fighting. It knew that if it couldn't kill Lieutenant General Liu in a short period of time, others would surely rush in. It seemed that it could only use the new skills it had researched. The ability of the golden-haired Suani was inspired by Fangxi. When it carried Fangxi to the Tianhen secret realm, Fangxi made up a magical power called Suani roaring at the sky, in order to win people's hearts. Fangxi deceived everyone by saying that Suani Haotian has the effect of refreshing the brain and invigorating the mind. Anyone with a sense of justice can appreciate the benefits of Suani Haotian. But in fact, this is not the case at all. After the golden-haired Suani recovered his cultivation, he spent all day thinking about things, and he actually figured out the ability of Suani roaring to the sky. However, it does not have any effect of refreshing the brain, but instead causes the mind to be shaken, resulting in a momentary trance. The golden-haired Suani has not been verified by anyone, so no one knows what the effect is. Other monsters might not take the risk, but the golden-haired Suani didn't care. When it saw Deputy General Liu stabbing at it with a sword, it let out a roar. This sound was so sudden. Not to mention Lieutenant General Liu, everyone was shocked. Because the sound is so sharp and thin, it feels like it's drilling into your brain. Lieutenant General Liu staggered suddenly and almost dropped the sword in his hand. It's not that he is a waste, but the golden-haired Suani's move, Suani roars to the sky, accidentally used the spiritual attack, which was too lethal to the people of Tianq League. In addition, Lieutenant General Liu was not prepared at all and was too close to the golden-haired Suani, so he was hit. The golden-haired Suani naturally would not miss this good opportunity and clapped its big paws forward. Lieutenant General Liu was beaten into a meat patty. Lieutenant General Liu achieved a pentakill record by himself. Well, pentakill. The golden-haired Suani is so awesome. It is worthy of being the guardian beast of Xuanshan Sect and the mount of the Lord of Juyu. It is so powerful. Who else? Just ask who else. Even the 4 ferocious beasts can only be its younger brothers. It was quite beautiful. The right guardian gnashed his teeth in anger. Come together, except for Xiao Beidao, all others will be killed without mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, someone inside the mountain gate sneered. The master of the 9 netherworlds is here, how can he allow you to run wild? Immediately, 1, 2, 3. 24 old men walked out from inside. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1496 Fangxi has so many relatives. The Right Protector was suddenly shocked. Although he didn't know Elder Zui and the others, when he saw the number of people and heard them claim to be Fangxi's master, and also that they were from the demon clan, he naturally guessed their identities. The 24 masters that Fangxi recognized in Langyunyuan. How come they're in Xuanshan Sect? He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that Xuanshan Sect had been prepared for this? However, he thought again. He came to attack Shuanshan Sect on a whim, and he did not notice any signs of large-scale troop deployment by the demons, so it was estimated that there were only these 24 people. Nothing to worry about. He didn't want to waste any more time, so he ordered them to attack together again. Not to mention 24, even 240 would be useless. The energy of the 24 solar terms. It was so hard to get Xiao Beidao to add a scene for them, but these unsportsmanlike bastards actually rushed forward. No matter how powerful they are, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Just when they were feeling angry, Old Man Chai staggered out from the mountain gate. He threw the wine gourd in his hand towards the people from the Tiank League who were rushing over. The grandfather of the Lord of Jiu is here, why don't you hurry up and get out of here? The wine gourd exploded, and the aroma of wine filled the air. However, the aroma of the wine was poisonous, and some people were caught off guard and felt dizzy instantly. The right protector's nose was almost crooked from anger. Feng Shi has no other abilities, but he has so many relatives. Sometimes he calls me master, sometimes I call him grandpa. It never ends. These idiots are the same. You stop when one person comes out, but keep rushing forward. But this time, he discovered the advantages of Lieutenant General Liu. No matter whether he was stupid or not, at least he would really do it when there was a problem. By the way, where is Lieutenant General Liu? Aren't you willing to rush forward? Why don't you rush forward this time? Lieutenant General Liu also wanted to rush forward, but he had no chance of resurrection, so he cherished his life now. The right protector did not see where Lieutenant General Liu was for a moment, so he had to give orders again, urging the army to advance. Anyone who delays the military order will be killed without mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Man Chai raised his arms and shouted, "Follow me." Old Man Chai bravely took the lead, followed by the 24 solar terms. The golden-haired Suani, who had just stepped aside to watch the show, also rushed towards the Tiank army with a howl. Immediately afterwards, countless troops rushed out from the mountain gate, and shouts of killing resounded through the heavens and earth. The right protector's head buzzed. Be cheated. Because many of the people rushing out were from the Demon Clan and the Glutton Clan, and there were a large number of them. He calmed himself down. Although the other party seemed to be well prepared, they still had the advantage in numbers. What's more, they had the ability to resurrect. As long as they didn't lose their composure, it was only a matter of time before they could take down Shuanshan Sect. As soon as he thought of this, he was horrified to find that those people from Shuanshan Sect were actually using their spiritual sense to attack the Soul Ring. How did they know this was their fatal point? At this time, Feng Shi, who was standing next to him, said, "Right protector, look over there." The right protector looked in the direction of Feng Shi's finger and heard deafening shouts and screams from the rear. People from the Tianji camp and the Tianquan camp had arrived. Do not. These people are not from Tianji camp or Tianquan camp at all. Because there are many divine transformation cultivators here, and they're from the southern region. Fell into a trap. Completely fell into the trap. Just when he was still wondering what went wrong, the soul ring was hit hard. The right protector was really capable. He wrapped himself tightly with the spiritual shield almost instantly and retreated for a distance. He stared at Feng Shi. "Anmu, it's you. You actually betrayed the Tiank League." Feng Shi didn't expect that he could kill the right protector with a big brick. The key point was that the right protector was very cunning. When he found something was wrong, he hid the soul ring. Although she could see the soul ring by practicing the chaos technique, it would be inappropriate for her to help Rashi if Ji Ting couldn't see it. Feng Shi didn't waste any words with the right protector because she knew one thing very well: villains die because of their excessive talk. Well, the same goes for decency. At this time, we must fight quickly and decisively to reduce the casualties of the Shenyang army. While she continued to smash with the big brick of her spiritual consciousness, she summoned the wooden sword. The wooden sword was now filled with anger, and it emitted a red sword light and slashed towards the right protector. Ji Ting on the other side also swung his sword towards the right protector. Although the right protector tried his best to dodge, he was still hit by the sword's light and his left ear was cut off. The big donkey's face turned into an ear. The right protector was angry and anxious. He stared at Feng Shi and asked, "Who are you?" There is no way that Anmu would betray the leader, nor is there any way he could use spiritual attacks like a big brick, and his swordsmanship is not up to par. Wait, a big brick? You are Feng Shi. Where is Anmu? Feng Shi still didn't say anything, just kept working. The right protector was indeed cunning. He knew that he would not gain any advantage by continuing to fight with Feng Shi, and that the Tiank alliance was at a disadvantage in the situation, so he made up his mind and committed suicide. No matter how powerful Feng Shi is, he can't stop people from committing suicide. Feng Shi was not surprised by this. After all, the right protector was not Ji Ting, and he was not that easy to kill. The scene was already in chaos at this point, and there were too many people. It would be extremely difficult to find the resurrected right protector in a short period of time, not to mention that he might have changed his appearance. Feng Shi didn't insist on looking for the right protector. She released all the Strud pets and let them join the battle. Then, she restored her original appearance and began to use the power of time to chant the Sanskrit Sutra. Although the spiritual attack of the Brahma sound technique is not as powerful as a big brick, it has a wider range. Feng Shi's spiritual attack spread out like water ripples, and no one from the Tiank alliance within the range was spared. While Feng Shi was reciting the Sanskrit Sutra, he was also searching the crowd for someone with a hidden soul ring. Those who can hide the soul ring are all generals with relatively high cultivation. If they cannot be eliminated quickly, it will definitely cause trouble for the Shenyang army. So, Feng Shi would kill anyone he saw. It was just a matter of a few bricks. Soul projection is a double-edged sword. It seems to be very powerful and can bring resurrection, but in fact it just hands your weakness to the hidden god army. Of course, if only a very small number of people could hide the soul ring, and if Feng Shi cannot see the soul ring, this might not be considered a weakness. The right protector hidden in the crowd had changed his appearance as Feng Shi had expected, and he slowly approached Xiao Beidao. This is his only chance. By capturing Xiao Beidao, they can threaten Feng Shi to let them go. As long as they leave here, they will have a chance to make a comeback. There are still 10,000 people on the polar ice sheet. We can then take advantage of the geographical advantages of the polar ice sheet. Wrong. The bitch Fangxi personally arranged the formation of the base camp. Could she have tampered with it? However, even if she did something, there was no one of hers there. As long as he got back to the polar ice field before her, things would turn around. As he thought about it, he moved closer to Xiao Beidao and grabbed the back of Xiao Beidao's neck with his right hand as fast as lightning. Because he wanted to capture him alive, this was the safest way. Just when his hand was only a few inches away from Xiao Beidao suddenly turned his head, avoiding the right protector's hand, then turned around and stabbed him in the heart with a sword. The right protector got his second kill. He is dying. He didn't understand why Xiao Beidao was so powerful. Wasn't he only at the 5th level of the spiritual transformation realm? Elder Bai, who made a friendly appearance as Xiao Beidao, curled the corners of his mouth. If you don't work hard, you will get nothing in return. Bai Lycan has made a great achievement. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1497, not being too aggressive is also a kind of wisdom. Fangxi openly gave Elder Bai the title of Deputy Commander-in-Chief, and privately told him that his first priority was to ensure Xiao Beidao's safety. Elder Bai knew that this was Fang Zai's absolute trust and respect for him, so he not only formulated a detailed protection plan for Xiao Beidao, but also decided to have him as a substitute to take the stage at the critical moment to ensure that everything would be safe. Therefore, when launching the counterattack, Elder Bai disguised himself as Xiao Beidao and let Xiao Beidao take charge of the sect. Elder Bai originally thought that he would have to spend some time talking, but he didn't expect Xiao Beidao to agree so readily. If it was Xiao Beidao's previous personality, he would definitely not agree. How embarrassing. But now he is no longer the same person he was before. He knows that if he is caught by the people of Tiang League, it will bring a lot of trouble to Fangxi, so he agreed to Elder Bai's plan. It is also a kind of wisdom not to try to be too stubborn. Then, Xiao Beidao, played by Elder Bai, made a brilliant appearance. In order to paralyze the enemy, he not only suppressed his cultivation, but also used the same sword technique as Xiao Beidao. Not to mention the people from Tiang League, even the people from Xuanshan Sect didn't know that he was fake. Elder Bai was very proud of himself, and the resurrected right protector was so angry that he was about to do splits. He really couldn't understand how Xiao Beidao suddenly became so powerful that he not only managed to avoid his sneak attack, but also stabbed him to death with one sword. Could it be someone else pretending to be him? Pretend. He had an idea and took off the clothes of a corpse of the Shenyang army and put them on himself. He had hidden his soul ring and changed into the clothes of the hidden god army, looking exactly like one of them. Sure enough, the people from the Shenyang army no longer attacked him. As for the people of Tiang League, they were busy with their own affairs and naturally would not attack him intentionally. The right protector kept moving among the crowd. Since there was something fishy about Xiao Beidao, he could just grab any one of Fangxi's 24 masters and use him to threaten her. He set his sights on the drunken elder. Elder Zui is good at refining pills, but his cultivation is weaker than that of other elders. The right protector felt that he had at least a 90% chance of catching the other party. 3 feet, 2 feet, 1 foot. Just when the right protector felt that victory was in sight, his soul ring was hit hard again. It was really cruel of the right protector to attack himself. He committed suicide without even blinking, and got a triple kill. Because he knew without even thinking that it must be Fangxi. Others can't see his soul ring at all, let alone attack it. He didn't understand. He had already disguised himself, so why could Fangxi still find him? How could he know that in Fangxi's eyes, he was wearing a shining soul ring and the clothes of the hidden army, and the only thing missing was the words, Right Protector, written on his head. Fangxi was not in a hurry when he saw that the right protector had escaped again. He continued to practice the Sanskrit sound technique and kill the generals of the Tiang League who had hidden the soul ring. Once all the members of the Bird Alliance are killed, the right protector will be like a louse on a bald man's head, with nowhere to hide. The right protector was so anxious that he was about to fume. He wanted to abandon the Tiang Alliance army and escape alone, but he felt unwilling to do so. An army of millions. At least take some away. But there is no point in being anxious. The Shenyang army has an absolute upper hand, and it is only a matter of time before the Tiang army is destroyed. Just when he thought the game was over, the sky suddenly darkened, and a dark cloud that could be described as covering the sky and the sun loomed over the Xuanshan sect. Then a bolt of lightning struck. The target of the attack was Fangxi. Fangxi could dodge it, but if she dodged, the lightning would strike someone else, so she took the lightning head on. She looked at the dark cloud dove in the sky with a cold gaze. What role does the heavenly Dao play in the invasion of the Juyu continent by the Tiang continent? During the first invasion of Tiang continent, Tian Dao disappeared. During the second invasion of Tiang continent, just when Juyu continent was about to win, heaven sent Huanjue to strike her, the lord of Juyu. Was it just a coincidence? Whether it was a coincidence or intentional, she would not let anyone ruin the hard-earned good situation. At this time, because of the appearance of Huanjue, both sides stopped fighting. The reason is simple, everyone is afraid of being struck by lightning. Even if they're from the Tiang Alliance, even if they could be resurrected, they would not be able to withstand the thunder from the sky. If they are not careful, a bolt of lightning might kill them completely, and even their spiritual consciousness would be severely damaged. The right protector was quite happy, because he felt that the thunder should be directed at Fangxi, otherwise why would it strike her for no reason? As long as the bitch Fangxi dies, the Tiang League will have hope of turning defeat into victory. Elder Bai and others were worried. The power of heavenly thunder is beyond human resistance, and even if they wanted to help Fangxi, they were powerless. At this moment, Fangxi summoned Bear Kai Lei and jumped up. Go! Cabbage thunder flew towards the north at an extremely fast speed. Wuyunjua also followed. At this time, Elder Bai shouted loudly, Shenyang army, listen to my order, retreat. Although the people of Tiang League didn't know why the Shenyang army wanted to retreat, it was definitely a good thing for them, so they didn't stop them. The Right Protector thought that the people of the Shenyang army probably saw Feng Shi escape, so they were unsure and chose to retreat. I thought this was a dead end, but unexpectedly there was a sudden turn of events. All I can say is that God is on their side. He immediately changed back to his original appearance and led the people of Tiank League to flee in a hurry. He planned to take these people back to the polar ice field. As long as they guarded the soul projection channel, they would have a chance to make a comeback. Because they were eager to escape, they moved very fast and in the blink of an eye they were 100 miles away from Xuanshan Sect. The Right Protector breathed a sigh of relief. Although the battle had started off badly, whoever had the last laugh would be the ultimate winner. Feng Shi. It has probably been chopped into ashes by now. Without this scourge, the Tiank alliance would definitely win in the end. Just then, someone exclaimed, Feng Shi, it's Feng Shi. The Right Guardian followed the gaze of the crowd and saw a green cloud flying over from a distance. Who else could be standing on it but Feng Shi? Why is she here? The next moment, the cabbage thunder landed. Feng Shi rushed into the Tiank League team screaming, Jue, chop me if you can. Wuyunjue really responded to every request, and bolts of lightning struck Feng Shi one after another. Feng Shi dodged left and right skillfully. Although he was hit a few times, most of them hit the disciples of Tiank League. One split will create a large piece. Right Guardian, #% and %*#%add. Feng Shi, this damn guy, actually wanted to use thunder to kill people. What a lack of virtue. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1498 Feng Shi won rode sparks and lightning chased up. Feng Shi likes Wuyunjue so much. This little thing is so obedient. Just chop it down if you want to. There is a kind of beauty that doesn't care about the life or death of the Tiank alliance. Of course, this was due to the fact that she had just made Wuyunjue so mad. She was also kind enough to educate Wuyunjue that the people of Tiank League were all projections of their souls, which meant that they were not real people, so they could be killed if they wanted to, so there was no need to feel psychologically burdened. Therefore, in Wuyunjue's view, the people of Tiank League are not living creatures, so there is no need to worry about their life or death, and he can chop them however he wants. The Right Guardian saw Feng Shi running towards him, and he was angry and afraid, and shouted to his men. Are you all dead? Kill that Feng Shi, and the thunder will stop striking. In fact, he didn't need to shout, because the people from Tiank League had been attacking Feng Shi. Unfortunately, that person had his own Sanskrit secret, and his spiritual attack arrived before he did. The disciples of Tiank League who were within the range felt a sharp pain in their consciousness, and coupled with the pressure from Wuyunjue, they had no way of attacking Feng Shi. Even if there are some fish that slip through the net, they will be struck to death by the cabbage thunder hidden in the auspicious cloud hairpin. But they were all killed by lightning, and everyone thought it was Wuyunjue who did it. They all thought that the cabbage thunder just looked like a dark cloud, and they never thought that the cabbage thunder was also a dark cloud. On the one hand, they never dreamed that dark clouds would be contracted by someone, and on the other hand, whose dark clouds are green. Seeing that they couldn't stop the thunder, or to be more precise, there was no way to stop it at all, the people of the Tiank League immediately fled in all directions, fearing that they would be struck to death by the thunder if they ran too slowly. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the Right Protector made up his mind and ran away. As long as the mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. It was a good idea of his, but unfortunately Feng Shi didn't give him this opportunity. She caught up with him with sparks and lightning. Right Protector, why are you running? Don't you always like to ask me what I think? Why don't you ask me now? Right Protector, let me ask you a question. Feng Shi, you and I cannot coexist. Sooner or later I will kill you. Although Feng Shi was very fast, Wuyunjue kept attacking her, slowing her down. Seeing the Right Protector running further and further away, Feng Shi looked up and said to Wuyunjue, go and kill that bastard in front of you, and I'll have cabbage thunder return a grey wing to you. Wuyunjue thought to herself, do you think I'm a fool? As long as I kill you and then kill Bai Kai Lei, those grey wings will be mine. Just as he was thinking, Feng Shi said, if you don't do as I say, I will let the cabbage thunder explode, and then you won't get a single grey wing. Bai Kai Lei. Wuyunjue. Wuyunjue was not stupid. He knew Feng Shi was trying to scare him, so he continued to chop her. Feng's eyes rolled. You should be very curious about where the cloud core of Bai Kai Lei came from. As long as you kill the person from the bird alliance in front, I will tell you. If I don't keep my word, let my soul fly to pieces and I will die miserably. Wuyunjue was a little tempted. Because what Feng Shi said was right, it was indeed curious about where Bai Kai Lei's cloud core was, but it had a hunch that Feng Shi was trying to trick it. If you want to know where this intuition comes from, the answer is simple, it was caused by being tricked. So, Wuyunjue was very conflicted. Because of this dilemma, it naturally stopped attacking Feng Shi. Feng Shi took this opportunity to summon the cabbage thunder and chase after the Right Protector. He runs away, she chases him, but he has no wings to fly. The Right Protector was so panicked that he even lost his shoes. Before coming to Juyu continent, he had imagined countless possibilities, but he never dreamed that it would be like this. Not only was he plotted against, but he even had to worry about being struck by lightning. If he were given a chance to start over again, the first thing he would do is kill Feng Shi, the fake and Wu. Not finished yet, there is still a small chapter, around 9 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1499 Feng Scum, Tremble. Seeing Feng Shi getting closer and closer to him, the Right Protector made the most painful decision of his life. He triggered the restriction left in his sea of consciousness by the leader of the Tiank Alliance. Damn it. It's completely over. He no longer had any hope of going to the Polar Ice Sheet 3 group, because he knew that there was no such opportunity anymore. His arrogance and his dominance all disappeared with the rolling thunder. He finally realized the fact, that is, he underestimated the Juyu continent, underestimated the Shenyang army, and underestimated Feng Shi. Fang Shi must have left some backup plan in the polar ice field, so it would be useless for him to go back. If he was accidentally caught alive by her during this process, he wouldn't even have the chance to trigger the forbidden suicide. It would be bad if she searched my soul. The reason why he had this understanding was that he knew Fang Shi must have searched Enwu's soul, otherwise she would not have known so much about Enwu. Although he didn't know what means Fang Shi used to avoid the leader's ban, he couldn't take the risk. He might be able to survive if he was defeated, but if his soul was searched, the leader would definitely kill his real body. In addition, there are many things that other people are not aware of, and he must report these situations to the leader. Fang Shi saw the clothes and storage ring on the ground and was speechless for a long time. Commander Lu also had mixed feelings. He didn't know whether to praise the right protector for his prompt decision or scold him for being afraid of death. To be honest, when he first learned about Fang Shi's deployment, he knew that the Tiank Alliance would definitely lose this time, but he really didn't expect that they would lose so quickly. It was so fast that he couldn't react. Fang Shi sensed his thoughts and said calmly, "Quick, what you saw was just a small part. Ever since the last invasion by the Tiank League, our Juyu continent has been preparing for this battle. It was the Buddhists of the Kuchan Sect, the Nirvana practitioners of the Wangdushan Sect, and those ancestors who left no records in the long river of history, who used their lives to support this victory." Blood-devouring Huan echoed. "That's right, I am one of them. If it weren't for you Bird Alliance, would I have become like this? Also, do you know how much effort Shaoxi put into this day? In order to get these forces in the Juyu continent to form an alliance, she ran around everywhere and her lips were almost worn out. It was fast because Shaoxi thought it through carefully and made sufficient preparations. Of course, it's also because you Bird Alliance are too stupid. I guess stupidity is contagious, otherwise why are you all more stupid than each other?" Commander Lu. I just sighed. You two, the grandparents and the grandchildren, took turns to teach me. Fang Shi didn't have time to continue teaching him because there was still Wu Yunjue overhead. After she put away the right protector's clothes and storage ring, she looked up at Wu Yunjue. "Jue, you helped me a lot this time. Our previous grudges are written off and you can leave now." Wu Yunjue. Is this what you call human language? What do you mean I can leave? I haven't killed you yet, why would I leave? Besides, isn't your tone of voice when you're offering favors a bit shameless? Wu Yunjue chopped Fang Shi with all his might. Fang Shi had no choice but to move out of the iceberg and get in. Ugh. Can you cool yourself? In the end, it was the golden pig that blocked the door. Although most of the Sprug pets followed Elder Bai and his men to Xuanshan Sect, the golden pig was special. As long as it committed suicide, it could return to Fang Shi's Sprug beast bag. Ji Lei angrily chopped the golden pig into pieces, and then began to chop the ice that was blocking the door. It figured out this countermeasure after it suffered a loss last time. As long as we melt the ice blocking the door, we can close the door and beat the dog. Ooh. Fang scum, tremble. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1500. Is this reasonable? Wu Yunjue lowered its altitude, hovered on the side of the iceberg, and chopped at the ice blocks blocking the door. It was really efficient. After a short while, the ice blocking the door was melted, revealing the shivering Fang Shi inside. Wu Yunjue was so happy that she almost died. "You scumbag, now you have come to this day. Do you think I will kill you?" Just as it was about to send the remaining lightning power to Fang Shi spoke. "Jue, wait a minute, I have some last words to say." Wu Yunjue thought about it and decided that since she was going to die anyway, it didn't matter if she heard what she wanted to say. It would be a good opportunity to appreciate her fearful look. "So I didn't do it." Fang Shi sighed. "Jue, although there have been many unpleasant things between us, to be honest, I still admire you. Apart from anything else, your indomitable spirit is much stronger than Bai Kai Lei's." Bai Kai Lei. If you want to praise it, just praise it. Why do you want to belittle me? Is it fun to do this? Fengu, don't think that just because you are my spiritual pet, I will tolerate you unconditionally. If you do this again, I will not be polite. The above are Bai Kai Lei's inner thoughts. Of course, it can't speak, and at most it can express its dissatisfaction through emotions. Wu Yunjue was quite happy. He had always felt that he was 100 times stronger than Bai Kai Lei. Especially when Fang Shi said this, he felt extremely comfortable. It decided to let Fang Zha live for half a minute longer. After Fang Shi praised Wu Yunjue, he said, "Xiao Jue, it is precisely because I admire you that I have to remind you before I die. I told you before that these people from the Tiank League are projections of their original spirits. It doesn't matter if you kill them or not. However, you may not know that these people from the Bird Alliance may be related to your master, which means that you have killed your master's lackey. I am really worried about your future. When you go back, you will not only be punished, but you may even lose your life." Wu Yunjue didn't believe what Fang Shi said at all and thought she was trying to trick it again. Fang Shi guessed what it was thinking and said, "You think I'm lying to you? Then have you ever thought about that your master is the heaven of Juyu continent? Why didn't he even fart when foreign enemies invaded, and instead ask you to kill me, the Lord of Juyu? Doesn't it show that they're in the same group? Xiao Jue, think about it again. If someone from the Juyu continent were wandering around outside in the form of a spirit, would heaven send you to kill him? Why are these people from the Tiank League acting so openly?" But he doesn't say anything. "You are smart. You only need to think about it a little to know that what I said is true. You are in big trouble this time." Although Wu Yunjue repeatedly warned herself not to be fooled by Fang Shi, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that what Fang Shi said made sense. The people from the Bird Alliance might really be related to the Heavenly Dao. Last time, it chased Fang Zhara into a Wanfu cave, where it killed many people wearing clothes of the Bird Alliance. After returning, it was punished. The penalty is particularly severe. It must have killed tens of thousands of people with those crackling sounds just now, right? The suicide of the leader seems to have something to do with it. It's over. How could a dark cloud cause such a disaster? It might not survive. It looked at Feng Shi fiercely and said, "If I can't live, you will have to die with me." When it was about to kill Feng Shi in a rage, Feng Shi said, "Xiao Jue, there is an idiom called, the dog is cooked after the rabbit dies, do you know what it means? Once the rabbit is dead, there is no need for the hound to survive. Now I am the little white rabbit and you are the wild dog. If I were alive, you would still be useful and your master might be able to spare your life. But if I die, you will definitely not live. So, if I live, you live, and if I die, you have to die too. Do you know what to do now? Buyunjua. How come you and I have become grasshoppers on the same rope? Is this right? Is this reasonable?" When it was hesitating, Feng Shi said, "Xiao Jue, there's actually nothing to worry about. If you let me go, I'll just be punished when I go back. But if you kill me with a chop, you will definitely die when you go back. Punishment or death, which one do you choose?" Buyunjua suddenly understood and of course chose to be punished. It's better to die than to live. But it felt very aggrieved to let Feng Zhara go like this. At least I can vent my anger. When it was thinking about how to vent its anger, Feng Shi tilted his head and looked at it. "Xiao Jue, I know you are feeling very upset, and I can't blame Luo Ren for that. How about this, you separate a strand of your soul and follow me, not only can you know my movements at any time, but you can also trick me at any time, what do you think?" Buyunjua. "Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I don't know how the cabbage thunder came about?" In a rage, Buyunjua attacked Feng Shi with a sharp blow. Feng Shi had already come out of the ice hole while they were talking and ran away. Before running away, he did not forget to put the iceberg into the storage ring. "Xiao Jue, if you don't agree, then don't agree. Why are you so anxious? You need to change your temper. Those who achieve great things must learn to be patient. Bai Kai Lei is much better than you in this respect. He can be more patient than a turtle." "Bai Kai Lei. Are you praising me or scolding me?" "Xiao Jue, there are still many people from the Bird Alliance ahead. Just follow me and kill them all." Buyunjua. "What do you take me for? You're lackey. Why should I listen to you? If you ask me to chop you, I will chop you. Don't I have any dignity? I won't chop any of them off, you'll be mad to death." It decided to think it over carefully before deciding whether to chop Feng Shi or not. So it floated in the air and watched the fun. Feng Shi soon heard the sound of fighting. When he got closer, he found that one side was the remnants of the Tiank Alliance, and the other side was people from the Tianji camp and the Tianquan camp. Previously, the Tianji camp and the Tianquan camp had stationed near Tianshui city as a substitute and were replaced by the Tianshu camp and the Tiangshan camp from the southern region, which were the team that had just cooperated with the Chuanshan sect. The Tianji camp and the Tianquan camp were lying in ambush here to block the Tiank League's retreat route. Hu Wankui once again faced off against Deputy General Lu. Hu Wankui laughed with his mouth wide open. "Do you think I'm dead? Humph, even if you die 800 times, I won't die. Last time we fought, I let you go on purpose. This time, I won't have such a good time." In fact, Hu Wankui was no match for Lieutenant General Lu. But Lieutenant General Lu was now like a stray dog, with no fighting spirit at all, so he was forced to retreat again and again by Hu Wankui. At this time, Lieutenant General Lu saw Feng Shi return safely, but the right protector was nowhere to be seen. He guessed that the right protector was dead. Knowing that the situation was hopeless, he immediately wanted to commit suicide. However, Feng Shi did not give him this opportunity. He imprisoned him with his spiritual power and handed him over to the Golden Pig for custody. The Golden Pig feels great about himself. Among so many spiritual pets, it is the only one that stays with its owner in the end. After the storm, only the fine products remain. Mu Jian said in a mean way, "Come on, you're just a fine product. I think you look like a pig." Golden Pig, %# and %. Next chapter around 8 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1501 Great Victory. Although the Golden Pig wanted to bite the wooden sword, it knew it can cause trouble for Feng Shi now, so it ignored the wooden sword. Mu Jian, let's wait and see. Feng Shi performed the Sanskrit sound technique while searching for the senior general who had hidden the soul ring. Those who can be captured alive will be captured alive, and those who cannot be captured alive will be shot to death. During this process, she would occasionally hook up with the dark clouds in the sky to chop it apart. Boyan knew clearly that she wanted to kill people with the help of thunder, but sometimes she was so angry that she would still strike down a few thunderbolts. Every time, there would be unlucky people from the Tiank League who were killed by mistake. Buyunjua had given up and decided to go for broke. He had already killed so many of them, so a few more wouldn't matter. Is there any difference between 15,000 and 15,800? There is no difference at all. Anyway, the law of nature didn't say that it couldn't be split. At most, it could just be considered as acting on its own initiative. The people of Tiank League had already lost their fighting spirit because the right protector had escaped. Now that they saw that Feng Shi could actually command the dark clouds to strike them, why would they still persist? I'd rather die. As a result, the restrictions in their spiritual consciousness were triggered one after another. Of course, there were also those who were slow and were imprisoned by the Shenyang army's spiritual power. At the same time, blockades in other directions continued. Bailey Muchen did not disappoint Feng Shi's trust in him. He had a very accurate control over the overall situation of the battle and his troop deployment was very appropriate. Not only that, while the war was going on here, Bailey Muchen had already sent a team into the polar ice field to reinforce Junwen and others in Wuming City. Feng Shi left some people to clean up the battlefield and prepared to return to Xuanshan Sect. She looked at the dark clouds in the sky. Xiao Jue, I'm going home. Do you want to go back with me? Buyunjua. You shameless bastard, who wants to go home with you? It slashed at Feng Shi a few times in anger, then floated away. Feng Shi waved her little paws. Xiao Jue, come and play often when you have nothing to do. The dark cloud dove floated away without looking back. I could vaguely hear Fang Shi muttering to herself. Xiao Jue left crying the last few times, but this time she finally showed some promise and didn't cry. Wu Yunjue really wanted to go back and chop her into pieces, but when she thought of what Fang Shi had said before, she held back. It decided to go back and test the waters before making any further decisions. Fang Shi's image at this time was really not very good. After all, he was struck so many times by Wu Yunjue. He quickly tidied himself up, then stood on the cabbage thunder and returned to Xuanshan Sect in glory. From a distance, we could see Elder Bai and others welcoming us outside the mountain gate. Before they retreated back to Xuanshan Sect, Fang Shi used his spiritual sense to send a message to Jiting, asking him to tell Elder Bai to lead his men to retreat. Only in this way could she let Wu Yunjue kill those people from Tiank League to avoid hurting her own people by mistake. The following wave of Wu Yunjue was not so crazy anymore, so it became more accurate. Elder Bai saw Fang Shi and knelt on the ground. Welcome to the triumphant return of Marshal Feng. Everyone knelt down in a mass. Only Fang Shi's masters and old man Chai did not kneel. After all, he is the elder, and kneeling would make Fang Shi feel embarrassed. Fang Shi stood on the cabbage thunder. His eyes fell on the mountain gate of Xuanshan Sect. I thought to myself, the kneeling I made back then has come back to me in another form. As she thought about it, she said, everyone, get up. The war has just ended and there are still many things to do, so let's not talk about these empty formalities. Then everyone stood up. Fang Shi walked inside while explaining to Elder Bai and others what to do next. First, although Bailey Muchen has already sent reinforcements to the polar ice field, for the sake of safety it is still necessary to send some more people with higher cultivation levels. Second, the captured prisoners must be soul-searched one by one, and the information obtained must be summarized. Third, conduct a comprehensive search and screening to avoid any fish slipping through the net, especially some Tiank League generals who are able to hide the soul ring and easily disguise themselves as the Shenyang army. Fourth, classify the spoils and then reward according to merit. Fifth, although it is unlikely that the Tiank Alliance will send people down again, the soul projection channels in various places must still be strictly guarded, and the various battalions of the Shenyang army must return to their respective bases as soon as possible after completing their tasks. Ellipsis. A few days later, news came back from the polar ice field. When the reinforcements arrived, Zhang Wen and his men had already wiped out the 10,000 people left behind by the Tiank League, and had resealed the Yuanshan channel. The reason why Zhang Wen and his team were so successful was, on the one hand, because Fang Shi had left them a group of ice-type monsters. The combat power of these ice-type monsters was almost enough to defeat 10 of them at most. On the other hand, Fang Shi tampered with the formation of the base camp, and before Zhang Wen and his men could attack, the formation destroyed itself. Those people from Tiank League were almost angry to death. They never understood until the death why an ambush suddenly appeared and why there was a problem with the formation. After cleaning up the battlefield, Zhang Wen stood in the cold wind, looking at the snowflakes flying in the sky, and he sighed deeply. What a shame. We were unable to capture his heroic performance in battle. However, he did not disappoint his junior sister's trust and completed the task successfully. Xingwu and others also felt a little regretful. Although their mission was also very important, they wanted to fight with Fang Shi more. But for the sake of the overall situation, they have no regrets. In a blink of an eye, a month has passed and the finishing work has been completed. Fang Shi led a group of high-ranking members of the Shenyang army to the monument to the heroes to pay tribute to the martyrs. After reading the sacrificial text, Fang Shi ordered the prisoners to be brought up. Fang Shi ordered his men to chop off their heads as a commemoration of the martyrs. After their souls were searched, they were all in a state of stupidity and madness, and they remained so even after being resurrected, so they were easy to catch. So Fang Shi had people chop off their heads again and again. Lieutenant General Liu was luckier because he only had his life left and was only beheaded once. Fang Shi felt that this was unfair to him, and planned to let him die a good death when he went to Tiank Continent in the future. After paying tribute to the monument to the heroes, Fang Shi began to think about going to Tiank Continent. She asked Commander Liu, Master, have you thought of a solution? Commander Liu gritted his teeth and said, not yet. Fang Shi said quietly, I'll give you another month. If you still can't come up with a solution, I will have no choice but to betray my master and ancestors. Commander Liu. Did I accept a disciple? I accepted a sin. Xiao Beidao actually hoped that Commander Liu could not come up with a solution. He did not want Fang Shi to go to Tiank Continent at all. Shaoxi, after this battle, the Tiank League will probably not make any major moves for hundreds of years. Why do you want to take this risk? Fang Shi said with a smile, Master, how can I allow others to snore beside my bed? As long as the Tiank Alliance is not eliminated, my Juyu continent will not have peace. Instead of waiting for someone else's knife to fall, it's better to be the one holding the knife yourself. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1502 What's the difference between you and old man Chai dreaming of getting married? Seeing Xiao Beidao remain silent, Fang Shi continued. Shen Zhilan has not made any move. If she is from a third party, things are far from as optimistic as we thought. Something unexpected might happen soon, so we have to take the initiative. Master, I know you are worried about me. Don't worry, a scourge like me can live for at least 10 million years. Xiao Beidao. He still said nothing. He knew that what Fang Shi said was right, but why should a little girl like her shoulder the heavy responsibility of the Juyu continent? She has done enough and has no obligation to risk going to Tiank continent again. After all, she was jumping around in the Juyu continent before, so even if she did something out of line, she still had him and the Xuanshan Sect to support her. But if she went to Tiank continent, there would be enemies everywhere who wanted to cut her into pieces. Every step would be difficult and she could lose her life if she was not careful. So even though Fang Shi kept giving him a lot of truths, he refused to give in. Fang Shi knew that he had no choice but to use his trump card. Master, what I said before was all based on the overall situation, but there are also some personal reasons. You may not know that there are some problems between me and fifth senior brother. Now, not only am I being struck by lightning, but fifth senior brother also gets struck by lightning occasionally because he is following my path. The way we practice is not recognized by the heavenly Tao of Juyu continent, and we will be wiped out by that dog thing of heavenly Tao sooner or later, so we can only go to Tiank continent to seek a glimmer of hope. Before she finished speaking, Xiao Beidao said, every man has a share of responsibility for the fate of his country. Moreover, you are the lord of Juyu. For the long-term stability of Juyu continent, you must take the risk and go to Tiank continent. Master, I firmly support your decision. Fang Shi. Master, you understand double standards. After convincing Xiao Beidao, Fang Shi remembered something. Master, there is something I want to discuss with you. Do you think it would be better for the 4 major sects in the Northern Territory to continue to form an alliance, or for the 3 of them to merge into our Xuanshan sect? Xiao Beidao said, I have thought about this issue before. The people of those 3 factions are not of the same mind as us. Even if we are forced to merge together, they all have their own thoughts. It is better to form an alliance. As long as the interests are aligned, it doesn't really matter whether we merge or not. Fang Shi nodded. Then I'll listen to you. Even if I'm not in the 9 nether continent, they won't dare to act rashly in the short term. Even if some people are restless, you can use their interests to check and balance each other to ensure the safety of our Xuanshan sect. Although I have recognized many masters and relatives, most of them are the result of weighing the pros and cons. Elder Yin and Elder Bai of the Changsheng sect can be trusted, Elder Si and Old Man Chai of Langyuan can also be used, but you have to be more careful with the rest of them. Elder Yin and Elder Si are not very smart, so if you have any problems, please ask Elder Bai and my Grandpa Chai for help first. Besides, although Senior Skeleton is a bit naughty, he is also trustworthy. The blood-eating acid water is bubbling up again. Who is the master and who is the apprentice between you two? Look at how worried you are. If someone doesn't know, they would think you are the master. Fang Shi pretended not to hear anything. Zhu Shihuan muttered a few words, puzzled. Why don't you let Qian Chuanzi ask Fang Wuji for help? That guy is so grateful to you that he wants to give you his life, but you are unreliable. Fang Shi said calmly, Grandpa, sometimes too much kindness can make people resentful. Even if Fang Wuji is not that kind of person, the responsibilities and shackles on him are too heavy, and he has too many concerns, so he can be easily blackmailed by others. Therefore, I am not a suitable person to ask for help. Although Zhu Xuan didn't quite understand what he heard, it didn't stop him from commenting, you are such a cunning girl. I am so tired for you. Fang Shi ignored him and continued to remind Xiao Beidao of various precautions. From big things like the strengths and weaknesses of each force to small things like which force has the best food, he told Xiao Beidao everything, no matter how big or small. After saying that, he handed Xiao Beidao a jade slip. Master, I have recorded some precautions in it. You can look it up when you need it. Xiao Beidao felt a lump in his throat and tears fell. The little apprentice always manages to touch the softest part of his heart and always turns him into a crybaby. He wanted to do something for his apprentice, but found that he seemed unable to do anything. Give your apprentice good things. All of his small treasury is donated to him by his disciples. Teach apprentice skills. 1 disciple can beat 8 of them. After thinking about it, all I can do is. Shaoxi, are you going to take Lao Wu with you this time? Fang Shi nodded, yes, 5th brother has taken advantage of my opportunity. If I leave him in Juyu continent, I'm afraid he will be struck to death by the thunderbolt. I must take him with me. Xiao Beidao said sincerely, then let him do any dirty work. If you feel wronged, just beat him up. He is tough and resistant. If there is any blame, you let him take it. This kid has been taking the blame since he was a child, he is used to it. Fang Shi, yeah, I understand. Xiao Beidao suddenly felt much more relieved. He finally did something for his little disciple. After all, he was the one who taught Lao Wu, which was equivalent to him making a contribution to his young apprentice. When the master and the apprentice were chatting animatedly, Xiao Beidao suddenly thought of a question, Shaoxi, after all this talk, how are you and Lao Wu going to Tiank continent? Fang Shi, well, my master Lu was just thinking about it. Xiao Beidao. What's the difference between you and Old Man Chai dreaming of getting married? I heard that Old Man Chai knelt outside Yuqi Qingyun's yard for 3 days and 3 nights, but he didn't even see Yuqi Qingyun. Old Man Chai is really shameless. He actually stayed in Changsheng sect and refused to leave. Every morning he went to Yuqi Qingyun's yard to reminisce about the past. You are a demon, how can you rely on the Changsheng sect? Fang Shi thought that this was possible. If Yuqi Qingyun really had no interest in Old Man Chai, with her personality, she would have asked Sect Master Sima to throw Old Man Chai out of the Changsheng sect long ago. And he can still eat and drink for free in Changsheng sect. But she must have resentment in her heart. As for when this resentment will disappear, it depends on Old Man Chai's luck. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1503. This guy is the one who wins without any effort. After persuading Xiao Beidao, Fang Shi began to prepare for going to Tiank continent. Zhu Xuan was somewhat speechless. Old Liatu hasn't figured out a solution yet, and you're already making preparations. Isn't it a little early? Fang Shi said. Grandpa, I believe Master Lu will definitely be able to come up with a solution, just wait and see. If he had no clue at all, Commander Lu would have definitely rejected her outright instead of saying, there is no solution for now. Fang Shi stuffed everything, whether usable or not, into the storage ring. It was just a matter of having a few more storage rings, with the main goal of making a poor family rich on the road. Zhang Wen also joined in the fun. Ever since he took advantage of Fang Zai's opportunity, he had been looking forward to this day. In the Juyu continent, although he is the dear senior brother in the little junior sister's heart, there are so many real senior brothers and wild senior brothers that it is upsetting to look at them. When they arrive at Tiank continent, he will be the only senior brother of the little junior sister. Hey! After Fang Shi finished his work, he decided to lighten his burden. The first is the Haoshan mirror. The Haoshan mirror contains the overall formation for suppressing the aura of death and silence. If it is taken away from the Jiu continent, it may affect the effectiveness of suppressing the aura of death and silence. So after weighing the pros and cons, Fang Shi decided to return the Haoshan mirror to the Changsheng sect for safekeeping. On the one hand, the Haoshan mirror originally belonged to the Changsheng sect. On the other hand, the Changsheng sect was powerful, and the ancestors who lived in the soul puppets could protect the Haoshan mirror. Fang Shi took the initiative to terminate the contract with Xiao Jingzi, but before that he asked Xiao Jingzi to leave a lot of energy of heaven and earth for Zhu Xuan to use for cultivation. Little Mirror agreed happily. It never dreamed that there would be a day when it would regain its freedom. Although following Fang Shi had many benefits, it was naturally unruly and loved freedom. The other mirror clones were very happy to regain their freedom, except 10,000-year Fire Marrow, who wanted to continue following Fang Shi. It is the tunnel of the innate holy fire. I have been practicing for so many years but there has been no progress. Maybe I will encounter an opportunity when I reach the Tiang continent. Little Mirror was more than happy to accept the request to leave the team from 10,000 years Fire Marrow. One less mirror clone would reduce the threat to it, so he agreed without hesitation. Fang Shi thought it would be fine to keep the 10,000 years Fire Marrow, or at worst, he could bake some sweet potatoes or something. Fang Shi terminated the contract with Dejin and his friends considering that their wives and children were all in the Haoshan Holy Land. Although Dejin and the others were a little sad, they had no choice but to accept Fang Shi's arrangement in order to shoulder the burden of the family. Fang Shi terminated the contract with the Sea Snake Army. On the one hand, Fang Shi wanted to give them freedom, but on the other hand, he couldn't afford to raise them. I really can't afford it. It would be fine if these guys only ate fasting pills, but they also wanted to eat meat and animal cores. She really couldn't afford to feed them. The violent conga eel asked to stay. Although it had always been a power bank for Bai Kai Lei before, it had not exploited it since Bai Kai Lei snatched Yunyi from Wu Yunjua. Occasionally, I can send it some lightning power, which is much faster than it practicing on its own. Next up are a group of ice-type monsters. Monkey Da and the others pretended to refuse, but they were actually very happy. Although I can no longer go near the core area of the polar ice field after cancelling the contract with Fang Shi, the ice field is so large that it is not necessary to go there. Only the ice field Earthshaker bear cried and insisted on staying. Fang Shi somewhat disliked it because its cultivation level was the lowest among all the strip pets, and it had just advanced to nascent soul level some time ago. The ice field Earthshaker tried his best to stay. It knows that it has no cultivation, no bloodline, no image, and the only thing it can show off is its fur. So, it plucked its hair out bald, asked the honey badger to help it weave a woolen vest, and gave it to Fang Shi. Logically speaking, the Icefield Earthshaker had so much fur that it would be more than enough to weave 10 woolen vests for Fang Shi, let alone one. Unfortunately, the handling fee of the honey badger was too expensive, so it took all the extra fur. Fang Shi looked at the woolen waistcoat with mixed feelings. At first, this big stupid bear was fooled by her, but now it knows how to give gifts. Growing up so fast. Fang Shi kept the Icefield Earthshaker for the sake of Mao Kanjian. The Icefield Earthshaker was very happy. Although the little T-Fox ignored it, it was satisfied as long as it could stay by its side. Fang Shi also wanted to terminate the contract with the demon goblins, but now the chaotic energy beneath the abyss is no longer there, and the demon goblins might not be able to adapt. Fang Shi decided to seek their opinions. The first option is to continue to follow her and go hungry twice a year, and go hungry once for half a year. Another option is to send them back to the bottom of the 10,000-meter demon abyss to guard the semi-finished soul projection channel that was previously blown up, and then let the demons and the Yunxia sect disciples who stayed behind in the cesspool provide them with food. After a heated discussion, the demon goblins finally decided to return to the 10,000 meters demon abyss. Although the spiritual consciousness will feel uncomfortable, the young demon goblins are not greatly affected and will be able to stand on their own when they grow up. Besides, everything has an adaptation process, and maybe they will adapt after a long time. The leader of the demon goblins also invited the big hairy monkey, the demon goblin that was previously involved in the blood family secret realm with Tao, to go back with them. The purpose is also very clear, which is to reproduce offspring. They are all polluted by the chaotic energy, but the giant monkey is more pure. After a fierce ideological struggle, the pure big monkey decided to sacrifice his small self for the sake of his greater self. The main reason is that Fang Shi has too many spiritual pets, and it has no way to stand out. It is better to make some contribution to the eugenics of the magic goblin clan. Fang Shi asked the four fierce beasts again, whether they wanted to regain their freedom or follow her. Qiongqi was the first to express his opinion. Xiao Shishi, your question really hurts my heart. I am your beast in life and your ghost in death. It's much smarter than those Maras. We know what it means that a wise bird chooses the right tree to roost in. This little girl is a person with great luck. You will definitely be right if you follow her. Besides, although the Tiank League ran away, the reasons why the four great beast families declined have not been figured out, and how the soul projection channel was opened is still unclear. The Jiu continent looks like a land of flowers and splendor, but it is actually fraught with dangers. Instead of staying in Jiu continent and living in fear, it is better to follow the little girl to Tiank continent and try your luck. Tao and Taoing rarely agree on the same opinion and are both willing to follow Fang Shi. The reason is simple, they are afraid of being struck by lightning if they stay. Not to mention Han Dan, it is reluctant to leave because it can only do the dirty and tiring work by following Fang Shi. As for the golden pig, it can leave even if it wanted to. It itself didn't know why it was here in Fang Shi. Maybe this was its fate. The little T-Foxes also all expressed their willingness to continue following Fang Shi. There was only one thing that didn't express its opinion. That is the fire-swallowing Pixiu. Fang Shi was really speechless about this thing. Except for waking up once in the Haoshan mirror, he never woke up again. Before, she said that her cheap grandfather won by doing nothing, but this guy is the one who won by doing nothing. Thinking of blood-devouring world, Fang Shi said, Grandpa, your original body is still in Langyuan suppressing the deadly aura. Now there are many alternatives. Why don't you return your soul to your original body? Zhu Shihuan yawned, I'm in hibernation. The next moment, snoring sounds were heard. Seeing this, Fang Shi had no choice but to say, Grandpa, I know you are worried about me, so don't return to your original form yet, come with me to Tiang continent. Zhu Xuan's snoring stopped abruptly. Isn't it strange that I'm not sleepy anymore? Fang Shi. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1504, no matter how old the ginger is, it is still hotter than the chili pepper. Fang Shi was too lazy to expose Zhu Shihuan, and he rummaged through all the sprit pets, vaguely feeling that something was missing. After a moment, he slapped his forehead. Oh, and there are chicks too. He is no different from ordinary people in Juyu continent. Does he become a ghost when he arrives in Tiang continent? Blood Devourer said. Whether it's floating or not is secondary. I don't even know if the little chicken's true form is still there. It's easy to say if it works, but if not, what if the main body can detect the thoughts and intentions of the projected soul, then wouldn't it be like you brought a spy? It would be better to leave him in Juyu continent. Zhu Xuan was quite smug when he said this. Xiaoxi certainly didn't expect this. It turns out that age is always more valuable. Then, Fang Shi said. Grandpa, have you forgotten? Jiting has been marked by my spiritual mark. Whether the content of the main body's investigation is true or false is not up to me. Then we can use a spy within a spy, wouldn't that be great? Zhu Xuan suddenly didn't want to talk anymore. He suddenly understood a simple truth, no matter how old the ginger is, it can never be spiciest as the chili pepper. After discussing Jiting's problem, Fang Shi asked Lin Xiangchuan, what are your plans? Lin Xiangchuan's brain was spinning so fast that smoke was about to burst into flames. He analyzed it and decided that if Fang Shi wanted him to stay, he should have mentioned him when talking to Xiao Beidao before. After all, he was Fang Shuai's direct descendant and was absolutely reliable. But Fang Shui didn't say anything, which means she planned to take him to Tiang continent as well. Although he didn't understand why Fang Shi brought him up, he was somewhat flattered. Fang Shi sent away so many of his spiritual pets, but kept him, which shows that he values him very much. He was willing to go along too. It is true that going to Tiang continent is very risky, but the greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. If I stay in Juyu continent, I don't know when I can cultivate my physical body, so I might as well give it a try. General Fang, my little grandson, I have learned a lot from you and old ancestor Zhu. If conditions permit, I would still prefer to follow you. Fang Shi nodded. Okay, let's go together. She brought Lin Xiangchuan with her mainly for 3 reasons. First, to provide emotional value to Zhu Xuan so that the old man wouldn't cause trouble. Secondly, Lin Xiangchuan is smart and can serve as her advisor. At critical moments, he can also rely on the soul puppet to help her. Thirdly, Lin Xiangchuan is the master of the 4 supreme elders of the Changsheng sect and the great grandmaster of Elder Huai. She has him in her hands, and the 5 of them can also help Xiao Beidao at critical moments. By the time Fang Shi had finished most of the preparations, a month had passed. Fang Shi asked Commander Lu, Master, have you come up with a solution? Commander Lu hesitated and said, there is a way, but it is very risky. Fang Shi was happy. It's a good risk. The bigger the waves, the bigger the fish. Commander Lu. How come your ideas are always so different? At Fang Shi's urging, Commander Lu said. The soul projection channel is actually the channel connecting Juyu continent and Tiang continent. In principle, the soul projection can enter Juyu continent through the channel, and the main body can naturally also do so. But why didn't the Tiang League choose to send its main body here? Because the soul projection channel is filled with deathly aura, the body cannot bear it at all, and it is estimated that the person will die not long after entering the channel. Even the soul projection was attacked by the deadly aura during the transmission process, so the cultivation was suppressed. Fang Shi thought, no wonder the people of Tiang League would emit a wisp of deathly aura when they were completely dead. It turned out that they absorbed it during the transmission process. Master, if you say so, will the brain also be affected? Commander Lu. Don't you just want to say that the people of Tiang League are stupider than each other? Swear without using any dirty words. Just when he didn't know how to answer this question, Fang Shi asked again. Master, so you want me and my senior brother to go to Tiang continent through the soul projection channel? Commander Lu, yes, you have cultivated the power of time, and you have enough beast cores and time shuttle stones in your hands, so you should be able to resist the erosion of the deadly aura. However, the risks are also very high. After all, no one has ever tried this before. It's up to you to decide whether or not to give it a try. Fang Shi rolled his eyes. Master, the nirvana cultivation is about dying first and then being reborn. Before achieving enlightenment, it is similar to the aura of death and silence. Do you think it is easier for nirvana to pass through the soul projection channel? Commander Lu didn't know much about Nishu, he just heard Zhu Shihuan muttering when he saw the old skeleton before. So, let Fang Shi talk to him in detail. Fang Shi told him what he knew. Commander Lu thought for a moment and said, in this case, the possibility of Nirvana's success is indeed higher, and the risk is also lower. In this case, why don't you and Jun Wen start practicing Nirvana technique again, and then enter the soul projection channel when you have made some progress? Fang Shi shook his head. By the time you achieve something, the daily will be cold. Besides, if you cultivate into a skeleton, even if you have a way to hide it, it will be easy for people to find out. I think as long as you keep practicing Nirvana Sutra, it should be fine. Commander Lu thought about it and realized that what Fang Shi said made sense. Then you too should familiarize yourself with Nirvana Sutra first, so that you won't forget it when the time comes. Fang Shi felt that familiarity or not was secondary. The key was that she still had to drill a hole on her little finger. Ni. Oh, Master, you said before that the 7 soul projection channels in Juyu continent are a formation in Tiang continent, called Dukui Chankan formation. If my 5th senior brother and I climb up through the soul projection channel, we should only be able to get out from the Dao Kui Chankan formation, right? There must be guards in the formation. If we crawl out, won't we be trapped? Commander Lu smiled and said. You don't have to worry about that. The Daokui Qian-kun Great Array is located on the edge of the Dead Silence Wasteland. The surrounding area is filled with a deadly aura all year round, so there is usually no one guarding it. Besides, the air is filled with dead silence, and you may not be able to see the person clearly even if you are face to face. Even if there is someone, it will be easy for you two to escape. Fang Shi was somewhat puzzled. If there is no one guarding it, how does the Tiank League know whether the soul projection channel on the Juyu continent is open or not? Commander Lu explained. Once the soul channel is opened, the dead air of the dead wasteland will produce a vortex airflow, which will be easily discovered. Fang Shi asked again, my fifth senior brother and I are from Juyu continent. When we arrive at Tiank continent, will people see through our identities at a glance? No, the human races on the two continents are basically the same, except... Fang Shi asked eagerly, just what? Commander Lu, it's just that your cultivation is too low. In Tiank continent, your age is at least the early stage of refining emptiness. It is no exaggeration to say that you are trash in Tiank continent and will definitely be discriminated against. Commander Lu's words had a certain sense of revenge. He thought Fang Shi would feel ashamed when hearing what he said, but Fang Shi's eyes sparkled as she said. It's good to be a loser. I'm really tired of everyone's worshipful eyes. I really want to be an ordinary person now and experience the fireworks of the world. Commander Lu. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1505 We are going to Tiank continent to shine. Fang Shi asked Commander Lu a bunch of miscellaneous questions. In fact, she already knew the answers to many of these questions. By searching the souls of those captives from the Tiank Alliance, Fang Shi had already mastered a lot of information about the Tiank continent. Ji Ting also told her a lot of things. The reason why Fang Shi asked Commander Lu was to see whether he was honest or not. If he is not honest, the solution he proposed will have to be reconsidered. However, it seems that the old man is still honest. Fang Shi called Zheng Wen and Ji Ting over to discuss the matter. Ji Ting said, Fang Shui, once I enter the soul projection channel, I will become a soul. Do you think you can let me possess an object like the blood ancestor did? Zhu Xuan possessed the blood demon order, while Lin Xiangchun possessed the identity token of Duanma Weizhang, the second-generation ancestor of the Changsheng sect. Fang Shi couldn't find a suitable object for a while. After all, not all objects could be used. So Ji Ting was asked to temporarily share the rent with Lin Xiangchun. Lin Xiangchun naturally didn't know what to say. At this moment, he actually missed the days when he was alone in his own grave. However, considering that Bai Kai Lei has to share the auspicious cloud hairpin with the 10,000 years fire marrow, it seems normal for him and Ji Ting to be in the same room. After Fang Shi solved Ji Ting's problem, he asked Zheng Wen, fifth senior brother, what do you think? Zheng Wen smiled brightly, junior sister, whatever you say is what I will listen to you. Fang Shi, okay, then if you have nothing to do these few days, practice the Nirvana technique so that you won't be unfamiliar with it by then. Zheng Wen agreed readily, not to mention practicing the Nirvana technique, even if Fang Shi asked him to drill holes in his bones like her, he would agree without hesitation. Fifth senior brother, which soul projection channel do you think we should use to reach Tiank continent? Zheng Wen rolled his eyes. The people from the Bird Alliance just came down from the soul projection channel of the polar ice field, which means that there must be no problem with that soul channel. The other soul projection channels have not been used for many years, and they may be broken due to disrepair, so let's choose the soul projection channel in the polar ice field. Fang Shi said with a smile, great minds think alike. I think so too. Zheng Wen grinned with joy. Junior sister, I can't even imagine how happy we will be when we get to Tiank continent. Yes, fifth brother, my heart is about to jump out of my chest when I think about how we are going to shine in Tiank continent. As the two brothers and sisters talked, they happily high-fived each other. Ji Ting. For some reason, he felt a little sympathy for the people of Tiank continent. These two things will definitely cause a bloody storm when they arrive in Tiank continent. Everything is ready. Fang Shi is ready to set off. Before leaving, she had conversations with Jiang Ji and the other three separately. All four of them cried. It is impossible to say that they have no objection to the fact that Fang Shi only takes Zheng Wen to play. Everyone has red eyes. It's just that some people turn conjunctivitis into motivation, while others turn it into a reason to harm others. Fortunately, Jiang Ji and the other three were the former. Although they envied the deeper friendship between Fang Shi and Zheng Wen, they only turned this envy into motivation to practice diligently and did not have any bad intentions. Fang Shi did not shy away from the fact that she and Zheng Wen were closer, but at the same time she also made it clear to the four of them that they were also her closest people. If they were in danger, she would also save them at all costs. The reason she kept the four of them was because they were the people she trusted the most. No matter how good others are, there is still a layer between them. Only these four will protect Xiao Beidao at all costs and safeguard the interests of Xuanshan sect. It is trust and respect. After the conversation, Fang Shi left a lot of good things for the four people. Zheng Wen left a suicide note for each of the four people, telling them that if he never came back, they must help him fulfill his unfulfilled wish. Jiang Ji and the other three then realized that their fifth junior brother and youngest junior sister were not going to travel or look for opportunities, but were risking their lives. Maybe this time. Pink Eye instantly turned into sad tears. Jiang Ji and the others even gave Zheng Wen a lot of things for him to use for self-defense. Fang Shi. Fifth brother is growing up so fast. Sure enough, the highest level of comforting someone is to let the other person know that you are even more miserable than him. That night, Fang Shi took Zheng Wen and Ji Ting and left Xuantian Sect without anyone noticing. Only a few people knew that she was going to Tiank continent. She also arranged for Elder Bai to disguise himself as her and appear in public every once in a while. Although there should be no spies from the Tiank Alliance in the Juyu continent now, what if? Besides, since the left protector was able to allow Ji Ting to come down through the Duzhuan Xinghe mirror, he could naturally send someone else. So we still need to be vigilant. A few days later, Fang Shi and the other two arrived at the polar ice field. She had made arrangements in advance, so when she arrived near the soul projection channel, the only people present were a few formation masters who were inhabiting soul puppets, Elder Yin, and Old Man Chai. If it wasn't a serious matter, Old Man Chai really wouldn't want to come. Now he just wanted Yuchi Qingyun to see his sincerity and reconcile with him. Besides, he didn't want to see Zhu Shihun either, because a dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory. Sure enough, as soon as they met, Zhu Xuan stuck out his big head and pouted his mouth into a gourd. Chai Lao, you are such a useless piece of shit. Just kneeling down is useless. You have to please him. Find out what my sister-in-law likes, and then give her that. If it really doesn't work, just pretend to commit suicide, and she will forgive you out of pity. By the way, can you tell me what you did to offend your sister-in-law? Why does she keep pestering you? Old Man Chai wished he could smash Zhu Xuan's big head to pieces. It's really hard to pick up any pot. He glared at Zhu Shihun fiercely and said, Don't worry about my business for now. When we get to Tiang continent, you must listen to Shaoxi in everything and don't cause any trouble for her. You need to have a clear understanding of yourself. You are a simple-minded troublemaker. Don't act so arrogant in front of the stream. Blood-devouring world. He really wanted to wish Old Man Chai to remain single for the rest of his life. Forget it, even if his brother is unkind, he cannot be unjust, so just treat it as Chai Lao farting. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1506, the right protector was actually exiled Turanquat, Ningu. Fang Shi called Old Man Chai aside and whispered. Second grandfather, my second grandmother is a proud person, but now she can only live in a soul puppet, so she must feel a little lost. You might as well play up your misery and talk more about your unsatisfactory aspects, maybe it will work. Old Man Chai nodded and said, Okay, I understand. Shaoxi, Tiang continent is not like here, you must be more careful. Your grandfather's bad advice, you must discern it and don't let him cheat you. I helped him clean up the mess a lot. Fang Shi smiled and nodded in agreement. As soon as she finished talking to Old Man Chai, Junwen came over and tied himself and her together with a special rope. Fang Shi. Fifth brother has a really strong sense of safety. But this time, the soul projection channel was opened. For fear that the other side would notice anything unusual, the formation masters quickly sealed the entrance again as soon as Fang Shi and the other two jumped in. It only takes a blink of an eye. Fang Shi deliberately chose the second half of the night in Tiang continent so that even if there were some abnormalities, no one would notice. As soon as he jumped in, Jiting turned into a ghost and quickly possessed the token where Lin Xiangchuan was hiding. Who understands? After all the trouble, I turned myself into a ghost. I still have to share a room with others. Jiting was lamenting about life here, while Fang Shi and Junwen began to practice the Nirvana technique and each swallowed a purple beast core. Fang Shi was still holding a time shuttle stone in his hand, ready to activate it at any time. Fang Shi actually didn't want to use the time shuttle stone because she was afraid that the violent fluctuations in the power of time would cause unexpected situations. Fortunately, the situation is still optimistic and there is no need to use the time shuttle stone for the time being. Seeing that there was nothing unusual on Junwen's side, Fang Shi began to look at the so-called soul projection channel curiously. Because the passage was filled with a dead silence and visibility was very low, Fang Shi could only feel around with his hands. She found that there were barriers similar to enchantments around the passage, and she didn't know how this thing was built. Commander Lu couldn't explain it either. He only knew that the Dukui Chankan formation was built by the leader of the Tiank Alliance at that time, but he didn't know how it was built. Fang Shi learned from the soul-searching memories of those captives that if it was a projection of the soul, it would take about 3 days in the channel, and it was estimated that the time for the real body should be about the same. She made a plan in advance, and walked faster when she had more energy at the beginning, trying to shorten the time. So, after the situation stabilized, she and Junwen sped up. Not to mention that the effect of the Nirvana Sutra is very good, it is also possible that Fang Shi and Junwen had cultivated spiritual bones before. It was not until more than 2 hours later that Junwen said that he felt a little uncomfortable. Fang Shi immediately performed the kneeling technique to temporarily dispel the deadly atmosphere around him, allowing Junwen to relax. Mu Jian gave Fang Shi a bad idea. Master, kneeling with convulsions is too tiring. Why don't you just release the donkey dung egg and let it absorb the dead air into its stomach? Little black ball, %#%. Don't I want to die? Although it's okay to smoke less, smoking too much can be fatal. Fortunately, Fang Shi did not listen to Mu Jian's Sanda. When he was really tired, he swallowed the beast core to relieve himself. Finally, I saw the blocked exit ahead. As early as inside the passage, Fang Shi and Junwen had already changed their appearance and put on the clothes they found in the prisoner's storage rings. Fang Shi specifically let Jiting take a look. These clothes were ordinary clothes without any logos and would not cause any trouble. Fang Shi spent several days pondering and came up with new names for herself. and Junwen. She felt that taking Commander Lu's surname would make it easier for her to cause trouble in the future. Her name is Lu Yi, and Junwen's name is Lu Dajuang. Junwen firmly expressed his opposition. The name Lu Dajuang is too rustic. Fang Shi asked, how about calling it Willow Tree? Willow Root. Junwen, not even as good as Lu Dajuang. Finally, Commander Lu said, the name of the brook is taken from the line, Yang Lu Yi, in the poem, Gathering Wild Wheat, and there is a line, Xing Dao Chi Chi, at the end, so you should be called Lu Chi. In fact, the name Fang Shi was just something she made up, and it had no origin at all. But after hearing what Commander Lu said, she assumed that she thought the same way. She is really knowledgeable. Fang Shi and Junwen checked again and found that there were no omissions, so they approached the exit of the passage. Fang Shi had asked Commander Lu in advance how to open the exit, but out of her usual caution, she did not act immediately. Instead, she put her ear to the surface and listened. As a result, I heard someone cursing. That Gongsun Qian thinks he's the right protector, he keeps giving orders, it's so annoying. It was obvious that he was dazzled, but he insisted that there was movement in the Nine Nether Continent. It has been 3 days, and not even a ghost has been seen. Isn't it? Juyu Continent just won a victory, how could they come to our Tiank Continent? Besides, they don't know how to project their souls, so how can they come? I think Gongsun Qian has been frightened by the people of Juyu Continent. He is suspicious all day long. If he opens his mouth we have to run ourselves to pieces. Why doesn't he come? Ellipsis. Feng Shi's heart sank, damn it. The old fox, the right protector, was actually exiled to Ninguja. Oops, really oops. What should I do? Just squat in here. The key is that no one knows how long they will stay here. If it's just 1 or 2 days, it's okay, but if it takes a long time, even if she can hold on, Junwen won't be able to. Junwen was quite optimistic. Junior sister, if it doesn't work, you can separate a part of my soul, and then I will become a ghost like the blood ancestor and the others. Feng Shi. At that moment, I knew whether to praise you for being optimistic or heartless. She asked Commander Lu, Master, if we don't go out through this exit, is there any other way to get out? Commander Lu said firmly, no. Feng Shi pondered for a while and said, Master, there should be 7 passages in the Daoqui-Qian-Kun formation. Are there no places where they are connected? Commander Lu immediately said, the only connected place is the array disk, so there is no other exit except from here. Feng Shi was silent for a moment. Master, have you heard a saying? Commander Lu was a little puzzled as to why he suddenly said such a thing, but he still asked, what did you say? Feng Shi, there are no roads in the world. When more people walk on it, it naturally becomes a road. Commander Lu, what do you mean? Feng Shi said with a smile, I plan to make a hole in the passage and take a different path in life. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1507, as long as the little sister is here, any road is a road to heaven. Commander Lu said unhappily. Nonsense. Let's not talk about whether you have a way to make a hole in the passage. Even if you do you know what's outside the passage? It might be more dangerous than up there. Feng Shi was just talking. She decided to wait in the passage for a while before making any plans. If there is no other option, you can only force your way out. There's a dead silence outside, but I should be able to escape from the chaos. The only trouble is that it would alert the enemy. If there is any side movement, the right protector might suspect her. I waited, and another day passed, and there was a constant stream of people outside. The right protector divided the patrolmen into several teams to ensure seamless connection. This old fox has really improved. Feng Shi couldn't bear it anymore. She hadn't rested for the past few days, and every once in a while she had to perform the convulsion kneeling technique to help Junwen dispel the deadly silence. She felt sleepy and tired. She decided to try the time stone. Even if there are any problems, we have already come this far, so it is probably not a big deal. She rummaged around in her storage ring for a long time before she found a relatively small time shuttle stone. It's not small actually, it's the size of a walnut. Alas, sometimes being too rich can be troublesome. Feng Shi carefully activated the time shuttle stone, but nothing happened. Feng Shi. It worked well outside before, why doesn't it work now? Is it because the atmosphere of death and silence here is too strong? When she was puzzled, Junwen beside her lowered his voice and said, Junior sister, there seems to be a fork in the road here, we may go astray. Commander Lu. Who did you learn these words from? Each one is more outrageous than the other. Strange, why is there a fork in the road? Most likely it has something to do with the time shuttle stone. While he was thinking about it, Feng Shi had already led Junwen to a fork in the road. It can be said that one of these two people really dares to leave, and the other really dares to follow. To Junwen, it didn't matter if the road was forked or not. He even borrowed the Tao from his junior sister, let alone a small fork in the road. As long as my junior sister is here, any road is a path to heaven. Feng Shi discovered a problem as he walked. Why was the air of death becoming thinner and thinner? Junwen also noticed, Junior sister, what's going on? Feng Shi thought for a moment and walked back with Junwen. After taking a few steps, they were blocked by an invisible barrier. Commander Lu, what did I say? Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. Now we have reached a dead end. We can't get out even if we want to. He thought Feng Shi would definitely get a cold, but Feng Shi said happily. Fifth brother, it's rare that there isn't so much dead air here, let's eat something. Do you eat meat wrapped in pancakes or dumplings? How about we eat hot pot? It will be a good opportunity for the 10,000-year-old fire marrow to come out and breathe. Junwen's eyes lit up. Let's eat hot pot. I have thinly sliced fish here. Commander Lu. Eat you two to death. What a heartless thing. Feng Shi and Junwen actually had hot pot. It's not that they don't worry, but what's the point of worrying? It's better to have a full meal. Even if I die, I'll be a well-fed ghost. The mental states of the two of them are at least 10,000 years ahead of Commander Lu. After Feng Shi and Junwen had eaten and drunk their fill, they were not in a hurry to continue their journey. Instead, they took turns to sleep. I have been in the corridor for the past few days, without sleep or rest, and I am extremely nervous. I urgently need a good rest. After both of them had a good sleep, they continued on their way. Because there was almost no dead silence, the two of them strolled around and had a great time. Junwen said, Junior sister, it's actually good if we can't get out. The things we brought are enough for us to live for tens of thousands of years. Even if we die by then, it will be a good deal. Feng Shi shook his head. Fifth brother, you are being too conservative. The things I brought are enough for both of us to live for at least 10 million years. Commander Lu. 2 days later, light finally appeared ahead. Commander Lu was shocked. He sincerely hoped that Feng Shi and Junwen would be safe and sound. It's not that he has been reformed, but mainly because he wants Feng Shi to overturn his case. He doesn't want to keep bearing the blame for the defeat. It would be even better if Feng Shi could really find out the third-party force. Not only was he not a defeated general, he was also a meritorious official. Even though he became a spirit, what he pursued was still fame and fortune. Zhang Wen and Fang Xi approached the light cautiously. Just when they wanted to see what was going on outside, they felt a huge force behind them, pushing them out, and then they fell rapidly. Zhang Wen tried to dig and kick for a while, but when he realized he was still tied to Fang Xi, he calmed down instantly. It doesn't matter, as long as the junior sister is by his side, he has nothing to fear. Only after he calmed down did he have the energy to look down. It was pitch black below, dotted with tiny specks of starlight. Commander Lu cried out, "It's the illusionary sea. And it's deep in the illusionary sea. Those bright lights are the eyes of fantasy beasts. The eyes of high-level fantasy beasts. You won't survive. You definitely won't survive. Master, is that what you want from me?" Commander Lu said anxiously, "It's already this late, and you're still talking nonsense here. If you don't find a solution quickly, you too will be dead." "Master, what's the point of just yelling? Why don't you say something useful? What are the characteristics of this fantasy ruins beast? I also want to think of some targeted methods." Commander Lu said anxiously, "I would like to say something useful, but the characteristics of the fantasy ruins beasts are different, and I can't finish talking about them even in 3 days and 3 nights. Besides, some high-level fantasy beasts don't have any records at all, so how can I know what their characteristics are? It's useless to know their characteristics, they're all in the middle or even late Mahayana stage, and they can blow you two apart with just one breath." When he said these words, Fang Xi and Zhang Wen activated all the defensive spiritual weapons on their bodies. The movements are so skillful that it makes people feel distressed. This was also a helpless move. Fang Xi tried various methods during the falling process, but it turned out that there was no way to stay in the air. As for Bai Kai Lei, this guy is actually in hibernation. No matter how she called out with her spiritual sense, Bai Kai Lei was as good as dead. Fang Xi is so angry. You really know how to pick the time. Half a minute later, Fang Xi and Zhang Wen fell into the water. This water is not only as black as ink, but also icy cold and can devour spiritual energy. The strange thing is that the water is only waist deep. Fang Xi has a 1,000-year-old fire marrow, so he doesn't feel the cold and can even send warmth to Zhang Wen. As for absorbing spiritual power, it was even easier. There were spiritual stones piled up like a mountain in her storage ring. She could just absorb them here and replenish them there. If worst comes to worst, there's still the little black ball. What she was worried about were those strange beasts from the fantasy ruins. Although she was very good at fooling the monsters in the 9 nether continent, she had never dealt with them before. It would be difficult if they didn't fall for it. Ha, didn't Commander Lu say that the insect king should be from the illusion sea? Seems to be pretty easy to fool. At this time, dozens of bright lights gathered here from all directions. Fang Xi looked at the huge monsters that were beyond her imagination and swallowed. She asked the insect king, "Are there any relatives of yours? Can we establish some connections?" Insect king, number. Do you even need to ask me this? There isn't a single bug in here. Can I still have cross-race relatives? Commander Lu was completely desperate. He never thought that he would die like this. Ha. He is now a weapon spirit, so even if Fang Xi dies, he shouldn't be able to die, right? However, considering Fang Xi's personality, she would probably strangle him to death before she died. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1508. She likes big storms. When Fang Xi was thinking about how to fool those fantasy beasts, she was surprised to find that those fantasy beasts were not coming for her and Zhang Wen. Instead, it headed towards a nearby reef. After all this fuss, you were just being too sentimental. Ha. I didn't see any reef just now. When did this reef appear? I guess it was because it was dark, the water was dark, and the reefs were also dark, so I didn't pay attention. Although they found that the fantasy beasts were not coming for them, Fang Xi and Zhang Wen did not dare to act rashly, for fear that one of the fantasy beasts who liked to help others would show off to them. The two of them just stood there motionless, like two wooden stakes. Fang Xi continued to add the saint's light to himself, no matter whether it was useful or not, he would just add it. After a while, the group of strange beasts started fighting for some unknown reason. The seawater, which was originally only waist deep, suddenly turned into huge waves. Fang Xi and Zhang Wen were tossed up and down like small leaves in the wind, and were about to fall apart. Fang Xi remembered what she had said to Commander Lu before: the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish would be. Unexpectedly, her words came true and she became a fish. But there was also an advantage. They were pushed farther and farther by the waves and were actually away from the battle circle. Fang Xi. It turns out that stronger winds and waves do have their benefits. She just likes big winds and waves. Seeing that they were far away from the group of fighting monsters, Fang Xi released the violent conger eel and let it carry her and Zhang Wen. The seawater has risen at this time, so there is no need to worry about the violent moray eel being stranded. Although the violent conger eel is not very adaptable to the waters of the fantasy sea, it also knows that Fang Xi has cleaned up so many spirit pets but left it behind, so it has to perform well. So, I swam wildly while emitting electric discharges. As for why it discharges electricity, it is because seawater not only erodes spiritual power but also demonic energy, so it has to discharge electricity and transform into demonic energy at any time. After a while, Fang Xi saw that Zhang Wen hadn't said anything, so he asked, "Fifth senior brother, are you okay?" Zhang Wen's tone was somewhat complicated. "Junior sister, I think I'm going to advance." Fang Xi. We are running for our lives, and you said you want to advance. What's going on? Are you scared to advance? How come you are so lucky? Fang Xi actually wanted to ask Zhang Wen if he could suppress it first and advance again when he reached a safe area, but seeing his appearance, it seemed that there was no way to suppress it. I had no choice but to say, "Fifth senior brother, if you want to advance, then advance. I have enough spirit stones and elixirs. If it doesn't work, I can let the little black ball provide you with rich spiritual energy." Zhang Wen immediately began to advance. Bew, bew, Pew, in the blink of an eye he advanced from the 3rd level of the spirit transformation to the 6th level of the spirit transformation. Fang Shi is so sour that it's about to bubble. They were both escaping, so why did 5th brother improve his cultivation while she didn't make any movement? Is it because she is pretty or because she is smart? Zhang Wen had learned his lesson this time. Fearing that Fang Shi might get conjunctivitis, he pressed down the upturned corners of his mouth with his hands after he advanced. Fang Shi. You pressed it, and I saw it too. Fang Shi really wanted to talk to people about the unfair treatment she had received, but since falling into the fantasy sea, the 3 ghosts had fallen into hibernation. Only Commander Lu was left. Fang Shi decided not to give him the opportunity to take advantage of her, so she remained silent. She said nothing, just kept on talking sourly. The next period of time went smoothly and I still didn't encounter any strange beasts. Fang Shi guessed that it might be because those big monsters were fighting in a group, and the other strange beasts in the fantasy world had all hidden themselves. Master, why do you think those big monsters are fighting? Commander Lu was also more relaxed than before, and said, either they were trying to seize territory or something. Fortunately, we were not affected. Fang Shi sighed after hearing this. What a pity. Commander Lu asked, what's the pity? It's a pity that I am only a minor god now, otherwise I would have contracted them all to be my thugs, and it would be just a matter of time before I could take down the Bird Alliance. Commander Lu, it's really good to dream after dark. Aren't you afraid that your tongue will be blown away by the strong wind? Even a Mahayana monk wouldn't dare to say such outrageous words. Fang Shi pretended not to hear the subtext in Commander Lu's words and asked curiously. Master, I thought it was dark before and I didn't notice the reef over there. Only after I came here did I realize that the reef would suddenly appear and disappear. What's going on? The fantasy sea has always been like this. Not only do the reefs appear and disappear from time to time, but the seawater does too. Look, it has risen in just a short while. This is only a small part of the dangers of the fantasy ruined sea. We should leave here as soon as possible to avoid more troubles. The violent moray eel thought to himself, you are so easy to talk about. Can't you see that my fins are about to fly off? How much faster do you want me to be? The violent moray eel swam and swam from midnight to dawn, and all the lightning power it had stored was used up, and it could no longer swim. Fang Shi put it back into the magic bag and continued swimming forward with Zhang Wen. The brother and sister swam and still had a smooth journey, without encountering any strange beasts. Fang Shi was a little puzzled and asked Commander Lu, are the monsters so powerful when they fight in groups? We are so far away, but we haven't seen any other monsters yet. Commander Lu couldn't explain it either, and said, is it not good if there is no monster? It would be troublesome if you encounter one. Any monster would be enough for you two to deal with. Fang Shi felt that this made sense. It was better not to have encountered it than to have encountered it. The 2 brothers and sisters swam, from dawn to dusk, and from dusk to dawn. When they really couldn't swim anymore, they released the violent moray eel. Although it couldn't swim either, at least it could be used as a reef, so Fang Shi and Zhang Wen could rest for a while. In other words, Fang Shi and Zhang Wen had enough spirit stones on them, and they also had the divine elixir refined by Fang Shi. If it was someone else, they would have been defeated long ago. Of course, this is also because the 2 brothers and sisters are positive and optimistic, otherwise this kind of hopeless journey would also make people collapse. I don't know how long I swam, but I finally saw land. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen were both shocked. However, they soon discovered that there were quite a few people in the shallow water near the shore, seemingly looking for something. Commander Lu said, they are the shell collectors. They collect the iridescent shells at low tide. The price of the fantasy shell varies according to the color. Red is the most expensive, yellow is the second most expensive, and white is the cheapest. However, times have changed, so I don't know the current price. When the tide is out, although it is not as risky as being in the seawater, it is also very dangerous. There are not only iridescent clams in the mud and sand, but also many kinds of poisonous insects. Once bitten, the victim may be poisoned at best, or die at worst. Unless it is absolutely necessary, most people will not come to collect colorful shells. These shell collectors are either impoverished or desperate, and they will do anything for money. While they haven't discovered you yet, hide in the sea first, and come ashore after they leave. Fang Shi disagreed and said, Master, you also said that there are risks in this fantasy sea at any time. It is better to go ashore as soon as possible. As for these people, don't worry, I have a way. Commander Lu thought, do you have a solution? What solution do you have? Those shell collectors are all void refining cultivators. Killing you 2 little gods is as easy as crushing an ant. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1509 The Golden Pig burped. Fang Shi glanced at those people one by one, then called Zhang Wen and swam towards the shore. During the swim, the 2 changed their appearance again. Fang Shi even disguised herself as a man. Soon, someone discovered them. There were curious eyes, scrutinizing eyes, and quite a few greedy eyes. Fang Shi took Zhang Wen to a strong man with a beard. Uncle, my brother and I can't dig anymore. Let's go back. Bearded. Are relatives starting to drop from the sky these days? Fang Shi stretched out his hand and waved it in front of the bearded man's eyes. Third uncle. Third uncle. The bearded man saw the flash of spiritual stone in Fang Shi's sleeve and said hurriedly. Ah, you 2 kids, I told you not to go far away, but you refused to listen. Fortunately, you came back safely, otherwise how could I explain to your family? As the bearded man spoke, Zhang Wen and Fang Shi went ashore. Commander Lu. Is this okay? Fang Shi used his spiritual sense to say to him, Master, this is called, the first step to getting ashore is to recognize your third uncle first. Commander Lu. Fang Shi chose a beard for a reason. She found that his territory was the largest, which showed that he had a say among these shell collectors. If he acknowledged their 2 nephews, even if the other Kebe people found it strange, they would not dare to say anything. Fang Shi walked ashore for a few steps and felt a little uncomfortable on the sole of his right foot. He lifted his right foot and saw a white shell stuck to the bottom of his boot. Fang Shi thought that this should be the fantasy shell that Commander Lu mentioned. Although white is the least valuable, even a mosquito leg is meat, so don't waste it. While thinking about it, Fang Shi threw the white shell into the storage ring. She can even step on the fantasy shelves when walking. Her luck is incredible. Sure enough, Tiank continent is her blessed land. Commander Lu thought, a blessed land. I just arrived and I fell into the depths of the illusionary sea. You call this a blessed land? After walking a few miles, the bearded man stopped and refused to move. Fang Shi smiled and said, "Third uncle, why don't you leave?" The bearded man said with a fake smile, "Who is your third uncle? I covered for you, give me the money." Fang Shi asked, "How much do you want?" The bearded man laughed loudly, "How much do you want? I'll kill you and all your stuff will be mine." Commander Lu thought, what do you think? I told you that these shellfish collectors are all desperate criminals, right? This bearded guy is at least in the middle stage of the refining void realm, so it will be a piece of cake for him to deal with you. What will you do this time? Fang Shi sighed inwardly. She was a peace-loving little girl, but life always forced her to kill. Just kill him, it's a good opportunity to see how powerful this so-called void refining cultivator is. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen just exchanged glances, then drew their swords at the same time. The sword arrived, and Fang Shi's spiritual brick also arrived. The bearded man really didn't expect that two people in the middle stage of the spirit transformation realm would dare to fight him, and even take the initiative to attack him. The sword was dodged, but the big brick of spiritual consciousness was not dodged and hit hard. The bearded man felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness and knew that he had met a tough guy. These two little bastards must be playing the fool. It is absolutely impossible that they only have the cultivation level of a spiritual transformation. His first thought was to run away. Run away. His idea was good, but unfortunately Fang Shi and Zhang Wen did not give him this opportunity. The two men cooperated well and attacked from the front and back, leaving the bearded man no chance to escape. Two little brothers, I was just joking with you. If you let me go, I will give you everything I have. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen naturally ignored him and intensified their sword moves, each one deadly. Fang Shi thought that this place was not far from the beach, and maybe other people would come here soon, so it would be best to end the battle quickly. So, she exchanged glances with Zhang Wen and threw out a stack of heavenly-grade ice-suppressing talismans. Then, Fang Shi saw the pile of heavenly-grade ice-suppressing talismans falling like snowflakes. Fang Shi. What's wrong? The talisman has arrived in Tiank continent and is not used to the climate there. The bearded man was confused by Fang Shi's confusing behavior and was a little dazed. Fang Shi immediately seized the opportunity and performed the convulsion kneeling technique. Zhang Wen also used his ultimate move, 10,000 swords returned to one. The bearded man avoided Zhang Wen's giant sword, but failed to avoid the kneeling attack, and was stabbed in the chest by one of the strokes. If it was just an ordinary kneeling move, the bearded man could have avoided it. The key was that Fang Shi used the craziness kneeling, which was half a beat slower than the normal attack, and the bearded man dodged it early. Fang Shi swung the big brick of his spiritual consciousness and smashed it at the bearded man. Although Zhang Wen felt a little exhausted after his ultimate move, he still attacked frequently. He thought to himself, it's a pity that I couldn't use my sword power, otherwise I would have stabbed this bearded guy to death. After a lot of hard work, the two men finally made the beard look like a sieve and fell to the ground. Before the two of them could breathe a sigh of relief, Commander Lu yelled at Fang Shi, be careful of his soul escaping. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of light flew out from the bearded man's body, and it was a smaller version of the bearded man. In a flash, the golden pig jumped out and dazzled the ball of light. The watery one is so dazzling. The ball of light didn't even have time to let out a scream. The golden pig burped. Really fragrant. Fang Shi didn't have the time to satisfy his curiosity and hurried to clean up the battlefield. After she collected all the heavenly-grade ice-controlling talismans that had failed to activate, Zhang Wen had already begun to skillfully destroy the bodies. He handed the bearded man's storage ring to Fang Shi. Second brother, put it away. Fang Shi. I got into the role pretty quickly. Seeing that there were no emissions, the two men ran away. He changed his appearance and identity several times along the way. Sometimes they are father and son, sometimes they are father and daughter, sometimes they are sisters. Fang Shi asked Commander Lu as he ran, Master, why did the ice talisman fail to work? Commander Lu was still in shock at this time. On the one hand, they were shocked that Fang Shi and Zhang Wen, two little gods, actually killed a cultivator of the refinement realm. On the other hand, they were shocked that the pig could so easily destroy the soul of a cultivator of the refinement realm. Although the yuanshan of a Liangsu cultivator is not as high as the cultivation level of his main body, it is also equivalent to the middle stage of Huishan. How could he be blown away in one breath? Commander Lu finally came to his senses after hearing Fang Zai's words. The spiritual energy of Tiank continent is rich, and the requirements for talismans are higher. The spiritual power of the talismans you made in Juyu continent was too low, so they can't be activated at all. After hearing this, Fang Shi felt like the sky was falling. If that's the case, wouldn't the hundreds of sacks of talismans in her storage ring become waste paper?